This is without a doubt one of the dumbest things I've ever done. All because I really liked a movie about doomed Yowie. There, that wasn't so bad. Hey, what's going on, guys? It's your BFF Snowy Oreo 663 here, right now, and I'm doing something really stupid, as you can tell. So I've been really obsessed with this film called The Long Walk lately, and if you haven't heard of it, you should definitely get on that because it's really good. The Long Walk is based on a story by Richard Bachman, aka Stephen King. Yeah, he's got a pen name. Now, if you don't know who Stephen King is, you're lying to yourself. Have you ever heard of, I don't know, It, Cujo, Misery, Christine, Children of the Corn, The Shawshank Redemption, Stand By Me, Dolores Claiborne. What was that other one? The Shining. Yeah, you've heard of Stephen King. So my dad's a big fan of Stephen King, and while I didn't read a lot of the stories when I was younger because they're a bit too old for me, I did grow up knowing about him and who he was. And the one thing I did learn a lot is that he either makes masterpieces or complete dog shit. And the wide variety of these stories just kind of fascinated me. So with my obsession with The Long Walk, after watching it a total of, 18 times, I figured, well, what can I do with this? There's gotta be something useful I can put into this. My obsession with The Long Walk, and of course, Richard Harkness, number 49. I thought, well, how about I watch all Stephen King movies? All of them. My mental health is great, thanks for asking. So your main question is probably, how many entries are there actually going to be? That's a great question that took me a very long time to answer. So I used these 3 lists over here to try to compile some sort of checklist for this, which is really hard because none of them have any kind of consistency. And it quickly became apparent that I needed to change up my direction. So firstly, I'm only doing entries that are on Letterboxd. Letterboxd includes films, short films, limited series, and miniseries. No multiple season TV shows. But even with that, there's a big problem. See, Stephen King was part of this thing called the Dollar Baby program. Essentially, he would sell the film rights to one of his short stories to aspiring film students for $1. But with the catch of they can't really release these things publicly, they're lost media for the most part. Most of the Dollar Baby films are shorts, which are listed on Letterboxd. However, almost all of them are completely inaccessible. So to make my life easier, I decided to remove shorts from the list entirely. Now, what exactly is a short? Well, the Academy of Motion Pictures and Science says that anything above 45 minutes is a feature, so that's the cutoff. Even with that, I gotta give some more qualifications here. So I'm including anything that's an adaptation of a direct work by Stephen King or his pen name Richard Bachman. I will also include original screenplays, meaning Stephen King himself wrote the actual script screenplay for the movie or show, even if it's not based in a book. And because I hate myself, I'm also including derived works, original sequels, prequels, spin-offs, based on these Stephen King properties that King had literally no hand in. For example, Pet Sematary has a sequel and a prequel, despite the fact that Stephen King didn't write either of those. Okay, now with that all out of the way, how many entries do we have? Well, that gives us a total of 107. But hold your horses here, there's actually 2 on that list that I could not find because they were Dollar Baby films. Those are Everything's Eventual and The Doctor's Case. I could not find these anywhere. Sorry, not sorry. So actually we have 105 entries, and before I go too much farther, I want to quell some of your worries about some of the entries that did make it on this list for various reasons. Stephen King's Golden Tales is 5 episodes of the Tales from the Darkside TV show, packaged together as one. Stephen King only had a hand in one of the segments, so I don't really think that counts. The Dead Zone from 2002 is the pilot to a 5-year long-running TV show, so I don't really think that's fair. Night Riders is a film by George A. Romero, and Stephen King is only credited as an actor. The Timekeepers of Eternity is just the Langoliers miniseries, just with a cooler editing style. It, Welcome to Derry, is not a limited series. It has been greenlit for season 2. Don't even think about it. The Mist series from 2017 was meant to be multiple seasons, but it just bombed, so that's why it's only 1. Julie Ganapathy is a 2003 Indian film based on Misery that has no English sub or dub available, so I can't really judge it if I don't know what they're saying. The Creepshow Holiday Special and the Creepshow Animated Special are just elongated episodes of the TV show that had no involvement from King. And if you think I should include Ready Player One because of the extended Shining segment, why do you want me to suffer? I've suffered enough. So we're gonna go in order for these. We're gonna learn a little bit about each one, and then at the very end, I'll give my full breakdown ranking. Also, if I've read the book that the story is based on, then I'm gonna hop in partway through to tell you a little bit about the differences and whatnot. But I'll wait till all adaptations are finished. For example, I have read Firestarter, but I'll wait until we cover every single version of it, being the original, the sequel, and then the remake. Also, I thought about doing a drinking game for this because there's so many cliches that Stephen King uses over and over, but no matter what combination I'd use, you die. So feel free to take a shot of water every time one of these comes up. If the story takes place in Maine, if Derry, Maine is mentioned, there's a character who's a writer. There's a character who's an alcoholic. There's an abusive parent. There's a psychic. Bonus points if the psychic's a child. Religion is bad. There's a person named Mike, Bill, or Ben. And if an appliance is evil. Now, last thing before I get into the entries proper, let's learn a little bit more about Stephen King, who he was as a person, and, kind of what he's doing with his life. Unlike me, who's doing literally nothing with hers.
Stephen King was born in Maine on September 21st, 1947. His father left when he was young, and he grew up under the care of his mom. Look, we're not going to do a whole lifestyle documentary, just sit down and listen, okay? When he was about 6 or 7, he started copying comic book panels, and his mother encouraged him to create his own stories. His aunt even started paying him a quarter for every story he wrote, which only encouraged him more. His first ever independently published story was called I Was a Teenage Grave Robber, released in 1965. In college, he wrote for the student newspaper and found writing mentors there. He met his future wife Tabitha, and the two had a child and wed not long after. King published his first professional short story called The Glass Floor in 1967. He started publishing short story collections while also working as an English teacher. When it came to his first actual novel, Carrie, apparently he threw the first few pages of the story in the trash after feeling frustrated with it. His wife Tabitha recovered the pages and encouraged him to continue. This was the real start to his stardom once the book was published. From there, various story ideas started coming to him, such as Salem's Lot and The Stand. He also started experimenting a little beyond the horror genre in the 80s, and readers seemed to enjoy more of these serious, dramatic tones in stories, such as Rita Hayworth in The Shawshank Redemption. In addition, for some reason, publishers believed authors could only publish about one book per year, so King found a workaround for this by publishing under a pen name Richard Bachman. However, this was also the decade where King really started struggling with addiction from alcohol and cocaine. He actually barely remembers writing some of the stories around this time, such as Cujo. And also from here on out, he published about 1 to 2 books every single year, sometimes even more, so just keep that in mind as I go through the rest of this timeline. Throughout the 90s, King managed to become sober once again, thankfully. Many of his more emotional stories were released around this time, such as Dolores Claiborne and The Green Mile. In 1999, King was hit by a car while outside on a walk and nearly died, and he claimed that he told his nurses not to make any misery jokes while taking care of him. Haha, comedy. And, well, from the 2000s to now, he still writes like crazy. He just published a book last year, Never Flinch, which I have, yet I haven't started reading yet because I'm a little busy at the moment. But yeah, he's still making so many damn stories. He's kind of known as the king of horror for a reason. I know his style isn't for everyone, he's got quite a few issues in his writings that rightfully make some people uncomfortable, but I, for the most part, admire his dedication as a writer. Maybe one day I'll publish the damn book I've been working on for 10 fucking years. And anyway, back to the show, I guess.
Now that that's all done, we're gonna hop into Carrie, the first ever film, and I'll see you on the other side. Stop. That's good. That's nice. That's good. That's shit.
Well, damn, that was depressing. Carrie is a story of teenager Carrie White, who is horrendously bullied by her classmates and abused by her overly religious mother. Carrie isn't entirely helpless, though, as she has a form of telekinesis, but she isn't one to use it on others. At least, not yet. This was for sure a strange one to watch for the first time. I feel like everybody on the planet knows the explosive climax of this movie, and to be fair, it is just as great as everyone says. Basically, the biggest bullies in the school, this chick and her boyfriend, and holy shit, is that John Travolta? Decide to dump pig's blood all over Carrie when she gets on stage at prom to accept her award as prom queen. This leads Carrie to essentially burn the place to the ground with her mind powers and kill everyone in attendance. Yeah, that scene is pretty badass. And I stand by that it is deserved. Fuck those guys, for real. But the thing that pop culture really doesn't tell you is that it's only in the last 20 minutes of the movie. The rest of the movie is just watching her be abused. It's almost just exploitative. From the classmates hurling tampons at a naked Carrie in the shower after she gets her first period, to her mother smacking her repeatedly for not wanting to recite Bible verses and dragging her by her hair to the closet, all of it's just kinda over the top, and while yes, it makes the revenge she gets even sweeter, it does make the first 2 acts of the movie painful to get through. I understand that we need to see her bullying, but it also just rubs me the wrong way. It's not just the students either. The teachers are also slapping Carrie around despite claiming that they care. And it's not realistic that the entire universe would be dead set on torturing this one girl who, in reality, just seems like your average shy teenager. Nothing about her stands out as being the typical kid to be put on these girls' radars. Which, side note, in the book, Carrie is apparently plus size, which none of the adaptations get right. You know, that would actually make the pig's blood they use makes sense. But you know, we can't relate to the protagonist if they're not a conventionally attractive person, so you know. Now it sounds like I hate this movie, but I don't. I do find the 3rd act phenomenal and actually kind of scary, and I love seeing her get revenge on the bullies and especially her mom. I kind of feel bad for Tommy though. Bro took the shy girl to prom and got killed via bucket to the head. He didn't even get to see the explosions. But then again, he did stand on her doorstep while she pleaded for him to leave, all while saying he wouldn't go away unless she agreed to go to the prom with him. Little creepy there, buddy. And you are not a high school student. You look like you're on your 3rd divorce. All these people do. What the fuck? And we begin the journey of the Stephen King miniseries.
By the way, if I sound different for some of these, it's because I'm a little sick, so don't worry about it. Okay, let's keep going.
In the little town of Salem, Maine, a writer named Ben comes in to write a story about the local creepy house in town. But when people start dying mysteriously, it's slowly revealed that the culprit is a vampire operating out of this creepy house. Now, as an absolute vampire lover, I was so excited for this series. I didn't care that it was 3 hours long. I just wanted to see the things wreak havoc into the town and create their undead army. I mean, look at this poster. It looks badass. Ben only really comes into contact with the things in the last 20 minutes of the movie. This is so boring. We only really get the first full vampire encounter about an hour in, and even then, all it amounts to is this kid floating around outside of a window with a fog machine and some creepy contacts. And that's it! That's all we get. The rest of this thing is just Ben going on a date with this random teacher lady, talking to the locals, this shop owner having conversations with people, and just more talking. Get to the goddamn point. By the time they actually did realize they were dealing with vampires, I could have watched the entirety of Sinners plus the behind the scenes featurette. But unlike Sinners, the first half without the supernatural stuff isn't interesting because the characters are so lame and just are boring. Good God, this has no reason to be this long. I couldn't even really enjoy the actual vampire bits because I was so tapped out from sheer boredom. The romance is so half-assed, but I can't help but think it's all this movie has going for it story-wise until people start dying. I guess this dude who works at the graveyard is okay, and Old Man River over here had a few lines that were alright, but seriously, I cannot make it clear how nothing this movie is for the most part. The thing is, it's not complete and utter dog shit despite being more boring than most algebra classes. I do like the vampire designs. It's got that cheesy classic horror feel through most of it, and I do remember at least a handful of times where it got a genuine laugh out of me.
What's his book about?
Well, his latest one, it's about two men.
Not one of those.
I know we have a couple more versions of the story to tackle throughout this marathon, so I'm excited to see someone else take a crack at the story and not have it be a complete slog, hopefully. Please. I don't even know where to start with this movie, man. If you've never seen it, you know the thing, start to finish. Father Jack Torrance is taking his wife, Wendy, and young son, Danny, to the Overlook Hotel to act as a caretaker for it during the winter off-season. Jack is a recovering alcoholic and writer trying to finish his latest novel. Meanwhile, young Danny learns from the hotel chef, Dick Halloran, that he has a magical gift called the Shining, which allows him to talk to spirits and get visions of the future and all that yada yada. Things get worse as time crawls on. Cabin fever setting in while supernatural events begin in the hotel, making Jack go insane. So very famously, this is an adaptation that Stephen King himself hates. While nowadays he's come around to the film, he still claims that he doesn't exactly enjoy it. And for something this iconic and beloved, people just can't seem to understand why. The acting is top tier, the scares come in hard and fast but are so unsettlingly creepy. It's not scary in the traditional sense, much of it just feeling like a washing wave of dread and slightly off-putting atmospheres that make you tense. And I have to say, my favorite character in this is the hotel. That might sound weird, but really look at this. This place has so much life, so many little details, and so much personality that it's its own character. I like how non-linear it can be, such as this magically appearing window where there shouldn't be one. The isolation here also lands so well, and much of that comes through in the performances, and my favorite was Shelley Duvall's. It's no secret that she was practically abused by the staff to get the frantic wife persona, which I'm not exactly a fan of, but Shelley herself has said later in life that she thinks it was worth it. Okay, I hope I won't get flamed for this, but I don't think this is the best Stephen King story put to film. After doing some research, I fully understand why King personally wasn't a fan of this one. Jack, like many of his other writer characters, was meant to be a stand-in for himself, King also being a recovering alcoholic. The original story was meant to be a tragedy, a man driven insane by the isolation and spirits in the hotel and losing himself as he attacks his family. But in the film adaptation, Jack is just an asshole right out of the gate. You don't even feel a little sorry for him, which was the intention of King's book. The character of Dick Halloran was also meant to survive the story, leaving his long subplot to get to the hotel in the storm pretty pointless when it all amounts to him just getting killed instantly. It may have its problems, but it's still a goddamn masterpiece of filmmaking. I don't know if I've ever mentioned it before, but I love anthology movies, especially when they're in the horror genre. So I was so pumped for this one, and thankfully, this delivers. Creepshow is a collection of 5 short horror stories, in a similar vein to Goosebumps, but with an R rating. They're all tied together with this very artsy comic book style, and I love the look that it gives. While Stephen King only wrote 2 of the 5 stories, almost all of them are fantastic. I say almost because, well, there's one short that left a pretty bad taste in my mouth. If it wasn't there, this might be in the #1 spot right now. Yeah, I meant it when I said I love anthologies. The first segment is about a zombie version of a family's evil father coming back to life, demanding cake for Father's Day. It's a little slow, but the hilarity of the deaths as well as the final shot more than make up for it. The second short is my personal favorite, and who better to bring this Stephen King story to life than Stephen King himself? Yep, that's him. His facial expressions in this are so goddamn funny. This story involves a local idiot finding a meteor in his backyard that causes weeds to start growing everywhere rapidly, eventually overtaking him and leading him to remove himself from the census. As goofy as the first part of this one is, the death is super f***ing depressing, man. The third story is about Leslie Nielsen getting revenge on the dude who f***ed his wife by drowning him with the tide, ending with his corpse coming back to kill him. It's pretty intense, but has a sick sense of humor to it that I love. The fourth one is the other that Stephen King wrote, being about a mysterious crate found underneath the stairs of a building containing a Yeti? I think, that goes around killing the locals. The deaths in this one are surprisingly graphic, and while it can feel a little clunky with the ending, it was still a really good time. The last story lost me. It's about this business guy who lives in a pristine apartment that gets infected with roaches, him slowly going insane from them all before they kill him. Since we never saw any other people throughout the short, I thought it was going to be revealed that he was in a lab as a science experiment, or maybe it was a metaphor for something, but no. It's just the weed story, but with roaches and a not at all even slightly likable main character. They dropped the ball in the last short. Hard. Overall, as a package, the stylized look of the film, the twisted sense of humor, and pure desire to entertain makes this a great time. I'm actually really excited to see the sequels to this. What a good little doggy actor this was! Cujo is another Stephen King story that doesn't need much of an introduction. Fun fact though, there was a brief period in the 80s where King was so high on coke and drunk off his ass that he pretty much forgets everything he was a part of at the time, this being one of them. He has no memory of writing this book. This is the story of a sweet little St. Bernard dog named Cujo who gets bitten by a rabid bat, leading him to become infected and trap a mother and her young son in a hot car for days on end while killing anyone else he can get his paws on. I think a lot of Stephen King's best stories are the ones with no supernatural elements. Read into The Shining all you want, the ghosts could all just be in his head. Cujo has nothing outside of pure reality on its scariest setting. This dog is absolutely terrifying, and the cast sells it so well. The pure screams of the child actor here were traumatizing to hear, and the dog was doing so good at hitting its marks to make the attacks feel as real as possible. Cujo was played by 4 different St. Bernard dogs, as well as 1 Labrador in a costume and some puppets for close-ups. It's completely seamless, and we really needed that Oscar category for best animal acting about 50 years ago, for real. I think this movie does have a few shortcomings, despite the great premise and the tense final act. For one, the mother and son only get in this situation when the movie's already almost half over. Most of the first half of the movie is just relationship drama between husband and wife, the wife's affair plotline, and then the owner of Cujo just not noticing the gaping wound on his precious doggo's nose. The actual scary dog scenes make it worth it, but for rewatching, I'd probably skip the first 40 minutes or so of this one. The actors do a great job, don't get me wrong, both for the horror scenes and non-horror ones, but I think we could have gotten to the real meat of the story a little sooner. You know, gotta give a movie props for not making me start crying when the dog died though. I know Cujo wasn't at fault for the things that he did, but he was genuinely so terrifying that I didn't get all sad when he was eventually taken out. Good doggy actors. I hope you got all the treats. Christopher Walken was young at one point. The Dead Zone is an interesting movie to talk about, mostly because I knew absolutely nothing going in. And with a title like that, I was expecting a zombie thriller or an intense supernatural haunting or anything but this. But you know what? I'm not gonna complain. This movie follows a teacher named Johnny Smith, who's loving life with his girlfriend when suddenly he gets in a major car accident and ends up in a coma. When he wakes up, 5 years have gone by. His girlfriend is married to another man, and his life is in shambles. As he recovers in the hospital, he finds a power to get glimpses of the past, present, or future when touching a person, always revealing a terrible tragedy. This one gets right into the plot quick, which I was so thankful for. However, that did make the movie slow to a complete crawl during the middle act. I like that Johnny was able to utilize his power to help solve crimes, for example, but in the second act of the movie, almost nothing happened. The main antagonist of the story isn't even really revealed until the final third, and it feels like the story just kind of meanders for a lot in the center. That's not to say it's trash or anything at all. I can definitely see how this was a book, and perhaps it could have worked a little better as a TV show or something. Which, side note, yes, there is a TV show adaptation of this, but since it's not a limited series or anything, we aren't going to be covering it today. But I'm imagining more of a crime-solving aspect of this story extended, sort of like Criminal Minds or Law & Order or NCIS, but with a guy who can get visions of the truth, played by a guy who speaks like an alien trying to mimic human speech. That sounds awesome.
Okay.
As is, it's got a really interesting start, an extremely dull middle, and a funny as hell climax, and I can't tell if that's ironically or unironically. Basically, Johnny gets a vision that this politician running for president is going to send out nukes to other countries willy-nilly if he wins, leading him to attempt to kill the guy. The politician is played by Martin Sheen, so listen, the jokes write themselves here. I don't even want to say what the outcome of this is because it's just so funny to me that you need to see it for yourself. Just bring a fidget toy for the middle chunk. And here we have the first of many Stephen King stories where the antagonist is a killer vehicle. Christine is the name of this bomb-ass red beauty, who for some reason is evil as hell and wants to kill people. And no, we literally never get an explanation as to why the car is like this, so don't worry about it. I have to say, having this movie start with bad to the bone made me laugh harder than I have in a long time. You can't expect me to take that shit seriously. 30 years after the car is made, this local dork named Arnie purchases it from a random crackhead and spends all of his free time fixing it up. He becomes more suave as well, rising up in the popular ranks but prioritizing Christine over things like real women. As time goes on, he learns the car is alive and uses it to get revenge on a few bullies of his in some really fun sequences with some impressive as hell car stunts. It does hurt my heart knowing how many beautiful cars they had to destroy for this movie though. Arnie's best friend then needs to find a way to destroy Christine for good before things get too out of hand. The biggest thing I knew about this movie going in was how much my dad hated it. My dad's a big Stephen King fan, I may bring him up more times in this video, but he would never shut up about how much this movie sucked balls. Well, Dad, I actually liked it. Ironically for the most part, but a bit unironically too. I think that just the concept being so goofy but being taken so seriously is what makes this work. That and again, those genuinely really great car stunts. Seeing explosions and cars catching on fire is so epic. And also I love seeing bullies get dunked on. F those guys. The characters weren't anything special, but Arnie was likable enough and pretty damn funny too. I was laughing quite a bit at this dude's unhealthy obsession with his car. It really was just like watching that one episode from My Strange Addiction. You know which one I'm talking about. Overall, a ridiculous movie that you aren't supposed to take seriously. Better get used to seeing that title. We'll be seeing a lot of that throughout this marathon. Based on a short story, this is the tale of a town where a bunch of kids killed all the adults under the demand of a pint-sized maniac named Isaac. Isaac has twisted the Bible into his own personal manifesto, forcing the kids to believe his version of the story and worship the corn, because why not? Meanwhile, two dipshits end up lost in the town, where Isaac sends his second-in-command, Malachi, to capture and sacrifice them to his god. This movie is completely batshit, and I love every second the kids are on screen. That sounds pretty terrible out of context, but the kids are acting their damn asses off to give such a campy performance full of the most hilarious line deliveries and over-the-top acting. Isaac himself chews so much of the scenery that it's practically a crime, and I love that about him. Fun fact, the guy who plays him was 25 years old when the movie was made, simply just looking and sounding way younger than he actually is.
No, you dare not use blaspheme! He will punish you! The dog of hell will devour you! All of you! No!
Isaac and the kids make this movie, because almost everything about this is so lame. The adults are boring as shit, the two non-religious children are boring as shit, and the actual ending is not boring, but really bad. This movie is nothing but bad. It's bad as hell, and for the most part, I love that about it. I love how shit it is. I love every line delivery of the maniac Isaac. I love the gay love story fanfic waiting to happen between him and Malachi. I love the absurdity of trying to make the audience afraid of corn. I love this random-ass child who is insane as hell and dies via a car door lightly tapping her in the face. I love this movie, but it is extremely bad, and I am unfortunately ranking these movies on objective quality, and on that front, I think the kids' performances give it a few halfway decent stars, but don't expect a lot out of this in the grand scheme of the ranking. Not ready for them to run this joke of a movie into the ground with so many sequels. Yay. I love finding movies that were clearly inspirations for Stranger Things. Firestarter is the story of this father who was part of some sort of science experiment that accidentally gave him the power to manipulate people with his mind, resulting in a nosebleed. Yeah, that sounds familiar. His wife was part of the experiment too, and when the two had a child together, the child had the ability to create fire with her mind. Once the company that ran the experiments kills the wife and tries to capture the daughter for fear of her powers growing, the duo heads out on the run to escape their grasp. So, firstly, this is apparently an adaptation that Stephen King himself hates, even more so than The Shining, believe it or not. King claimed it was flavorless and one of the worst of the bunch. Damn. It's also not really loved by general audiences, so this must be pretty shit, right? Hell no, this was gas. I was hooked right away with this one. The little Drew Barrymore doing so well with these tense scenes. Her father was such a dork doing his best to keep her safe, and I genuinely got concerned for both of them so many times. And while some of the audience complaints are valid, like her barely ever using her power throughout most of the movie, I didn't care because the characters were likable enough to keep me interested. After we moved to the lab once they get captured, I figured the movie would lose me a little, but it really didn't. I love seeing the girl stay strong and not give in to these assholes trying to run tests on her, but how she let her guard down to somebody who seemed weak and frail and made a friend, not knowing she was being double-crossed. And when this girl uses her powers, incredible. The stunts are fantastic even today. I love a good fire stunt. And when we get to the climax, I was glued to the screen for the last 10 minutes in complete awe, all while being really emotional at something that happened earlier. I really like this one. It's not perfect, it's got some flaws like having a pretty flimsy excuse for a 3-act structure, or wishing they made the experiment's intentions a little more clear, but for fuck's sake, I think it's really good. Maybe I just like stories of people being on the run or ones with smart child protagonists. Have I mentioned before that I like horror anthologies? Cat's Eye is a collection of 3 stories, 2 based on Stephen King shorts and the 3rd being a new screenplay by him. The wraparound involves this cute little kitty who ends up stumbling into every single one of the plots, being one of the most talented animal actors I have seen since the dog from The Thing. The first story is about this company called Quitters Inc., who specialize in helping people quit smoking. They make it clear their extreme intentions with this dude by also showing him their chamber where they shock the poor kitty to the beat of Twist and Shout. Don't worry about him though. On set, it was actually just little air hoses giving bursts of air to spook him. They tell the man that they will put his wife in there if he smokes again. This story is good and funny in a twisted way, but it does end a little too abruptly for my liking. The second story follows the cat after it escapes, ending up in the care of a crime boss. He finds this dude who f***ed his wife, a surprisingly common plot for Stephen King stories, and tells him to walk the edge of this high-ass apartment building in exchange for money and his wife. The dude does it in a pretty intense scene, one that would be a lot more tense if you couldn't see the wires holding him in place. Once he succeeds, he manages to get the gun from the boss after the cat trips one of the bodyguards, making the mob boss walk the ledge where he falls to his death. The final story is my personal favorite. Drew Barrymore is back, taking in the kitty against her cat-hating mother's wishes. That night, a freaking troll that sounds like Stitch choking on Gollum enters the house, trying to steal the little girl's soul. The cat manages to stop it, saving her and finally welcomed into the home. The effect of the troll is so cool, guys. The fact that they had to build some giant sets for this costume guy to run around in is amazing. And while it can sometimes look a little wonky, for the time this effect is super convincing. I love this little shit, and I love seeing this cute little kitty save the day. While the highs of this movie aren't as high as Creepshow's, the lows aren't nearly as low. None of the stories were bad, and some were just lacking a little bit, especially the first story. Oh, also, while the opening credits play, Cujo literally shows up and chases the cat, who nearly gets hit by the Christine car. And the wife in the third story is reading a Stephen King book. I don't know why, but I actually really like those references. I never hear anyone talk about this movie. Why is that? Did somebody say werewolves? Sign me the f*** up. Funny to see Corey Haim here, 2 years before The Lost Boys. Bro managed to fight off a furry and an emo punk band. This movie follows a small town that gets terrorized by a serial killer who attacks people during the full moon in gnarly ways. Young Marty ends up encountering a werewolf one night, putting the pieces together and recruiting his uncle and his sister to find the culprit of who the wolf really is. I like this one quite a bit. The mystery of who the wolf was pretty intriguing. While Marty doesn't meet the wolf until over halfway through, I honestly thought he might have been the werewolf for a lot of it. After the reveal though, I don't know, I think my idea might have been a little bit cooler. I liked how competent Marty was. It's not many times a disabled character is the protagonist of a horror film, much less so that they're the smartest one. Marty is extremely capable, and his biggest obstacle is just getting others to take him seriously. He's also a dork, but sweet and just a little misguided at times. He might be my favorite protagonist in one of these films so far. The werewolf design is okay. I personally prefer the body type of An American Werewolf in London, but I do really like the face and especially the eyes of this one. I've honestly never been a big fan of bipedal werewolves, but I think the weaker body design is more than made up up for by the gore. The gore in this one is insane. Even the werewolf's transformation scenes are really incredible for the time. I honestly really liked that. It's brought down a bit by how slow it can be, taking almost half the damn movie before we even really know what we're dealing with, and the fact that almost every character aside from Marty is just kind of whatever. But still, it's really damn good. Another surprise for me in this lineup. I never hear anyone talk about this movie either. Oh god, here we fucking go. So before getting into this one, I need you to understand. This movie came out because Stephen King himself, still high on drugs mind you, was tired of adaptations of his films not being the way he intended. So he decided to direct and write the screenplay of one of his stories himself. Yeah, you heard that right. This movie is Stephen King's one and only directorial credit, so you can 100% blame him for everything in this piece of shit. Because yes, it is a piece of shit. The movie starts with an ATM machine calling Stephen King an asshole right to his face.
This machine just called me an asshole!
Yep, that's the movie we're in for, folks. Be very afraid. This movie has to do with a comet that the Earth passes through the tail of, leaving every machine on Earth the ability to think for itself. And they all come to the conclusion that they need to kill all the humans. Our story centers around a small group trapped at a gas station while a bunch of trucks keep them trapped inside, including this icon of a green goblin vehicle that tries to be intimidating. This is so close to being a so bad it's good movie, but it does fall short in a few areas. Some scenes are fantastic, like the entire kids' baseball team getting taken out by a vending machine shooting out cans of soda, or this bride's constant over-the-top screaming at literally everything, or this iconic performance that I would personally leave off my resume.
You can! We made you!
There's also a couple scenes that are actually scary, unironically. The opening scene of a drawbridge opening without warning leads to some pretty intense deaths in the scenario that I'm sure is a fear for most people. That, as well as the steamroller running over a few of the kids at the baseball game, like, those are good. Where this movie is just plain lame is the second half. Right after the screaming lady gives one of the worst performances of the decade, the film slams the brakes, pun intended, and becomes just these bland randies bumming around at a gas station and just talking. Emilio Estevez is here banging this random lady. The new bride just obnoxiously complains whenever her new husband does literally anything, and that concludes every character that made an impression on me. They escape the gas station and some text appears on the screen revealing that everybody lived after the Earth finished passing through the comet's tail. Whoop-de-doo. If it was just the first half, this would be higher for pure irony's sake, but as a whole, it's half hilariously bad and half just plain bad. I think that if this film hadn't come out when it did, we would have lost all respect for Stephen King for movies because of Maximum Overdrive. Terrible thing is that I'd never seen this one before the marathon, but I've always wanted to. This is considered one of his best film adaptations, and I gotta say, I can see why. This story follows a writer recounting a tale of himself and his friends growing up in the 50s, all teaming up to find the dead body of a local boy who went missing. Despite that synopsis and hearing that the original story it's based on is called The Body, this is not a horror story. Far from it. I really love films where it's just a group of friends going through life together. This one has such realistic characters and phenomenal acting, all showing how each of these boys deal with the traumatic stuff going on in their lives. But at the end of the day, they help each other get through the toughness of it all. Some of their stories are so rough to hear, but the fact that these boys are still here through all of it shows their strength. The plot is very simple, since that's what it needs to be. It's classed as an adventure movie, but to me it feels more like a slice of life with just kids being kids. And the best thing this film has going for it is the realism. I never once doubted the performances, the situations, or the outcomes of these characters. Once the ending monologue of our protagonist finished telling the audience where all these boys ended up in their adulthood, guys, I couldn't help it. I was sobbing. I had to stare at my monitor for a few minutes after the credits rolled just to process it all. I'm not saying it's super intense or anything, just devastatingly realistic. This film doesn't soften the blow of what happens to friend groups as people grow up and split apart. And sometimes life has cruel twists of fate for those who deserve better. Maybe the fact that River Phoenix plays one of the boys whose life doesn't go the way he planned, yeah, that's another level of sad for me, man. As of 2016, Stephen King says that this is one of his favorite screen adaptations of his books. Damn right. I haven't read the original, obviously, but for a film this good, I think that's good enough for me. Christ, I need a glass of water. Hey guys, Future Snowy here. About a month after I recorded this bit, we unfortunately lost Rob Reiner, the director of this film, as well as the director of Misery and a few other non-Stephen King related stories. I just wanted to give a little shout out here just to say your works were amazing, man, and I hope you and your wife rest in peace. Everyone get ready for Letdown! I was so excited for the next Creepshow installment, knowing King wrote at least one of the stories here and being a big fan of the original. Sadly, this one drops the ball. Hard.
There's only 3 stories this time, and the first one is so ridiculously long with very little payoff. Basically, this dying mom and pop general store gets robbed by these clowns and this dude who is turned on by his own hair. They take a bunch of heirloom jewelry that was on loan to them from some Native Americans, and the statue outside of the store comes to life and kills all the robbers for their crime. The story is nearly 40 minutes long, and the statue only comes to life in the last 5 minutes. The second story was the best, but it wasn't without problems. These 4 dumbasses decide to go hang out on this random raft in the middle of a lake, and they get stalked by a giant garbage bag in the water that's essentially just the blob that ate everyone. It's decent enough, and while the blob thing doesn't look the most convincing, the effects when it eats one of them are actually pretty good. This one completely loses me towards the end. Once it's just the nerd and the party girl left in the raft, he starts pervy touching her while she sleeps, which leads to the blob eating her since he wasn't keeping watch on it anymore. Thankfully, he does get eaten too for being a creep, but like, gross. Oh, that's the one written by King? Yeah, that checks out. The final story is weird. This lady is out having an affair and decides to race home before her husband gets back, but she ends up running over a man on the side of the road. She drives away to avoid getting caught, leading to an actual creepy vision of the guy following her. It goes a bit too silly when the guy starts climbing on her car and she drives like a... Oh, my chicken's done. It does go a little silly when the guy starts climbing on her car and she drives like a maniac throughout the woods trying to shake the apparition, all ending when the mangled corpse corners her in her garage and licks her? Oh, I guess she's dead. There's a wraparound as well, but it's not nearly as cool as the comic book panels from the first. It's these animated segments that for some reason give me old cereal commercial vibes. It's not very interesting, and for some reason the voice acting doesn't match the character designs. This one isn't complete dog shit, it's just much worse than the original. There were some decent effects here and some alright scares, but I think trying to follow up the original with nowhere near the same amount of substance was a bad idea. Oh, great. A sequel to my least favorite movie so far. Fantastic. Okay, so this has none of the characters from the original, but it follows this dude named Joe who's forced to take in his young son and travels to Salem's lot because his old relative left him a house there in her will. Turns out the entire town is full of vampires now, having a few humans who operate the town during the day called drones while the vamps run the show at night. They feed on cows and marry the children together since they're all technically hundreds of years old. Don't think about that. Well, technically the movie does bring up those implications. Joe finds this lady who turns out is a girl he was crushing on when he was a kid. She says that she got bit at 17 so she could remain young and beautiful for him forever. That's fucking disgusting. And we're forced to watch 2 sex scenes with these assholes. Also, why does our main character look like a love child between Anthony Hopkins and Viggo Mortensen? The children take in Joe's son, trying to persuade him to join their cult. I mean, it's basically just Children of the Corn, but without the ironic enjoyment of Isaac. And somehow the acting is even worse. This is one of the worst acted films I've seen so far.
Fuck you! You're not my father any more than the other 3 or 4 clowns have been hanging around.
Every line feels like a first take.
Did you get laid last night?
What? Did you?
You don't sleep. You have all this energy all of a sudden.
What the fuck?
I'll give credit that this one does have more screen time with vampires than the first, and the gore is for sure more intense. It's also mercifully shorter compared to the first, being an hour and 15 minutes less in runtime. I think it's honestly kind of weird how this one to me has much more of an interesting premise than the first, but the execution is so bad and acted so incredibly poorly that I can't give it a higher rating. An entire town of vampires sounds like an interesting idea for some scares, but like, look at this thing compared to the design of the original vampires. There's literally no contest. If you put a gun to my head and asked me to pick which one I'd watch again,
I'd say shoot me.
But for the sake of argument, I'd say this one just because it's shorter. No, everybody. We're talking about the original here. With the governor of California. The Running Man is the story of this beefcake who's just Arnold Schwarzenegger wearing a name tag, let's get real, living in a dystopian future. He chooses to disobey government orders telling him to kill innocent civilians, which leads the government to kill the people anyway and pin it on him. After escaping a work camp, he gets caught and told he can participate in this world's sick form of entertainment. There's a TV show where criminals are forced into arenas with killers known as stalkers who try to hunt them down. If they complete their puzzles without dying, the criminals get full pardons and better futures. The show is obviously called The Running Man. Hunger Games before the Hunger Games, basically. I don't know what it is about me, but I really do find myself enjoying death game movies. Might be why I hyperfixated on The Long Walk for an unreasonable amount of time, but I think it works for an easy way to feel attached to the main character, determined to make it out of this f***ed up scenario for others' entertainment. Where this movie loses me is a not clear understanding of the rules. Take Hunger Games, for example. You have to kill everyone and be the last one alive. The Long Walk, don't stop walking, be the last one left. Even international death game movies follow a similar pattern. Squid Games, Alice in Borderlands, the 1000 Werewolf game movies. All of these have a clear end goal and objective that the characters work to. But in Running Man, we know they have to survive and make it through 4 courses, but How? Do they just walk there or run there? Are there puzzles? What's the layout? Are there multiple winners? The unclear objective of our heroes, along with Arnie's non-stop unfunny one-liners, made this one not really my favorite, but it did have some enjoyable elements. It's meant to take place in 2017, but with a very clearly 80s inspired vision. I love the bright contrasting colors and the goofy looking designs of the stalkers, as well as, well, the realistic characters of the people in the audience cheering as if it were any other game show. It's a bit too clunky for me and cheesy as a whole, but it's not without substance. I can see if you're a big action fan how this one would interest you. Arnie was just never really an actor I enjoyed his particular genre of film, so my loss, I guess. My dad has literally not stopped bothering me about how much he hates this movie. He considers it one of the worst films ever made in the history of cinema, that it's completely irredeemable and worthless. So what did I think of it? It's okay. This dumbass white family moves into a house next to the busiest road in the universe and gets surprised when their cat gets run over. Old Man River here tells the dad about the local pet cemetery, where behind it you can bury things that come back to life. After doing this with their cat, it comes back as promised, but it's just not quite the same. I actually think the premise of this movie is pretty decent. The idea of death being the better alternative for everyone involved and the ones you love being twisted beyond recognition is actually pretty scary. I'll give it credit for having some intense gore scenes in the later half too. But what makes this movie not fantastic is firstly the absolute stupidity of the main character. Despite literally everyone in the universe telling him to not use the evil cemetery, he goes and does it anyway, and then gets surprised that there's consequences. You can also tell the final act of this movie from a mile away, which to me is another problem because I think this movie would be a lot more interesting if that final twist was just the majority of the movie. After their young kid gets steamrolled by a truck,
Ryan, look out!
dumbass McGee resurrects him via the cemetery, to which the toddler goes on a killing spree. While the effects are cheesy as shit, I do find the toddler's acting pretty good for what they're asking him to do, and again, the gore is pretty cool. And I don't know, I feel like having to struggle with the monster wearing your recently deceased loved one's face as it tries to kill you is a lot more interesting than just a slightly angry cat wandering around. This is still a halfway decent movie. This isn't Stand By Me or The Shining Stephen King, this is Cujo or Carrie Stephen King. Good premise, but not the best execution, and that still results in a halfway decent time. I think I found that a big weakness of mine is horror anthologies. This is another one of those with a collection of 3 stories, based on a long-running Goosebumps-esque TV show of the same name. King only wrote the middle story in this one, while the other 2 in the wraparound are written by other people. The first story follows Steve Motherfucking Buscemi as he plays a nerd who gets a crate with a mummy inside of it. After finding that his friend was involved in getting his scholarship cheated away from him due to some meaningless bullshit, Steve uses a scroll he found in the mummy's body to control it and go on a killing spree. While I didn't give a single fuck about any character in this one, I thought that the means the mummy killed were pretty gruesome and the effects held up. This is the weakest of the stories personally, but it's still pretty good. The second story, penned by King, is about a hitman hired to come to this giant house by an old man. He learns that his target is this random cat, who the old man claims killed every other occupant of the house, and is extremely smart and resistant to harm. This leads to the hitman's suave attitude breaking down as the cat bests him again and again, ending with f***ing cat vor as the cat climbs down his throat to kill him. This was completely ridiculous, and I loved it. I also like how stylized the color got for the flashback sequences, and much of the shot composition for it. No surprise this was a George Romero piece. The final story is somehow even more ridiculous. It involves this bozo who sees his friend get mangled to death by a badass looking gargoyle, who then sets its sights on him. The gargoyle says it will leave him alone if he promises never to tell a soul about what he saw, and our dumbass protagonist agrees. He runs into a random lady who he aggressively pins against the wall in an effort to protect her, and the two end up falling in love because why not? After 10 years, the two have children and are living together happily.
Preston and I are celebrating the 10th anniversary of the night we first met.
You mean when you thought he was gonna push you up against the wall and rape you?
What the f did she just say? Anyways, he decides to tell his wife about the gargoyle, to which she snaps, morphing into the creature as their children do as well. The effects are so insane I literally cannot wrap my head around it. Anyway, she kills them and takes her children back up to the tower where she came from. Lastly, the wraparound story was somehow my favorite part. It's about this lady who has a child held captive in a jail cell, planning to cook him for a meal. Little Timmy here, yes that is his actual name, tries reading her short scary stories to stall her, eventually able to escape and send her into the oven instead. This collection is so bizarre but it has fantastic effects and a great sense of humor. Another epic anthology movie. Oh, holy fuck, it's finally time. I'm just gonna start out by saying that this movie is objectively not very good. The characters are blander than unsalted pretzels, the acting is f***ing laughable, and the storyline is completely nonsensical and ridiculous. And I fucking love it. This story follows a man named John who comes to a town in Maine for work. He gets a job at a failing textile factory that's infested with rats, just trying to do his job as the workers around him start getting killed violently. Something that I love about this movie is the momentum. Many so bad they're good movies have an issue with keeping your attention. The ironic enjoyment can only carry you so far, but with this one, I was genuinely locked on the screen at all times, not out of concern for the characters, but out of genuine shock at how completely stupid the plot was. The way that the music will turn scary and eerie when there's just shots of completely normal looking rats just minding their own business is hilarious. Or how about the scene where this lady just gets herself killed in this scary factory by just tripping and falling down the stairs on her own heels? Or maybe the fact that Brad Dourif gives a speech about how he loves killing rats while tears flow from his eyes like he's expecting an Oscar for this. Or lest I forget the method these idiots use to try to kill the rats. I genuinely laughed so hard at this movie that my stomach started hurting.
Rats.
And I have to say it, guys, this might actually be my favorite so bad it's good movie that I have ever seen. Sorry, The Room, you've been demoted by this random-ass Stephen King movie from the 90s. Incredible. Absolute cinema. If I'm going the non-ironic praise route, the special effects of the giant creature that's responsible for the killing is genuinely extremely impressive. This thing's given the Jaws treatment, being hidden in the shadows until the final act. And it's worth it. I miss practical monsters, man. No more CGI or underwhelming disappointments. Make it real and physical, and your movie automatically becomes so much better. Lastly, in the end credits, there's an original song that plays that's actually kind of a banger, but I use the term song very loosely. It's really just a few simple instrumental beats playing an ambiance track while random voice clips from the movie play to the beat. I actually listened to it on loop while writing this script. I cannot tell if it's genuinely good or just ridiculously bad. I can't play it for y'all here, so you're gonna have to watch the movie to see it for yourself, which, you know, I cannot recommend enough. Just popping in here to let you know that I have read The Graveyard Shift. It was part of the Night Shift book that I read pieces of, so it's got a few similarities and quite a bit different. In reality, there's like no story actually in the short. It essentially is the main character from the film where he finds a tunnel in the basement of the place he works, and he encourages his boss to go in there, where they find rats that get larger and larger and larger until eventually they come across the queen or king rat who's absolutely humongous. The main character tricks his boss into being killed by it, and then the main character just runs away. Pretty much every character that is named makes a cameo in the film, so that's kind of cool, although the female character in the film is not in the short story at all, so I don't know. It was kind of goofy. It's really, really short, no story, but I don't care. It's still fun. I feel like everyone's parents saw this and it completely traumatized them. It is a 2-part miniseries that I've seen before, and I have to say, I gave this a very low score on my first time due to it being 3 hours and really boring to me. However, on my second watch through, this holds up better than I remember. Told in 2 timelines cutting back and forth with each other, this details a group of old friends who return to their hometown to make good on a promise that they made to each other in their youths, to destroy the evil supernatural clown that feeds on the children of the town. Did I mention that Stephen King was on coke when he wrote this? So half the story is them as kids fighting back against the clown that shapeshifts into their worst fears, while also having to deal with the greaser bullies and their own terrible home lives. The other half is the adults trying to remember their childhood since it got all fuzzy since they've been away for so long, and trying to figure out exactly how to end the clown once and for all. This one follows the structure of the book almost exactly, where we keep cutting to the childhood story as each adult character is introduced, digging up old memories as they remember them too. While everyone remembers Tim Curry's iconic depiction of the character of Pennywise, I have to say, this is a halfway good portrayal and half shit. One thing I really like about Tim Curry Pennywise is that he does really look like he could successfully lure little Georgie into the sewer. He can give off a playful, friendly vibe. Where he loses me is that he's just not scary in the slightest. Given that it had to air on TV, the gore from the original book needed to be toned down. Pennywise's scariest moments are probably when he just suddenly grows fangs, or when he plays subtle, like showing a grave for all the characters except one's already covered up, showing that one of them has passed. But when he sits there in the library blaring noisemakers or just making whatever sound this is, it's just not scary, and you're supposed to only feel fear around him. That's like his whole thing. While the story with the characters as kids is more interesting to me, the characters themselves don't really shine until they're their adult selves. I really buy these as long-lost friends. The chemistry between these actors is so damn good, and I think it's a severely underrated thing about this miniseries. These friends are the glue that holds this ridiculous story together. Where it loses me is the ending. All three versions of It, being the book, the miniseries, the modern version, all have one thing in common. The endings suck, despite all being completely different. I was so let down by the ending that it did hurt the rating in the long run. As well as changing the book story to no longer have the canonically queer characters, that's a yikes for me, dog.
Eddie, what are you saying? You're a virgin?
Yeah.
Well, I can't help you with that, pal, but thanks for sharing.
Let him talk.
I could never sleep with somebody that I didn't love. And I've never really loved anyone. Except you guys.
There were two things I knew about this movie going in. One, the hobbling scene. Who the f doesn't know that one?
Break me off a piece of that, Kit Kat bar.
And second, the fact that Kathy Bates apparently gave a career-defining performance that earned her an Academy Award. And I think that second thing is somehow an understatement. Jesus Christ, was this an intense powerhouse of cinema. Following the story of a writer named Paul after he gets in a car accident, he's rescued by a fan of his named Annie, who offers to take care of him. After she reads his new book and f***ing hates how it ended, she holds him captive so he can write a follow-up novel, showing the two sides of her personality as Paul tries his best to find a way to escape. This movie is so tense. I was watching with a friend who nearly chewed their nails off during some particularly adrenaline-pumping scenes. Seeing Annie go from sweet and overly friendly to crazy and psychotic in the blink of an eye is genuinely terrifying. Oh, Kathy Bates, the woman that you are. And in the world we live in right now where celebrities are actually being attacked by fans so often, this movie really highlights that toxic side of being famous. I also like how it focuses on the difference between writing for your fans versus for writing for yourself. Both have pros and cons, but the risks of each can cause dramatic outcomes. As a writer myself, seeing Paul forced to burn a copy of a story he was so passionate about just because Annie didn't like it genuinely broke me. Paul wasn't a super deep or complex character, but you're nonetheless attached to him as you feel trapped right with him in his broken legs as this crazed fan tries to force her love on him. It's so scary. And something I hardly ever see anyone bring up, the B-plot of the sheriff and his wife trying to solve the case is actually really interesting too. These two are so in love with each other and have some pretty fun banter. Even though we obviously know where Paul was the whole time, I didn't get bored or anything when the story panned back to the sheriff plotline. It's not always the case, but I find that a lot of King's best work come from realistic concepts with no supernatural elements. Whether it be a horror film or not, his more grounded stories usually hit stronger for audiences and hold up better over the years. And this one is the prime example. Holy f***, was this a wild ride that I loved. Random 90s bullshit TV movies, you are truly a lost art. Based on a short story, this one follows this teacher named Jim as he moves back to his hometown. He's got some trauma there since when he was a kid, he and his brother Wayne were accosted by some bullies in a tunnel. Things escalated when his brother got stabbed and the bullies were trapped in their car due to some missing keys and ended up getting run over by the train, leaving only Jim and one of the random bullies as survivors. 27 years later, Jim is back, but things start to get a little spooky when his students begin to go missing and are replaced by the bullies from his childhood, obviously planning something sinister. The thing is, this one's hard to judge because it has a lot of good things and a lot of bad. To start off with the good, I think this one works great as a metaphor for PTSD and has some fantastic psychological horror elements. The way the fear creeps in slowly as more and more things start to go wrong for Jim is genuinely creepy. I liked how his VHS he was watching slowly morphed into good memories of him and his brother, only to turn into a nightmare where the sounds of Wayne's last words are on repeat forever. The flashback sequences are also great, having fun with the camera shots to make it clear we are transported back in time, all while adult Jim is walking around to explore his old life. Little things like that is what makes this movie really good overall. But the bad comes in with the overall story. See, there is an explanation as to why these bullies are coming back, but it's extremely flimsy. It has something to do with unfinished business, obviously. When it comes right down to what they want, it's very dumb. You aren't able to guess the ending, I suppose, but not because it's a mystery you want to solve. You're just standing there like, okay, what's all this amounting to? I know a lot of Stephen King haters and fans alike agree that he's got great concepts, but sometimes lacks in the story's ending. And yeah, that's a pretty good example of that. Not that the ending is hot garbage, just that the overall point of the story seems to be missing from an explanation standpoint. A lot of good, a pretty big bad thing, makes this an average kind of movie. Sue me. Boy,
High, our first limited series. This is an original screenplay as well, so it's not based on a book or anything. This also has a very confusing runtime listed. Basically, this was meant to be a multi-season story, but it did pretty poorly when it first aired, so despite Stephen King begging the station to let him have another 4 hours to finish his tale, they reshot the final episode's ending to make it more conclusive and then walked away. While the original TV broadcast ran for about 6 hours total, the home release only clocked in at around 200 minutes, but my copy I found was 4 hours, so I don't know anymore. What's it about? Well, this super secret government testing facility ends up f***ing exploding after about 30 minutes of literally nothing happening plot-wise, and the local elderly janitor named Harlan gets hit with some of the experimental gabagoo. He's physically fine except for glowing some mediocre green on his eyes, and is released back to his wife. However, he begins to notice some changes about himself, such as his eyesight improving and his natural hair color returning. He's getting younger day by day, and the super secret government facility is now hell-bent on capturing him to bring him back for testing, even if it kills him. So this idea doesn't sound half bad.
It doesn't sound half good either, but it's something.
The issue with it is where they keep their priorities. From that summary, you'd expect the old man to be the main character, right? Well, he's not. It's actually these bozos who are with the government facility trying to hunt him down, and these assholes who are with another company who are working with the first company, and these dumb fucks who want to help him out, and these... Harlan doesn't even physically de-age that much in the story. He's around 70 at the start, and in the last 20 minutes, his wife clocks in that he looks around 60 or so. Wow, so riveting. And the whole government hunting him down while he's on the run plot only exists in the last hour or so of this 4-hour series. Good God, I cannot imagine what the 6-hour cut must have been like. The acting is poor, the effects are laughable, and the story is a cure for your raging insomnia. Genuinely, the only thing that this series had going for it was the actually really cute romance between Harlan and his wife. Very rarely do you see an elderly couple in media truly love each other and treat each other with such respect and admiration, but these two absolutely have it. This is practically Gomez and Morticia Addams level of devotion in their older years. That's literally all. I hated everything else in this series, and I desperately need to go for a walk or something to make up for the 4 hours of my life that I am never getting back. Dear God, here we go. The first of many sequels to the beloved and critically acclaimed film that won the hearts of millions around the globe, Children of the Corn 2 picks up right where the last one left off, but with exactly 0 of the characters from the original. Basically, after 3 years, the neighboring towns realize that all the adults have been murdered next door, and the kids are taken in by the Randys there, despite none of them seeming very happy about it. Meanwhile, this Sean Astin-looking motherfucker takes his son to the town as he looks for work, and the two stories inevitably collide. Now, here's the thing. I didn't hate this movie, but it's objectively complete dog shit, and it doesn't have an ironic enjoyment factor either. I think what made me not despise this one's existence is that it's mercifully short and I can't really call it boring at any point, but I never once found myself actually enjoying it. Since the best character in fiction, Isaac, got crucified in the last movie, our new antagonist is this kid named Micah, who tries to give a very similar performance to Isaac. However, it just doesn't come close to his predecessor.
Will you be a soldier for he who walks behind the rows?
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Micah is pretty forgettable. His only notable feature is these solid black eyes after he gets possessed by whatever the hell the corn is on. The corn is much more of a central threat in this one compared to the first. It's actually the one who does the killing a few times, and while it's made clear that there's some sort of force within it, the story barely touches on it and instead makes the actual stalks of corn the real threat. Yes, the actual corn does kill people in this movie. What the hell? The original story deals with themes of religious corruption, twisting the Bible to fit one's own rhetoric, and showing how manipulated young children's minds can be by things like religion. It doesn't do it very well, but it's the thought that counts. This one instead is about being a slasher movie, and I fear that's the road this franchise is headed to. It's a halfway decent slasher if that's all it had to offer, with some over-the-top and creative kills and pretty good gore for the small budget. But factoring in the lame characters and the absolute nonsense that isn't even ironically enjoyable, yeah, this isn't making it very high on the list. Gee, I can't wait for the sequel. And the next one. And the next one. And the next— Jesus Christ, help.
What is all this shit about the corn?
There's always a point in the marathon where I start to regret my choices. This was that movie.
Address me.
Okay, so I might need to address the elephant in the room. This film was released as Stephen King's The Lawnmower Man, based on the short story of the same name. However, upon seeing it, King sued the production company to have his name removed, since it had little to do with the original story, and they were essentially just slapping his name on there for no reason. According to Wikipedia, the original story had to do with a sentient lawnmower that killed people, being puppeteered by the Greek satyr god Pan. This movie has to do with virtual reality headsets and unlocking more brain power via these cyberspace technological enhancements and the god complex it can lead to. So it's basically the same thing. Pierce Brosnan over here works at some super secret government facility testing VR headsets and how it can improve brain power. He ropes in this mentally deficient man named Job to run some tests, finding that Job's intelligence begins to skyrocket, as well as his confidence. He eventually becomes too strong, able to move things with his mind and read people's thoughts, and is now hellbent on creating the perfect utopia in cyberspace, and bringing the rest of humanity in there too. What does this have to do with lawnmowers? Well, I'm glad you asked. Job is the one who cuts the grass in town, and in one specific scene he controls the machine with his mind to kill a dude. That's it. Good night, everybody. So let me get something clear. This movie is impossible to pay attention to. I watched it with a group of friends and we were trying so hard. But we ended up just talking about Pierce Brosnan's weird chest hair for like 20 minutes, and then something about the world's worst CGI, and then how this dude kind of looks like everyone's middle-aged mom's biggest crush. It's nearly 2.5 hours of characters who never seem consistent, boring as hell conversations, and distractingly terrible effects that take you right out of the story. Not to mention the over-the-top, uncomfortable scenes that literally result in a girl basically getting lobotomized. Yeah, that happens in this movie. My God, what do you mean this dog shit got a sequel? If there's one thing I can take from this movie, it's that I cannot blame Stephen King for this one. Your hands are clean, pal. Well, we meet again. So I've already made a longer video on this movie for my Halloween Scare-a-thon last year, and you're welcome to check it out in the link in the description if you want a more in-depth look at the plot. I'll try not to retread things here, but it will be inevitable. This is an original Stephen King screenplay, so no book it's based on. King shat out this abomination and then attempted to defend himself through his cameo in the movie.
I ain't taking the rap on this. It's not my fault.
This story is about mythical creatures called Sleepwalkers, who feed on the life force of virgin women and have cat-like features. Mother and son Mary and Charles Brady are some of the last of their kind, and Charles plans to feed on the life force of his classmate Tanya so he and his mother can eat. As I mentioned before in my previous video, this movie is straight trash, but nearly misses that mark of being a so bad it's good movie. The chaos of the second half really cannot be matched. Once Charles' mask slips off and he goes full cartoon villain, it's great. And don't even get me started on the methods his mom used to kill those who try to stop her. This is one of the weirdest things I've ever witnessed in my life, and it never dials things back. It just goes balls to the walls and keeps the energy so high. However, that's the second half of the movie. Despite the beginning having a few scenes here and there that are just as insane,
Boy, get the bad guy! Get the bad guy!
most of it is too slow and with poorly acted characters just bumming around while you're waiting for the good stuff to start. And then there's that. Mary and Charles are mother and son, yes, but they're also in an incestuous relationship. While commenters on my previous video tried to defend this choice, saying that cats in real life do this and they are intentionally evil characters, it's important to remember how the film paints this. The film doesn't call out their behavior as bad, and instead lingers the camera uncomfortably on this kind of stuff to the point that it feels intentional, much like it was any old romance. Not to mention that Charles is meant to be a minor. If the movie made Mary less of a goofy killer in the second half and instead had Charles realize how terrible she was to him, maybe this could have worked as a tragic story of a young man being taken advantage of by his mom. But as it stands, it's just f***ing gross. Has some fun stuff, but you do have to sit through all that nastiness to get to the real Stephen King cheese. A sequel that literally no one asked for. But this one breaks a pretty big stereotype about these. It's actually way better than the first. After losing his mother in a tragic accident, Jeff and his dad moved to his mom's hometown to start fresh. This being the same town from the first film, complete with the fate of the first family being something of a local legend. Jeff meets this kid named Drew who shows him the power of the pet cemetery once his dog is killed by his stepdad. Things start to ramp up once the newly brought to life dog kills the stepfather, and the kids have to cover their tracks by burying him in the cemetery as well, leading to dire consequences. This movie fixes almost all of my problems from the first. For starters, it takes the genuinely really good concept and actually utilizes it for more time than the original. The stepdad is brought back before the halfway mark compared to the last 20 minutes for the toddler. And speaking of that, these revived creatures are so much more intimidating than the original. A giant dog is for sure scarier than a little cat, and this dog has so many moments to shine. Not to mention that the abusive stepfather, who also happens to be a cop, is a much bigger threat than an annoying toddler. This movie also tackles the topic of grief much better. Jeff is truly a misguided kid who let the loss of his mother consume consume him into making terrible choices. Him being a kid also justifies a lot of the mistakes made compared to the adults in the first who are just plain stupid. It's still pretty corny at the end of the day, but I think it works to the movie's advantage. We have the amazing Clancy Brown as the stepfather, and his great physical acting and line delivery makes this antagonist both hilarious and genuinely intimidating. The kills are also so much more graphic, and the ending of this one does not hold back. I'm not saying this is a hidden masterpiece or anything, it's still not a fantastic film. The dialogue can feel pretty meh sometimes, and while I do like the arc that Jeff has, his heel turn at the end is pretty sudden, especially since those living he cares about are still being killed and the kid does not bat an eye. The logistics of the cemetery are also a little muddled, since some come back only acting violent to everyone, including those that brought them back, but others act like servants to those who revived them, even if they were responsible for their death. Not perfect, but compared to the original, which was already pretty okay, it is a massive improvement. Stephen King sure does love his self-inserts, doesn't he? The Dark Half follows famous writer Thad, who uses the pen name of George Stark to write more unconventional stories in secret. When his identity is threatened, he decides to retire his other persona, only to have mysterious murders begin with his own fingerprints left at the scene. There's a lot I liked in this movie. For one, it was super compelling to see Thad have to go through so many stressful stages to solve the mystery and maintain his innocence. The gore here went super hard, and the makeup and practical effects of it all deserve a lot of credit. It was also funny as hell to see Aunt Gladys as the scared housewife in this. Thad is clearly a self-insert for King, especially with the whole pen name thing. I do like seeing those kinds of characters in his stories though, as it feels like getting a personal perspective on these wacky-ass scenarios. And Thad's a great protagonist. For one, being intelligent and not a complete fucking idiot, he's able to figure out what's going on pretty quickly, only hindered by the dumbass police force that never knows how to do their job. Insert current topical joke here. There is one pretty big flaw in this one, but none of that is the movie's fault. See, I was able to guess the big twist from the opening scene, mostly because there's another movie that came out within the last few years that has practically the same reveal. And if you don't want this actually really great story spoiled for you, go ahead and skip the rest of the segment. I wish I could have gone into this one completely blind. You ready? Okay. In the opening scene, young Thad is troubled with terrible seizures, which is found to be caused by a parasitic twin in his brain. Yeah, if you've seen or heard of the film *Malignant* from 2022, you've gotten the story spoiled for you. While it isn't a one-to-one story, as there's still plenty of differences, I was able to easily tell that the antagonist was a manifestation of the parasitic twin before the antagonist was even in the story. I knew exactly how this would play out, and that's for sure a shame because it's not the movie's fault.
What's going on?
Murder.
Nope.
There's still big differences, of course, mainly that the twin wasn't physically attached to Thad like it was in *Malignant*, as well as the obnoxious amount of bird imagery. It really did destroy my interest in the mystery, however. If you go in blind, this one's gonna give you a great time. And if you've seen *Malignant*, the twist will be revealed way ahead, but there's still plenty to enjoy. The miniseries is back. I wish it wasn't. I was openly warned about Tommyknockers going in, but I tend to like a lot of the unconventional things ironically, so I wasn't afraid. Boy, I really should have been. Taking on a more ensemble story, this tells the tale of a small town in Maine, where else, where a mysterious glowing metallic thing is unearthed and starts to corrupt the minds of the locals. It makes the Randys here extremely intelligent, inventing gadgets and gizmos and giving some supernatural powers. As time goes on, the victims start to feel way too attached to this new power, clearly being some kind of addiction metaphor with how they require it. This leaves only a few unaffected by it to find a way to stop the unknown force. This miniseries is about 3 hours long, and while the first half is pretty bland, the second half is so horrendously bad that I ended up having to watch it on 2x speed because I lost my will to live. Fun fact, I got extremely sick after watching part 1 of this, having to go to urgent care and dealing with possibly the worst sore throat of my entire life. I took an entire week off of work fighting with it, but I might have preferred the sickness than having to watch the second half of this shit. The effects are terrible, it goes way too slow for having so little to offer, and none of the characters offer anything besides a cliche. And the payoff is somehow worse than the stupid-ass Children of the Corn ending. You know those aliens on the poster? They get, maybe 2 minutes of screen time, and they mostly just look like someone got stuck in the most restrictive costume known to man and had to flail around like an idiot because they couldn't see anything through the eye holes. The most entertaining thing about this miniseries is that some of the characters need to travel to the next town over for the hospital, and that town happens to be called Derry. Which will it be, kids? Want to deal with the green aliens or the clown alien? Once the climax was in full effect, I had completely zoned out and ended up watching Lazy Town songs on my phone while it was going on my computer at 2x speed.
Listen, if I have to watch over 100 of these things, I'm allowed to tap out if it gets too miserable. I did kind of find it funny that one dude's wife used her new power to invent a machine that would essentially do all our writing for her, resulting in it being soulless and complete dog shit. Hey, they made a ChatGPT joke in 1993. Needful Things is such a bizarre film for me for a multitude of reasons. It has this weird vibe of genuinely being an absolute banger of a dark comedy, while at the same time being over-the-top exploitative, and it kind of pisses me off.
Robert. It's pissing me off.
There's also the fact that my mother once owned an antique store that she seriously debated calling it Needful Things after this movie. We live in the Bible Belt, so I'm really happy she didn't go with that. This is the story of this absolute chat of an old man who opens an antique store in a small town. There seems to be a special item in there for each of the residents. Something like a replica of a figure they had lost, a signed baseball card from their favorite player, or even an amulet that stops arthritic pain. The chat shopkeeper doesn't ask for money for these items, but instead asks the townsfolk to play random pranks on each other. However, if one takes a step back, they can see that the shopkeeper is managing to turn everyone in town against each other and ramp up the paranoia in the townsfolk. Like I said, this is kind of a banger dark comedy for the first half. It's a little goofy with a twisted side. You know things are getting worse and worse, but the sick sense of humor it has really makes it all okay. Scenes like where a woman was violently murdered after paranoia getting the best of her, and then the two priests in town, one Baptist and one Catholic, pray over her body while trying to be louder than the other. Shit like that is genuinely kind of funny. But then you have the shopkeeper telling a man to kill a lady's dog, which I hate, but I get it for plot reasons. Instead of just like, I don't know, shooting it or snapping its neck, the dog is then skinned alive and left hanging for his owner to find, and for the audience to see. What the fuck? It gets too dark too fast for the tone that was set up in the first half to me. And while I like the idea of a supernatural entity coming in just to f with members of the town, you have to pick a tone. Is it goofy with a dark side, or is it true horror? The two clashing sides make me leave the film feeling muddled. I do really like how ambiguous and kind of open-ended the finale is. If I have to give this film one thing, it's that it stays simple. While the tone is a mess, the concept itself never gets too bizarre, leading to a quiet yet also explosive climax that stays true to the small story it wants to tell. Listen, I've got so much to say about this miniseries, so I'm just gonna jump right into it. This is a 4-part series with a runtime of 6 hours, and it's unique in the fact that it's the most well-liked of the bunch. It tells the story of a plague of flu that wipes out almost all of humanity in only a few weeks, leaving a small group of survivors to find out how to rebuild society. Half of the survivors have dreams of an old woman and travel to see her, while the rest are picked up by a crazy man with dark powers and set up shop in Las Vegas. As a whole, it is bordering on fantastic. I've got a lot of mixed thoughts on it, as my opinion changed dramatically as the series went on. The first episode dealing with the outbreak was an easy S tier, but the final two really got me confused and kind of pissed off, but I can't say I was ever bored, which is a lot to say for a 6-hour series. Coming from Stephen King, you'd be surprised to find that this story takes a very religious angle and doesn't treat it like the devil. In fact, the villain of the story is a servant of hell with a very demon-esque design. I mean, normally he looks like Billy from Stranger Things and Chandler from Friends had a love child. And the old woman who's on the side of good will constantly quote Bible verses and ask the Lord for help. Many of the characters do completely batshit things, knowing that the Lord will save them if he so chooses. Not saying it's bad by any means, just interesting that a writer like King would choose to have a story like this when he's well known for having religious characters usually be the evil ones. As for the characters, we have a weird mix. Some people end up being really important later, but their introductions are so quick that I have no idea who the hell they are once the plot gets rolling. Others are given a shit ton of setup only to not be important in the slightest. Well, yes, I knew most of their names by the end. The 4 characters that are set up in the first episode got randomly assigned nicknames by me. We have Lieutenant Dan, Girly Pop, Rockstar Asshole, and Deaf Boy, who has the world's fattest ass. No matter what this man is in, I'm always going to call him Lieutenant Dan. I'm not going to call him by his character's name because I forgot it, and I'm not going to call him by the actor's name because who the hell would be named Gary? Couldn't be me. Imagine being named Gary. The pacing here can get pretty shit, especially at the start of the 3rd episode. Main characters become couples off screen, people die with only a sentence to acknowledge that, and don't get me started on how women are so terribly portrayed in this series. Every woman besides Granny Puckett over here are reduced down to being a sex object or a womb. I'm serious, if a woman shows up, she's either gonna try to seduce someone or will get pregnant off screen and that be her character for the rest of it. Overall, it's still really good. I love the community aspect, and I did get really invested in a handful of the characters to the point where I did start crying at a death about halfway through. The acting here is also incredible, and while it's a bit too long for me to watch again anytime soon, it's one I'm for sure gonna remember out of the sea of mediocre King adaptations. Can't wait for the other remakes of this. Oh wait, yes I can. So, during the duration of this film, I cried twice, chewed my fingernails from anxiety so much that they physically hurt, and then proceeded to lie in a depressed lump on my couch for approximately 30 minutes.
Safe to say this movie got to me. I feel like this is another that doesn't need much of an introduction, but I'm gonna give it one anyways. Following the story of a man named Andy who was accused of killing his wife and her lover, he gets sent to Shawshank prison for 2 consecutive life sentences. The story details the next 19 years of his life, where he makes allies, enemies, and keeps hope in his heart that one day he can find a way to be free again. Okay, now where do I start with the praises? How about the acting? Yeah, it's a good place to start. No surprise that awards aplenty were given out for this one. The sheer range of emotions from all these characters is done so well, and I feel everything. Cinematography, incredible. The shots are truly breathtaking, sucking you right into every scene with unseen grasp. The music, I am on the floor weeping at the instrumental scores. The story, easily the best part. Twisted from a tragic and terrifying tale to a hopeful and beautiful one. Despite being wrecked emotionally, I was grinning from ear to ear in the last 15 or so minutes of this one from pure satisfaction. This easily goes into my top 10 favorite film endings of all time. I thankfully went into this one completely unspoiled for the marathon, so I was blown away by the reveals and the outcomes of our main characters. While I've obviously seen more films that got me tense for longer, I think this movie gets an achievement for being the quickest to get me terrified for a non-horror watch. Simply a character we only met 10 minutes ago walking outside to meet up with somebody got me howling in pure fear, shoving my desk away and burying my face in my hands out of complete paranoia. I've been sitting here staring at the Word document that I used to write these scripts for a good 10 minutes now, unsure of how to articulate just how much this movie moved me. Hope really is the strength of this one, since no matter how dire things seem to get for Andy, he refuses to give in. God, that hits me so damn hard. I could talk about this movie for hours. Stephen King has said before that this, along with Stand By Me, are his favorite film adaptations of his works. Hallelujah, sir. We'll be hard-pressed to find anything better at this point. Jesus Christ, how do you have the range to go from one of the greatest cinematic masterpieces of all time to one of the dumbest things ever put to screen? This low-budget bullshit of the week is about a laundry place where this 30-year-old woman pretending to be 15 cuts her hand on one of the machines. Naturally, since she's a virgin, the machine gets possessed by the devil and begins to eat up the workers that get too close, mangling their bodies beyond recognition as it grows stronger from the sacrifices. This movie made me lose my will to live. I can sit here and tell you how much I love So Bad They're Good movies, how much I enjoy laughing at stories' incompetence. Well, there's only so much I can take. Despite being completely ludicrous in all aspects, from the police officers believing the machine is possessed with almost no convincing, to Freddy Krueger over here dressed like a Batman villain, this also has the horrific side effect of being boring. When our main character was being attacked by the evil possessed laundry machine, Christ, just saying that out loud is killing me. When our main character was being attacked by the evil possessed laundry machine, my honest reaction was to just stare blankly into my monitor with complete apathy. I did not give a single shit about anyone in this movie. Not even the ridiculous gore got any kind of emotion out of me. So, as it turns out, the love child between Two-Face and a penguin over here owns the possessed laundry machine and is hoping to sacrifice his young niece to it for some fucking reason. I don't know. Do you really care? Be honest with me. Does my review for the Mangler 1995 really affect you all that much? Will your life be changed by my in-depth analysis about a movie with a possessed laundry machine? No? Then I'm not gonna give a fuck. This movie quite literally put me to sleep. I just gotten out of work and I sit down at 6 p.m. to watch this garbage, and by the time it's over, it's barely 8 p.m. I felt so worn out and dead inside that I just flopped my ass down on my bed and ended up falling asleep, and I didn't wake up until 10 a.m. the next day. This movie made me comatose, and I'm so happy that I never have to think about it again.
What do you mean this dog shit got a sequel?
Welcome back, Kathy Bates. I missed you so fucking much. A very different type of Stephen King story. This is the tale of a woman named Selena traveling back to her hometown after she finds that her mother, Dolores, is suspected for murder. This isn't the first time it's occurred, as years ago she was accused of killing her husband, whose death was ruled accidental. Selena thinks very little of her mother, and isn't too interested in finding the truth. That is until memories of her past begin to come back, and Dolores helps her fill in the gaps. While this one didn't get me to cry, I was nonetheless an emotional mess throughout. The fact that Kathy Bates gives such a different performance from Misery is astounding, and her portrayal here is incredible. I would burn down the entire universe for Dolores, and I'd do it happily. This does have the standard King cliche of having a drunk and abusive parent, but this one to me is so much more haunting because it feels realistic. I think a lot of abusive parents get overplayed in media, but this one shows two sides. How one can seem pleasant on the outside, but slowly reveals itself to be so much more sinister. I love Dolores as a character. I think I've made that obvious. Despite seemingly everything always going wrong for her in her life, she stays strong for her daughter and doesn't let things put her down. The sheriff, who has made it his mission to get her sent away for whatever he can, isn't able to break her. She simply stays true to herself and holds her head high. While Selena could be incredibly frustrating for how much she resists her mother's clear kindness, once the final act comes into play, it becomes a lot more understandable. This isn't classified as horror, but it feels more like a slow burn horror-esque. The threat is not fantastical. Instead, it's of this world, which to me makes it so much scarier than any shape-shifting clown or haunted hotel ever could be. While Dolores can appear to have a sharp tongue and a short temper, her true strength lies in her kindness and empathy, as well as willingly throwing her life away to protect her daughter. I have latched to this woman so much after watching this movie that I've made it my mission in life to find Kathy Bates and give her a hug. Is that weird? I don't care. Christ, I need a nap. Quite a bit about this one going in, that it has horrific over-the-top acting, clunky pacing, and some of the worst CGI you will ever see in your life. And yeah, that's all very true, but I still kind of liked it. Telling an honestly really captivating mystery story, this tells the tale of a plane full of passengers that all mysteriously disappear, except for the 10 on board who happen to be sleeping. When one of the passengers, who just so happens to be a pilot, takes control of the flight and radios for ground control, he gets no answer. They land in Maine because of course they do, and there's no one around. The sounds of the environment are muffled. Matches don't light, the food is inedible, and all the clocks have stopped. The little blind girl hears something on the horizon though, making a terrible sound and very slowly getting closer and closer. This is super interesting, or at least it would be if I didn't have the story spoiled for me years ago from some people talking about the infamous third act. Putting that aside for a second, my backrooms loving ass adored the setting of this. I think that stories in abandoned places give it such a creepy atmosphere. The miniseries also uses the low budget to its advantage in this aspect, with the crunchy audio adding the effect of a place they shouldn't be. Now those are the good things. Now let's get to the bad. Buckle up, it's gonna be the rest of the segment. The overacting here is ridiculous. The business guy is determined to get to this meeting in Boston, and he lets us know by gluing the camera to his face and peaking the audio with every line of dialogue.
Why? Why was that done? Whistle stop Maine Airport! Scaring the little girl? What the hell do you know about time? Ask me about time! Ask me! Deliberately! I did it deliberately!
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up!
He acts like a goddamn cartoon character running around and screaming constantly. It started out as funny, but it ended up just being annoying. This thing may be great at setting up atmosphere, but it's so painfully slow at times that once again, I just can't help but wish this was a 2-hour movie instead of a 3-hour miniseries. The second act is especially so bloated, and it really gets brought down by the payoff. So that sound that the blind girl was hearing comes from the titular characters, the Langoliers, who eat the leftover pieces of time. Basically, the plane flew through a time rip and got stuck in the past, and now the Langoliers are here to clean up the mess, and oh my God, those are some of the worst effects I've ever seen. This is what we were building up to, folks. Seriously, just why have we come down to this? A good setup with a terrible payoff. What else is new? So I have also read The Langoliers, and it follows the miniseries really, really closely. Like, pretty much everything is just one for one. There's a couple little differences. For instance, a character is race swapped at one point. Trying to think of what else was different. There's actually an additional character who survives the initial everybody disappears incident, and it's honestly kind of a shame he's not in the miniseries. And the reason I say that is because it's hilarious. Essentially, like, everybody wakes up, it's like, oh my God, everybody's gone, where do they all go? And there's one dude who's just in the back of the plane and he's just sleeping, and he doesn't wake up until they get back out of the time rip. So it's just, this man just slept through all this chaos, and they just kind of leave him on the plane. They're like, yeah, we don't really need to disturb him, he's fine. I think that this story should have just stayed as a book, honestly, because I think the threat of the Langoliers works a lot better when they're indescribable. It's sort of like the H.P. Lovecraft stories, where he literally says that these creatures, you can't describe them, so why are we giving them visuals? You know what I mean? It's not fantastic, but it's actually a pretty good mystery story, and I wish I could have gone into it unspoiled, but I don't know. I was impressed by it. only 3 movies into this franchise and I'm already so sick of corn. Once again, following none of the characters from the original or the second film, this story instead centers around 2 of the children being adopted by the city folk. Since Isaac got crucified and Micah got run over by a combine harvester, our new supernatural corn-loving child antagonist is this dingus named Eli. He gets taken in along with an older kid named Josh by this couple who share the names of my aunt and uncle in Chicago. Eli finds a way to plant more corn and carry on his Lord's messages, while Josh starts to break free of the brainwashing and lead a more normal life. But Eli won't stand for this blasphemy. This is gonna sound really weird, but just hear me out, okay? I think that this movie does quite a lot better than the original. I'm not saying it's a better movie overall, but they're pretty much equal in my eyes. My problem with the first and second movie collectively was that the bland main characters took away from the only enjoyable parts of the story, which was the batshit kids. The first had the incredible Isaac, and while Micah from the second wasn't near as good, his campiness and creative methods of execution were the only mildly enjoyable things in that hunk of ass cinema. This movie gives me a little hope for the rest of the franchise, just a little though. For the first time, the kids are the main characters. Eli and Josh are co-leads. Eli's no Isaac, but he's much better than Micah. For one, he gives a little creepiness in his delivery, despite his acting somehow being worse, as well as the lore behind him. Jesus, Children of the Corn 3 has lore that changes the franchise. We finally get to see the one who walks behind the rose, and he looks like that. Great, cool, I love that. 10 out of 10. Wait, I was actually talking about the good things. This movie has the kids be the central focus, and finally we are free from f***ing Nebraska and are exploring a new setting. I like this contrast in the movie, with the 2 Amish boys and Eli dripped out in a Remick fit. But the best part of this is the gore and the kills. Once again, this is practically dropped the religious corruption story to be a glorified footnote, instead choosing to be a bloody slasher. And good lord, this was a great slasher. The kills here are genuinely gruesome. For a film of this tiny budget, they went all out in the carnage. Very rarely will a kill make me audibly shout, but I can name at least 3 deaths in this movie that got me like that. It's creative, on theme, and fits the story incredibly well. If this is how the franchise is heading, I think I might be okay. Maybe. Please. Can I count this? Does it really matter? The first already had so little to do with the story that I considered not even adding it to the list, but f it. Guess we're here, and I guess I have to commit because I hate myself enough. Okay, so 6 years after the first movie, we're now in the far-off, distant future for some reason. Don't worry about it. And Job has been retrieved from cyberspace and has been recast because no one cares. He's now played by this bald guy who reminds me of Shane from the Upside Down show for some reason, and this is so irrelevant to the point that this video is actually trying to make. Anyways, I think one of these kids is from the first movie, recast because of course, and he's now a computer hacker who's trying to stop Job from creating his utopia in cyberspace, along with one of the doctors or something who helped revive him, I think. I barely paid attention to this one for real. I mostly just read the Wikipedia article for recap because my brain couldn't squeeze out a single f if it tried. So basically Job doesn't like that somebody's trying to stop him, so he uses his epic cyberspace powers to derail a train and send it toward these kids, and so they escape and now they want to sneak into the super secret government facility to steal a triangle that's really important because movie, and then they do a whoops, it turns out it's fake, and now they have to stop the government facility from helping Job discover Egypt. I'm actually not kidding. They can't let Job figure out what Egypt is. I don't know what this means either. And then the doctor scientist dude decides to do something, I guess, and now Job is reverted back to his old self before the cyberspace shit. So now he's mentally deficient again, and they decide to take him in, and now he's a cool guy, I think. Yay, yippee. Yippee! Is it bad if I admit that this isn't the worst one so far, despite this recap? It's only 90 minutes, and while the effects are complete and utter shit, the acting is equivalent to porno quality, and the story would be better written by a drunk first grader. Sometimes the visuals are mildly creative. Mildly. Don't get your hopes up. I don't care anymore. Any derived work, I'm at full liberty. Do not give a shit and just fart my way through this segment. Just try and stop me. Whatever. Next f***ing piece of anus juice movie. Ugh. Did anyone ask for this? Literally anyone? Also, side note, for some reason the website that I use to watch these movies has this one listed as the first one. Back when I watched that one, I ended up watching 20 minutes of this movie before I realized the mistake. So this dude who looks like a stock image of someone's dad had a traumatic event in his childhood, where he witnessed these greaser bullies trying to sacrifice his sister to the devil so they could achieve eternal life. If I had a nickel. Basically, all the bullies died from a freak accident. 30 years later, he's back in town with his daughter because Wait, is that Hilary Swank? Anyways, he's here for some reason, and slowly the bullies from his childhood begin to return, obviously planning something sinister. This is basically the exact same setup from the original, but much less impactful. The first wasn't a masterpiece in any sense of the word, but its best attribute was the ability to portray grief really well. I bought the emotions of our original character, whereas here, the inciting incident is so bizarre and out there, and we have no time to get to know the sister before she passed that I just don't really give a shit. The first act is also bland as hell. Without the emotional hook of the first, it's just idiots dirt bopping around for no reason while you stare at the clock. I was dreading the remainder of this one for a while. Then, around Act 2, it starts to pick up. I need to preface that this is not a great movie. It's very much reminiscent of a cheesy, low-grade B flick that would be sold in the dollar bargain bin at your local Walmart, but dear God, it's entertaining. The villains in this actually have a motive this time, and their design, while goofy, is so much more interesting than the first. See, instead of just kind of turning into zombies sometimes in the first one, here they are demons from hell trying to finish their satanic ritual. Whenever they kill, they turn into their demonic forms, and in order to stop them from killing his daughter, the father has to counteract their ritual with one of his own. This is actually interesting and again, entertaining. And I have to say, there's no point in the original where I found myself looking at the screen like this, but hey, at least this film got a bigger reaction out of me than the first. Again, it's not better per se. I think it all comes down to what you're looking for. Are you preferring a movie with a better emotional hook and believable characters, or one that's batshit corny and entertains? Personally, I'm the latter type, but I'm ranking on quality, so take that with what you will. Guess it was my own fault for getting my hopes up in this franchise.
By the way, if the segment sounds any different, I did have like 2 cans of soda before recording, so don't worry about it, okay?
Back in motherfucking Nebraska, this lady temporarily moves back to take care of her mentally ill mother. For some reason, all the kids in the town suddenly get sick with terrible fevers, which all level out at exactly the same time. Now the kids are acting like completely different people, responding to old-timey names and acting more violent. People start to see visions of a boy wielding a scythe, clearly the culprit behind these events. I hated this fucking movie, mostly because it's just so nothing. This doesn't feel at all like a Children of the Corn movie. For one, corn is barely used as anything aside for just a backdrop. There's no talk of he who walks behind the rows. There's no corn crosses or bullshit about planting the crop or anything. I mean, it never really made sense in the first place, but at least it gave the story a sense of identity. This is purely a slasher with creepy kids. Funnily enough, this one does bring back the idea of religious corruption and how children are the most susceptible to it. But it's practically a footnote of a footnote. To make matters worse, our lead creepy child is barely a factor at all. After Isaac got crucified, Micah got run over, and Eli got vaporized, our new antagonist is the ghost kid named Josiah. We don't even learn this fucker's name until the last 20 minutes of the movie in an exposition dump. He's barely in the thing, and most of his moments are just fucking dream sequences. There's so many dream sequences in this thing that it's
maddening.
There's even a scene where the main character gets attacked by her sister, wakes up and realizes it was a dream, gets attacked again, and then wakes up again to realize that was a dream too. My God, what's the damn point? The actual goal of Josiah is to have the kids bleed into some kind of pool and possess the spirit of this random girl because she was given up for adoption or something, much like he was. What does this have to do with anything? How many kids have magic powers in this universe? What does this have to do with corn? The gore here isn't even up to snuff. There's like 3 kills that had any kind of visuals with it, and they're all so lame and low budget. I feel like I was watching some bullshit-free Tubi movie. Christ, this movie made me miss Micah. How do you do that? What a great concept that got to marinate in the Stephen King pit for too long. So this plus-size lawyer dude named Billy ends up getting freaky with his wife in the car one night and accidentally steamrolls a Romani woman.
Ryan, look out!
He gets off scot-free because his buddies provide fake information for him, but the Romani's chief curses him with the thinner curse. From there, he loses crazy amounts of weight despite him eating so much, slowly but surely starting to waste away to nothing. Again, this is a genuinely really creative premise, especially since later in the movie we learn that the judge and the officer assigned to his case were also cursed. One we never see the effects of, but the other has this really nasty makeup effect that is genuinely kind of haunting. The fat suit is okay, and the thin suit, I guess, looks really shit. I did not believe this for a second. Dude, wipe that concealer off your face right now. So here's the thing with this. Yes, it's hokey. Yes, the Romani stereotypes are pretty awful here. And yes, the makeup effects are mostly kind of ass. But I was really invested. I was surprised at how fast this one went, but it kept me engaged and interested in what would happen next. We had a really good 3-act structure, the stakes were raised the right amount, and things were going great. And then I realized I was only halfway through the movie. The second half of this movie deals with Billy getting his mafia friend to help him, and it just spirals from there. We have so many plot lines blending here that it just goes a little bananas. I think a film like this doesn't need mafia shootouts and kidnappings and cheating wife storylines, like, for real. There's quite a bit you could explore with this concept, but it just kind of drops all that halfway through and becomes a completely different movie. And don't even get me started on the final resolution for this movie. Would you believe me if I told you that Billy manages to break the curse by giving it to a pie? Well, that's pretty specific, and I'm showing you footage, so I mean, yeah, I imagine you'd believe me, but yeah, this movie ends with a cursed pie. What the fuck? An ingenious concept that gets thrown into bullshit territory. Great. Raise your hand if you never knew this existed. Okay, so this is the first film on the list that you can call a remake. Stephen King famously hated the classic Kubrick version of The Shining, so he decided that he would write the screenplay for his own version, turning it into a miniseries. This behemoth has a runtime of 4.5 hours, and Christ, do you feel it? Ever as before, this series shows Jack Torrance being tasked with being the caretaker of the Overlook Hotel for the winter off-season. Together with his wife Wendy and son Danny, the three begin to experience supernatural events as cabin fever sets in. I'll get the bad things out of the way first. This is so goddamn boring. I think Stephen King needs to realize that sometimes not every scene from your book needs to be in the film adaptation. You have to cut some of that fat out. Yes, it's a mini-series, but you really have to justify that runtime, and this does not. While I wouldn't call the original version scary, it's definitely haunting, eerie, off-putting, tense, suspenseful. With this, the biggest fear I got was my own cabin fever setting in after I spent 4.5 hours in this bland-ass location with these boring-ass characters. Very few scares actually happen. It's mostly just doors slowly closing, bad CGI topiaries wandering around, and then going back to normal 3 seconds later, or ghost boom mics that they forgot to edit out. It's really hard to articulate how this story drops the ball with how empty it feels. There's scenes that are just 20 minutes of characters having normal conversations that barely factor into the plot. Jack and Wendy are trying to discuss what doctor they should take Danny to, while the ghosts downstairs are throwing a goddamn party, but it never amounts to anything because no one's there to see it. Now, that is a huge detriment to the series. Like, huge. Because what the series gets right, it gets right. Jack is so much better in this. He doesn't feel like an alcoholic prick. He's actually complex, has a character arc, and his turn to evil psychopath is so much more believable. I think the concept of The Shining is better explained here as well, in addition to Danny's use of it to call Dick Halloran for help. And as much as I love the maze scene from the original, this ending scene at the hotel is better from a story perspective. If I wasn't bored out of my skull from the last 4 hours, I might have even gotten a little emotional. Jack breaks out of his possession and apologizes to Danny, and even sacrifices himself so his family can escape. I'm sorry, but that's a better ending to the story. If this was only 2 hours instead of 4 and didn't have to air on TV so it can go a lot harder with the spooks, and also give the central location a little more personality, this could honestly stand a little stronger next to Kubrick's version. As it is, it's just gonna have to be a whatever kind of movie, unfortunately. Stephen King's second attempt at vampires. Let's see how this goes. Now, I'm just gonna lay out the premise of this threat right now, and then I want you to take a second to really process it, okay? There is a vampire that flies a plane. Seconds over. What the fuck? Now, with something like that, why the hell are the characters acting like they're in the goddamn Godfather? You don't need to act this serious. Yes, this film is taken so seriously that it ruins all the fun you could have with this concept. Here we follow this bloke played by the racist guy from The Stand. He's a complete dickhead reporter, getting right in grooving people's faces to take photos and having no empathy for anyone. He's also a misogynistic twat waffle to his new coworker. Great, can't wait to follow him around for the rest of the movie. So, this is set up like a mystery, despite the poster kind of spoiling the shit out of it. A serial killer is going around in his plane in his black cloak that he bought from a party city, killing people and draining their blood. Mr. Asshole here wants this story for himself, and he spends the runtime trying to track down the vampiric threat. Now, for a majority of this, it's played way too straight for what it is. This could be some kind of dark comedy or even a satire, but no, they act like this is a genuine threat that you should fear, and it just doesn't work. It kind of makes it sad in a pathetic way that, along with having to deal with a terrible main character overall, this whole thing is just a slog. However, the last 15 minutes of this movie is an experience. We finally meet the vampire face to face. Well, actually, not yet. This scene is actually great. The main character is facing a mirror but can feel its presence behind him, and we the audience get an obscured vision. This is good. This is creepy. And when he chases the vampire outside the bathroom, we finally get the reveal of this amazing design, and then it turns into a fever dream. I actually played Michael Jackson's Thriller when the scene came on, and it fits way better than it should. This scene is played for spooks, yes, but it's also a little more lighthearted in that it seems to embrace the goofiness, and for fuck's sake, it works. This one even ends on a really good note, with our main character being blamed for the crimes and killed, and his coworker taking following his own advice and twisting the story despite knowing the truth. Again, this is great. What the hell happened to the rest of the movie? Now, before you start complaining about developing cataracts, have no fear, that's just how the movie looks. Yeah, so for some reason the only copy I could find of this movie anywhere was a YouTube upload in glorious 144p. Did this hinder my enjoyment of the movie? Oh, most definitely. But it was either this or skip it, and I'm seeing this challenge through the end, damn it. Okay, so my ears really perked up when I learned that this was an anthology movie. It's only got 2 stories, with the first being from Stephen King while the other is by Clive Barker. The wraparound is pretty bizarre, as it follows a central character, but the story pretty much concludes in between the first and second story. For the first tale, he picks up a bride on the side of the highway after her car breaks down, and tells her a story while she waits for her husband to come back. After the story, the husband gets hit by a car and fucking dies.
Ryan, look out!
And then we just cut to a new setting of a carnival? Our guy tells this random bozo a new story, and then that one ends with the bozo getting arrested. So I'm not really sure if this is considered a wraparound or not. And by the way, those 4 pixels do not deceive you. That is Christopher Lloyd playing our, I guess, main character, the titular Quicksilver. So now for the actual stories. The first one is the Stephen King story. It's about this dingus named Bill who has to drive through a sandstorm to get home for his kid's birthday party. He stops at a gas station and buys a broken toy of some chattering teeth, and then reluctantly picks up a hitchhiker. Turns out the hitchhiker's a dick and tries to rob him. One thing leads to another, and the car ends up wrecked and flipped over, Bill trapped in his seat. The hitchhiker goes to kill him, but gets attacked by the chattery teeth, which end up killing him and dragging him away. The effects are awful, and I'm sure if I could properly see them, then they'd look even worse. If I have to say anything positive, I guess the shitty quality did make the sandstorm more intense since it stole all my pixels. The second story is about this surgeon whose hands decide to gain their own sentience and start a revolution. Yes, that is just as dumb as it sounds. The way the hands talk to each other in pitch-shifted voices feels like a fucking Smiling Friends bit. On top of that, once the hand gets cut off, it starts going around the hospital looking like Thing from the Addams Family, encouraging other people's hands to do the same. I suppose that the visual of a dozen hands climbing up the tree like spiders is sort of eerie, but the subject matter is so stupid that it loses any kind of fear it would bring. Pretty mediocre and could have used a third story. I have been disappointed by a horror anthology. God damn it. I think I owe Maximum Overdrive an apology. This is a made-for-TV movie that's based on the same story, with all of
Oh my god! Give me the damn mic! Oh, there's a piece of bread in the sitting. You might want to get that checked out. Hello everybody, my name is Nat, and I'm coming to interrupt this review, because this is a boring-ass movie. Trucks, as the name implies, get possessed by cosmic ass shit, and it traps people in a gas station. Sadly, this time around, there is no original score by AC/DC like the original. There is no Green Goblin truck, and there is no over-the-top acting like it's straight out of an old Smosh video. It's just boring people being boring, being stuck inside a gas station. A very boring gas station, if I may add. At one point, a mailman gets killed by a tiny little remote-controlled dump truck. The blood was like being squirted out of a ketchup bottle, I swear. He kind of just lays there and lets the truck smash into his face. He's apparently just like ready to die, just like the audience. I'm not really sure why they wanted to make another one of these. Stephen King directed the first one, right? Why would you try again after the Lord of Coke himself and the weird-ass movies gives it his all? Also, it's the whole premise of these movies, both Maximum Overdrive and Trucks, is weird. Yeah, let's take this truck and let's make them sentient and let's make them kill people. I was barely paying attention after a while because it's just nothing to pay attention to. Nothing even funny or even ironically funny. It's just people sitting in a gas station doing nothing, conversing, while the truck's doing whatever the fuck they want outside. I left halfway through Maximum Overdrive, and I left at the last 20 minutes of the movie. It's too boring, and I wanted to make pizza. Because, you know, making pizza was better than watching this fuck-ass movie. At least Maximum Overdrive had a few moments where it was, like, actually, like, funny. Yeah, I'm gonna put the mic back to Snowy. I'm gonna go back in the sitting with a slice of bread.
What the fuck was that for?
Since Nat didn't see the ending, I guess I'll comment on it since it's literally the only part of this movie that stands out. Unlike the original where text just appears saying everybody lived, this one ends with a few of the survivors getting picked up by a helicopter right before a truck was about to run them over. It's then revealed that the helicopter is also possessed, and the movie ends with it hurtling towards the sky. I don't like this movie at all, but that ending was something, I guess. We aren't even halfway through the list, and I feel like I've definitely found the most controversial movie that's going to be on here. If there's something more controversial, I don't think I'll want to watch it. Here we tell the story of a high school student named Todd whose special interest is the Holocaust. Why not? He spots this old dude on a bus one night, and using his detective skills, he learns that the old man used to be a Nazi figure heading one of the concentration camps. And yes, that is Sir Ian McKellen, Gandalf himself. Todd confronts the man and threatens to reveal his secret identity, unless he gets told every little detail about what he witnessed in the war at the camps. The things not taught in school. The old man does his bidding, but he eventually blackmails him back for essentially harboring a wanted Nazi. Things spiral quickly as the two get way in over their heads as more people become suspicious of the pair. Already, I think you can tell why this is so controversial. I've always been one to say that films should be made about upsetting topics, as long as it's not just exploitative for shock's sake. It has to actually mean something, and yeah, this one does mean something. It's still just kind of an icky film. I suppose that's the point, but now I think we're at the point where I'm simply unable to properly portray or critique the subject matter due to my own lack of knowledge. I can browse Wikipedia all I want, but I don't think I'm at liberty to make the claim that this film is too over the top or just right with the touchy subject matter. I knew right away that this one would probably be the most difficult movie to place on the list since I can't seem to get across how uncomfortable I felt watching. Uncomfortable for what I was having to watch, as well as uncomfortable for knowing I had to properly portray this movie to all of you guys. Can you fuck off? I won't go super in depth since my only info on the subject came from the Wikipedia article, but yeah, in this film there's a scene where Todd is taking a shower in gym class with some other students when he starts imagining the gas chambers and those who died inside. However, when the scene was originally filmed, several of the actors in the scene were minors, whom the director, Brian Singer, forced to strip naked for the shots. A 14-year-old extra sued, but criminal charges were dropped as the district attorney said there was no crime committed. However, the claims were settled for an undisclosed sum and the scene was reshot with adults. But yeah, that's kind of disgusting. Oh, and apparently the book was a lot more exploitative with the things that Todd envisioned and ended up doing in the final act. It was actually drastically toned down for the film. I don't really want to talk too much more about this one for obvious reasons, but like, it's certainly effective at making you feel uncomfortable, all things considered. Ah, there we go. Back to more bullshit. Things got too serious for a second. Ever as before, we're following 0 characters from any of the previous flicks, and we are still trapped in motherfucking Nebraska because that's all there is in the world now. Since Isaac got crucified, Micah got run over, Eli got vaporized, and Josiah was melted, our new supernatural corn-loving crotch goblin is this idiot named Ezekiel, and this is probably the least intimidating threat of the series so far.
What's your name?
Ezekiel! Fuck you, Ezekiel! Fuck you! Fuck you!
He just kind of reminds me of that troll kid from Halloween Town. His voice isn't Carrie, and he looks like a strong gust of wind can blow him down. Ezekiel also doesn't wear any old-timey clothes, none of the kids really do, and I think that lowers the very small coolness factor that they had. So this is probably the most likable, no, likable's kind of a strong word, most tolerable meatbags from the series. Our protagonists are these college kids who head into town because their deceased friend loved it here or something, I don't know why. This feels very similar in vein to the classic slashers of the 80s, with some party kids and even complete with a final girl. She actually has a connection to the corn cult, as her brother was taken in years ago and forced to worship he who walks behind the rose. While I can say that this one tried to give it its own sense of identity, it just doesn't land well at all. For one, the acting is abysmal. This has by far the worst acting in the series.
God, are you okay?
Oh my god, that was disgusting.
Yeah, roadside inn with giant rats.
And the characters are so bizarre in how they react to stuff that I can't bring myself to be concerned for them. For example, this girl Kier was dating their dead friend. After learning that night that he had actually removed himself from the census and not died via an accident like they believed, she turns around and fucks one of the dudes in the group, then breaks it off with him and makes goo-goo eyes at one of the boys from the corn cult, then hurls herself into the flames of he who walks behind the rose after glancing at their corn Bible one time.
What? There's actually a problem in this movie that plagues the others pretty bad, but it's the most egregious here. And that's the age of the kids. While the guy who played Isaac was in his 20s, he very much looked like a child. And for the most part, all the lead evil kids look the right age. But in order to make them scarier, much of the Randys in the cults look way too old. Look at this dude compared to one of our protagonists. That's clearly a man with a mortgage. I mean, Malachi from the original was an intimidating force, but he still could very clearly pass as a teenager. He just happened to be tall, could talk smack, and had a somewhat intimidating design. Here, there's barely any actual kids around. There's also an adult in the compound, but they do explain that away. Overall, this movie is just as shit, but at the very least they tried something new, even if it didn't do a good job. Whatever, these movies are so pointless. Okay, with this movie, we close the book on a franchise. Did the series end with a bang or a whimper? Well, it ended with a fart, that's for sure. So this one has fuck all to do with the source material. In this knockoff of The Thing, a military police duo gets sent to a base in Antarctica because the people there have been radio silent. When they arrive, only 2 of the 6 members there are present, claiming the others are missing or dead. The weather picks up and their radio becomes busted, leaving them stranded as the dead seem to be rising all around them. This movie is one of the few to have the coveted 0% on Rotten Tomatoes, and while I wouldn't say it's that bad, it's still pretty bad. For the small positives I can give it, I'd say that the setting is dreadfully eerie. I mean, any film set in this kind of location will at least be a little creepy. And if you follow the franchise, you have an idea what the threat is, but it's still pretty well built up, all things considered. The sound design is also excellent, adding to the spooky atmosphere. Well, that concludes everything I liked about this one. Everything else is complete ass. I was so invested for the first 30 or so minutes. Then it just takes a nosedive and becomes insufferably bad. Characters start acting like completely different people, dumb choices are made, and the movie might actually have the dumbest plot twist of all time. Let me set the stage here for you. We get a single reference to the first 2 films by names of the main characters only. We also learn that there's been a shit ton more cases of the dead coming back all across the globe in pentagram patterns, with the final point needing to be here in Antarctica. Our main character doesn't seem surprised by this, and he tells this random lady that he met 2 hours ago that he loves her, and that the villain that's been hunting them this whole time is actually his half-brother. They share a father who happens to be the devil. Not like, oh, he's an evil person. I mean, he's actually the devil, the guy. Main character here, dude, is like 100 years old or something. What the fuck is this? Where did this come from? What is happening? I kind of like that the second one took things in a little more of a demonic direction, but this is just ridiculous. Unlike the second film where the characters got cool ass designs, here they all get these solid black eyes that... Wait. Solid black eyes. Micah had solid black eyes when he got possessed by the corn. Okay, so Stephen King movies are in a shared universe, right? Time to get out my conspiracy theory hat. Rick Flag in The Stand also got solid black eyes, and he was a servant of hell. So maybe the devil in the Stephen King universe is the one connecting all these stories together. The devil is in the corn, goddammit. He's in the fucking corn. Anyways, this is really dumb. I was ready to defend this movie for just being pretty whatever, but ultimately harmless, but it's just so shit. I hate this so much. Just next movie, please. Hello, it's Editing Snowy here. I just wanted to let you know that nobody gives a shit about this movie, like, at all, because when I search up to find the photo that I'm gonna start this with, everywhere is just the poster. This image right here is from the second movie. This is a giant HD trailer thing in it, and this photo is way too graphic for YouTube. Like, that's from the second movie. These are from the first. That's the second one. Hey, look, there's the photo that I ended up using. Like, nobody cares about this fucking movie. If I go on Letterboxd, it has a 1.9. I don't know, do you know what a fan is on Letterboxd? A fan is when somebody has this film in their top 4 favorite movies of all time, okay? There is one fan. You. This absolute mad lad. He has it as his favorite movie of all time, and he says one of the best movies of all time because he gave it 4.5. You, this man. I can't. This is just really funny to me. Okay, I'll go back to the video. Holy shit, guys, this is amazing. How come you never told me? This is a miniseries that is an original screenplay, which kind of bummed me out because I would absolutely love to read a book of this. In the small island town of Little Tall, Maine, the residents become trapped when the so-called storm of the century begins to hit. Cut off from the mainland, things get even worse when an old woman is murdered by a newcomer, a man named Linoge. Constable Mike takes the man into custody, but he seems oddly calm. As unexplained events begin to unfold, all things point back to Linoge, who only has one thing to say: give me what I want, and I'll go away. I don't think I can accurately portray how much this series gripped me. I was watching this on my computer like I do with many of these, but I got so invested after only an hour that I switched to watching it on my TV and had a giant bowl of popcorn, and I binged the whole thing in one go. I don't even need my fidget toys once, which is insane for a 4-hour series. The mystery was expertly revealed, and it kept me on the edge of my seat. I do admit that I had to do a little research on some Bible verses that the story mentioned, just so I could get a better handle on the story, but it did really hit me so hard when I got the context. Several times I jumped or audibly shouted, and during the climax I actually got up and started pacing from anxiety. For a story with almost 20 different characters with names and backstories, I found myself easily able to identify each one and gauge their personalities. They all felt incredibly realistic and tangible in this fantastical horror piece. As more pieces of the puzzle were revealed, I found myself growing genuinely concerned for some of them, and with others I prayed for their downfall. Linoge himself is so terrifying. While there are a few times that I think they revealed a little too much of him too early, his subtle acting made him such an intimidating threat. There aren't a ton of Stephen King horror stories where the villain is genuinely scary, but Linoge is a great antagonist for this. A few times I even felt myself getting anxious being alone in my room watching, and I felt the need to turn on a few lights. Yeah, this got me that bad. He kind of reminds me a little of John Doe from Seven or Hannibal Lecter from Silence of the Lambs, but clearly with something inhuman thrown in. This is a horrifying yet captivating series that knows how to use the extended runtime. The fact that I never knew this existed before now is a crime. I'd for sure watch this again. You ever look at a film and wonder why the hell someone would make it? Carrie motherfucking 2 is certainly a film that exists, alright, because clearly this was necessary. I mean, Carrie itself left us with so many loose threads and plot points unanswered. It was only a matter of time before it got picked up and continued. Following this chick named Rachel, who's got similar powers to Carrie White, we see her navigate high school life. She's not near as much of an outcast as her predecessor, and instead is just kind of a shy, quiet girl. She gets roped into the football team's plot, which is for the boys to sleep with as many girls as possible to gather points. The harder a girl is to get, the more points she's worth. This idiot named Jesse on the team sets his sights on her for her impressive 30-point score, but he finds himself actually falling for her. This all culminates in an inevitable party scene where Rachel finds out the truth and, yeah, ever as before, burn it all down because telekinesis, why not? So yeah, it's exactly the same thing as Carrie, but just much less impactful and more surface level. And I'm not even the biggest fan of the original Carrie. Well, I guess the plan of the football team is a little more believable than the shit that Carrie went through in the first. It's just not interesting. There's a lot of emphasis put on the clowns on that fucking team, and they're beyond obnoxious to watch. One of the girls who's a victim to their plots ends up removing herself from the census at the school, and the boys just laugh and record her corpse and move on. There's talks of crimes with some of the boys being 18 while the girls are 16, and honestly, this shit is focused on way more than Rachel, you know, the main character of the story. I get wanting to highlight toxic stuff like this, but it's just done to such an exaggerated effect, and it's about as subtle as a slap to the face. And don't get me started on the way they connect this shit to the original. Basically, Sue Snell from the first is the guidance counselor now, and she finds that Rachel has similar powers to her old friend Carrie. She tries helping her control her powers, and ends up putting the pieces together that Rachel and Carrie are actually half-sisters on their father's side. I'm not really sure how that matches with the timeline, but okay. Sue gets killed almost instantly at the party, and Rachel doesn't seem to have any kind of reaction to it. I feel like the connections to the first one are just so half-assed that they might have been last-minute additions. It's not horrifically unwatchable, but this shit is not good. I don't wanna, please just make it stop. I can't take it anymore. Help! I wonder if you guys hearing the opening music to these Children of the Corn segments and think, oh god, not another one. Anyways, you think that a Children of the Corn sequel that brings back the best character in the entire franchise and tries to connect it to the original would be better than the shit that my dog took this morning, yet unfortunately, here we are. This dingus named Hannah was from Gatlin, motherfucking Nebraska, being the daughter of one of the kids from the Corn Cult. She's heading back to town 19 years after the events of the first film to find her birth parents. Meanwhile, in a hospital bed, Isaac himself, played by the same actor, is in a coma. Despite him, you know, being crucified, possessed, and then blown up, here he is. After wandering around like a drunk idiot in the hospital for a while and meeting a crackhead and then a normal dude named Gabriel, Hannah lightly touches Isaac and he wakes up from his coma. This sets off a chain of events to fulfill some lame-ass prophecy. This is so ass, y'all. Isaac's actor is really trying, but him being older just kind of makes it lose the charm of the original performance.
So take you his life and spill his blood.
The force is unseen. It moves through the hearts and minds of people.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
He's supposed to be a psychotic child, that's what made it campy and fun, but he's just too damn serious here and the plot is so incomprehensibly stupid that I hated it so much. The actual reveal here is that Hannah is the daughter of Amos, this random fucker from the first movie. The prophecy is that the firstborn son and daughter of the children of the Corn Cult would have a baby together, and that would bring a new era of something, I guess. And we get the reveal that Isaac fucks. Yeah, he's got a son, which is this random idiot named Matt. Don't worry about him though, he's literally not at all important to the story. I think screenwriters everywhere might need to understand that when a woman is a victim in a story, especially when they are nearly assaulted, they don't tend to immediately start fucking the man who rescued them. But yeah, that's what Hannah does when Gabriel saves her from the corn fanatics. They bang and it's revealed that Gabriel is actually the firstborn male child or something, and he is possessed by he who walks behind the rose. So yeah, Isaac got crucified, Micah got run over, Eli got vaporized, Josh was melted, Ezekiel was burned alive, and our actual supernatural corn-loving idiot is this boring bloke, Gabriel. He kills Isaac or something and then immediately dies himself, but of course the prophecy was fulfilled and Hannah is pregnant because, sure. This is gross and lame and unnecessary. Please stop making these. Stop it. Stop making these. That's enough. The funny thing is, I thought I was going to make it through this film without crying. In this behemoth of a 3-hour film, an old man named Paul recounts the story of working as a prison guard for death row inmates in his youth. When a man named John Coffey is brought in, things begin to change as it appears he may be able to perform miracles. I had seen bits and pieces of this film over the years and the entire final scene in full, but that didn't really make it any easier when the tears started to flow. I also watched this with some friends and my buddy Moshi was sniffling in the microphone for the last 20 or so minutes straight. I think a good way to describe this film is with Stephen King's own words. See, he did like this movie, but he said they toned it way down from the original book, to the point that he essentially described it as the first ever R-rated Hallmark movie, and yeah, that's pretty accurate. While there are intense moments with dark visuals, disgusting language, and full of horrible people here on death row, it is treated pretty lightly for the story overall. Even if the outcome for John Coffey was set in stone, it still feels very much like someone injected feel-good energy into your veins as you tear your way through the runtime. Moments like reviving a squashed mouse, Coffey's fear of the dark, or Paul's good heart feeling burdened by the things he has to do, all feel good in a way, but I guess I do wonder what a darkened version of the story would have been like. I mean, it's the same director as the Shawshank Redemption, and I feel like that story handled the feel-good with the more intense moments a little better. I also heard from some sources that the portrayal of Coffey can be a bit stereotypical, which I understand. I don't think I'm accurately able to say if it is or isn't so, but I do think it's important to bring up. He sort of acts a little like Lenny from Of Mice and Men, and that coupled with the language he used feels very of its time. That's all I'll really say about it. Those are mostly just nitpicks at the end of the day, because this is still such a strong film. I completely understand if the runtime can seem daunting, but it gets you really invested in these characters and their story. And no matter how evil the world can seem, you know there's still little shimmers of good left. And don't you dare think about going into this movie without bringing some tissues, goddammit. Stephen King starts off the century with a good story. Hell yeah. Hearts in Atlantis starts kind of like the It miniseries, with a man named Bobby being called to his hometown. This time it's for the funeral of one of his old friends. He learns of the death of another childhood friend once he arrives, which lets him dive into a tale about his childhood. An older man played by Anthony Hopkins moves into the upper apartment and offers to pay the boy $1 a week to do some reading for him since his eyes are going. But he's also tasked with keeping an eye on the area for any so-called low men. As time goes on, Bobby begins to feel a fatherly connection to this man, and he learns that he may have some hidden powers that he's trying to hide. After seeing Apt Pupil, I was really scared for this one to dive really deep into a dark and scary place, especially with the way the mother character talks about the odd relationship between the two. I mean, any film where an older man starts making friendly with a young boy is either going to be the most wholesome thing you've ever seen or the darkest thing you've ever seen, and thankfully, this is the former. Baby Anton Yelchin plays our main character, and this is apparently his first ever screen role. He does incredible in the part, and he plays off of Anthony Hopkins really well. And especially in the second half, where more of the mind powers start to get used, it really leads to a great relationship that feels earned. All that being said, I didn't really click with this one all that much. It's well made, well written, and has great performances like I said, but for some reason I just couldn't find myself really enjoying it overall. Maybe because at times it feels a bit like Stand By Me's reheated nachos, and the fact that the mind powers are barely used at all in this thing. I do like that they decide to take a more quiet and subtle approach compared to something like Firestarter, where the entire plot of that is just being on the run from people trying to run tests on you. But to me, it just made it feel a little bland at times. Again, I want to reiterate that this is not a bad film. It's actually really good. It just doesn't engage with me personally, and that's okay. There's still a lot of heart in the story, especially about how different life feels from when you're an adult versus when you're a child. But even so, it once again just kind of feels like this theme was done better in something like It, for example. As a whole, it's a great movie that I didn't love a lot, and much of its highlights are done better in other Stephen King works. Still good, but not for me. Good fucking lord, please just make it stop. We may have dropped the numbers in this title, but make no mistake, this is just Children of the Corn 7, complete with us once again being dragged kicking and screaming to the depths of Nebraska against our will. This made-for-TV movie from the Starz channel follows a bland nothing character heading to check on her grandmother who's been silent recently. Upon arriving to her dilapidated apartment straight out of an old Homescapes ad, she finds the grandma missing, but creepy children are roaming the floors. Using her detective skills, our nothing burger of a main character learns the history of the Corn cult and how her grandmother may be more involved with things than she initially realized. I don't have the strength in me to even give a shit anymore. It's not one of the halfway decent ones like the first or the third, it's not trying something new and just failing like the fifth or second, and it didn't make me want to hurl myself into the pits of hell and end my suffering like the fourth and sixth. It's just simply a lame-ass movie with nothing enjoyable to make me care. After Isaac got crucified, Micah got run over, Eli got vaporized, Josiah was melted, Ezekiel was burned alive, and Gabriel was stabbed, our new lame-ass Children of the VeggieTales is this ugly fucker named Abel. Much like Josiah, he only shows up for about 2 scenes and is mostly just a ghostly vision. We spend more time with these two twins of torment who just kind of stare and giggle ominously. The kills in this are lame. And the setting has some promise, but it just doesn't fucking deliver. And I have no idea what the kids' plots are this time around. Apparently, Abel here was a cult leader who convinced all these kids decades ago to remove themselves from the census via a fire. And only our main character's grandmother managed to escape. Would you believe that the way to defeat these paranormal entities is to burn them alive? How does that make any sense? What do they even want with this lady? We ain't in Gatlin anymore, but it's still Nebraska. And they mentioned that fucking town because much like the pests on the stalks of corn, the supernatural possession shit is like a parasite spreading around the state. There are too many possessed little shits and fucked up corn for me to care. Just nuke the state at that point. Also, they never mention He Who Walks Behind the Rose. Great. Sure. Love that. Stop. So after starting this one, I found out that it was originally supposed to be a collaboration between Stephen King and Steven Spielberg to make a remake of The Haunting from the 60s. However, when The Haunting movie from 1999 came out, the idea was scrapped and instead we got The Haunting from Wish.com. That might be a little harsh. Rose Red is the name of this beautiful, elaborate mansion that's claimed to be haunted. A psychic reader named Joyce assembles a team of other psychics to head to the estate and spend the weekend there to get proof of the supernatural forces. But the most important member of their group is a young autistic girl named Annie, who has powers that the spirits cannot ignore. She's basically just Carrie, by the way. She's got telekinesis. This was a mixed bag for me. Coming off the high of the Storm of the Century miniseries, I think that made the mediocrity of this one just sting a little more. It takes almost a third of the runtime before we even get to the mansion's property, and it only results in these idiots dicking around while the supernatural stuff happens all around them, which, by the way, it's not subtly built up. They just come right out swinging, and it's like, well, time to go get more evidence. The rules in this universe also aren't very well established. Everyone except for this Randy here are actual psychics, as in they have powers. They're also easily able to demonstrate these powers to others where there wouldn't be any room to disprove it. So I just can't help but wonder why that wouldn't be enough to make people believe in the supernatural, and the characters aren't even really afraid of the ghost they encounter either. For example, this guy sees a vision of a ghost of a rotting corpse in his kitchen, and he just sits there eating his ice cream like, hey, can you guys not? I think this dude is also a big low point for the series. He's introduced as just some psychic dude who's down on his luck, and then he becomes a fat, slobby oaf with mommy issues, and then he turns into an absolute asshat who tries to convince everyone to kill the autistic girl because she's a burden to her older sister. Oh, and then he gets a half-assed redemption scene where he stands up to his mommy and then's a great guy at the end and makes friends with the girl. No, fuck you. On the positive side, I do really like the backstory for the house. Also, the set design is beautiful in this twisting mansion. I could tell everyone was having a blast with designing this place for the screen. The ghostly spirits took on more of a zombie look, which to me was scary as shit. Add in Stephen King cameoing as the pizza delivery guy, and yeah, it's still a fun time. Probably a tad bit long for what it's offering, but it's got some good stuff in there. If you want to just see The Haunting of Hill House, but by Stephen King and with a fraction of the budget, here you go.
I didn't think it was possible to create a sequel worse than Lawnmower Man 2, yet here we are. I already hated the original Mangler movie, but if I squint just the tiniest amount, it has alright gore, and at least Robert Englund was having fun. But with this thing, no. There is no light at the end of this hellish tunnel. Now come with me as I guide you through The Mangler 2. The only copy I could find of this hunk of ass was a YouTube upload that was clearly a ripoff of an old VHS. That means we get glorious 144p resolution, screen tearing, and glitches. On top of that, some scenes have no audio due to auto copyright bullshit, and other scenes are just skipped over entirely. So you know what? Maybe that gives me a little more bias to hate this movie, but even without it, it's still shit. There's no possessed laundry machine this time. Instead, this bitch named Joe gets mad at her workaholic dad or something and decides to fuck up his new state-of-the-art computer system he paid for at her school by downloading a virus to it. The virus is called the Mangler, sure. And it turns out that the virus is alive and traps her and her fuck-ass friends at the school and tries to kill them at every turn. Hijinks ensue. This has the budget of approximately 2 pennies and a used napkin, and they still managed to get Lance fucking Henriksen to waste his talents here. That must have been where all of the budget went, because the effects are shit, the sets are shit, and the acting is shit. Seriously, not one fucking acting class for these bozos. Not one time the director thought to reshoot a scene because the line delivery sounded so bad. They get trapped in the school because there's an electric fence outside controlled by the Mangler virus, and they can't shut it down at the main computer it's centered at because some reason. Have you ever tried just pulling the fire alarm to set off the sprinklers to short circuit the system? Have you tried cutting the camera cord so they can't spy on you anymore? Have you tried not splitting up? Has this lady tried putting on a fucking shirt? The actual virus's plot is literally just Job's plot from Lawnmower Man to create a utopia in cyberspace. This shit is so irredeemable that it's kind of baffling. How did we get here? How did my life come to this moment? If I have to think about this franchise again, I'm going to walk directly into the ocean. There's a third one? Wow, this one took a lot of effort to get. Much like The Somnambulist, I ended up having to buy a DVD of this one because I couldn't find it on the internet without signing up for some bullshit new streaming service. It literally wasn't even available to be purchased on Amazon or YouTube. Not only that, but because of a fucking snowstorm that hit around the time of delivery, the package got delayed by several days. But I got it, and here it fucking is. Let's pop it in and see what this has to offer. Oh dear fucking lord. Following a now adult Charlie, she manages to track down the wife of the scientist who administered the experimental shit to her parents that gave them powers. She runs into this other dude named Vincent who's working with the government agency trying to track her down, and the two end up falling in love because they are the male and female lead in a movie. Little do either of them know, John Rainbird from the first managed to survive the end of that movie, determined to find Charlie no matter the cost. Several things. To get the big one out of the way, this miniseries has very little continuity with the original film, or the book for that matter. Several scenes are rewritten from the original, such as how Charlie's mother and father died. Pretty damn crucial elements that you need to keep the same for this to make any sense. On top of that, John Rainbird being alive is also completely idiotic. Somehow the whitewashing of this character got even fucking worse. Malcolm McDowell replaced George C. Scott, both men playing a character who's meant to be half Native American. Yeah, sure. They even changed Rainbird's eye to no longer be fucked up. Why though? All that aside, how does the miniseries hold up on its own? The effects are laughably bad and take you out of every scene. The acting is middle school play level half the time and never feels convincing. And the story is just a jumbled mess of half-assed references to the original, while simultaneously changing every little thing about it. I really hate the way that they portray Charlie in this one. I think it's okay that they aged her up to be an adult, but most people will remember this character for her child self. That's why I find it really weird that she's constantly horny and has several long, intimate scenes with several characters. To make things worse, John Rainbird is very outwardly attracted to her in this version. And spoiler alert, in order to distract him long enough to take him down, Charlie has to fucking make out with him. Jesus Christ, why? Completely removed from the source material, it's a completely forgettable teen romance drama story with little cohesion. Including the source material, however, it's an insult and a fucking missed opportunity. The ending of the original left a path for a potential sequel, and the miniseries just missed the mark so bad. Not worth the $8 it cost. Guys, is there really a reason to do a remake of this? I am once again going to say that I'm not a very big fan of the original Carrie for reasons that I stated earlier, but it's not a bad film by any means. And now that I've witnessed a lot of other slop movies in this marathon, as well as different versions of this story, I appreciate it a lot more. This version was originally meant to be a backdoor pilot for a spin-off Carrie TV show that never got off the ground. But because of that though, there's plenty of changes here from the source material, but for the most part it's basically just following the exact same structure as the original, but with
none of the style or substance. Just like the original, Carrie is an abused teenager who has telekinesis, who struggles with her terrible classmates and religious mother. At prom, the prank of the century gets pulled and she gets mad enough to burn it all down. Carrie this time is played by a fucking 29-year-old woman who gives more of a shaky performance than the original, and I mean that literally. Carrie is always shaking and twitching here and making this fucking weird-ass face. This version of Carrie is also a little more quiet. For example, in the original, when she found out she was on her period, she started screaming and begging the other students for help. In this one, she just kind of sits there and still gets bullied to the same extent, making this even less believable than the original. She's not plus size once again, missing the point of the book. In fact, they miss a lot of things in this. Her prayer closet doesn't have Saint Sebastian, instead it's just Jesus. Guys, you know there was a reason why it was Saint Sebastian, right? Everyone in this seems bizarrely miscast. They all look way too old for the high school students they're supposed to be. Remember Chris's boyfriend Billy from the first? John Travolta didn't look the right age, but at least he was a little intimidating. Here? What the fuck is this beanpole motherfucker gonna do? To make matters worse, Billy in this version is actually the one pushing Chris to do the prank, not the other way around. Chris actually kind of regrets it. Why? They add an extra 40 minutes to the runtime in an attempt to add this framing device of a police investigation, interrogating Sue Snell and other survivors of prom for more information. And it's just lame as hell since we all know what happened. And they also add in an epilogue that lets Carrie live. Yeah, she survives here. Sure. The effects are laughably bad as well. There's no style to this film. The colors feel washed out and each shot is flat. The movie's also addicted to pointless Dutch angles that add nothing to the story. I really can't wrap my head around why someone would want to make or watch this. Just why? Being the first story King wrote after he nearly died from a car accident, you'll find that the effects of being high on oxy creates lovely stories such as shitting aliens out your asshole. Yes, that is exactly what this movie's about. These friends meet up for a weekend getaway in a cabin in the woods 6 months after one of them gets run over by a car.
Ryan, look out!
I literally only brought that up just so I could use that clip. All these fuckers are psychics, by the way, and danger alarms start going off in their heads once they find a man wandering throughout the woods with some sort of bloating problem. After he farts constantly for like an hour with stock sound effects, yes, that was the movie's choice of sounds, not mine, he goes into the bathroom and starts shitting out a fucking alien, and the spread of these creatures begin. Hijinks ensue. Much like Sleepwalkers and Graveyard Shift, this is one of those movies where it's complete and utter dog shit, and I love it so much for that. This is shit in every sense there can possibly be, and it makes it so much more fun when you learn that this is one of Stephen King's personal favorite adaptations of his work. Yes, I'm serious. The dialogue in this is ridiculous. Scenes where characters hear a man shitting out an alien in the bathroom and decide to turn to each other and say, "Scooby-Dooby-Doo, we got some work to do now." Or when Morgan Freeman has to describe what the aliens are, he says, "What about the shit weasels?" Like, there's so many great out of context quotes from this, it's fantastic.
Fuck you. I know what that expression means.
I could gush about the shit in this movie for hours. How there's a third act twist that makes literally zero sense if you think about it for more than 1 second. How when the alien possesses you, you suddenly become obnoxiously British for no reason. How they try to make the phrase "fuck me, Freddy" into a thing, which, no, stop that.
Fuck me, Freddy.
Fuck me, Freddy.
Fuck me, Freddy. Give me some air.
What's extra bizarre about this is that there's some weirdly good ideas in here that just seem to have fallen into the wrong story. I like the idea of the memory warehouse, and I think it's a really cool and powerful visual for the film. These kids also grew up in Derry, Maine, yes, that Derry, Maine, and have a mentally disabled friend named Duddits who somehow has powers. Duddits gave all his friend the power as well, and he somehow knew that this was needed for their future battle against the aliens. While the representation of Duddits is not very good, the idea here is okay. More Stand By Me, Hearts in Atlantis, and It levels of friend groups that feel real. But then we go back to shitting out aliens and it's just hilarious. I'm sorry, I can't, it's too fucking funny. Dear God, I love this piece of shit. Literally. A completely unnecessary film that was way better than it had any right to be. This is a prequel to Stephen King's Rose Red, written by someone entirely different. See, when that miniseries came out, they really tried hyping it up by making fake websites detailing this location like it was a real place. This also included releasing a tie-in prequel book by a different author about the backstory of the house's owner. And then we got the film version a year later. This movie is essentially just the presentation Joyce gives the other psychics in the original for 80 minutes straight, but without all the pointless pauses and shots of Emery being an ugly slob breathing audibly down your
your neck the entire time. I actually found myself liking this one a decent amount. Yeah, there was barely any suspense since we quite literally saw all these moments already, but I think that this worked because we got such a better handle on these characters. I really liked the relationship between Ellen and her friend Tsukina, which got the much needed expansion in this. I also think that the supernatural stuff in a way seems scarier here, since the ghosts are less obvious in this one. On top of that, we get to see much of the disappearances firsthand, and the house feels more alive than ever. It's not a massive improvement though. There's still a few things holding it down. For one, I was disappointed with where the film ends. I was really looking forward to more of the backstory that was glossed over in Rose Red, that being Ellen in her older years when the house started literally building itself. Instead, we end pretty abruptly right after her husband's death, which was still very early on into the house's construction. I also think that the countless scenes of her husband being a giant perv and essentially wearing Ellen down from her firm no to making her reluctantly agree to whatever sexual thing he wants were largely unnecessary. One or two of them would be fine, but almost every time this fucker is on screen, he's talking about wanting to bang her or perving on the maids or cheating. It's not super graphic or anything, this was still shown on TV, but the scenes especially involving Ellen are kinda rough to watch. Several times characters have to offer themselves to him to avoid getting in trouble or to persuade him to do really simple things, and it just kinda makes me feel a little gross. As a whole, it's still a halfway decent story and a pretty good prequel. It didn't feel as cookie cutter as the first, and the central characters were a lot more likable than the twits in Rose Red. Not bad. This one kind of pushes the line as to what counts for this list. Having 13 episodes and a runtime of over 10 hours, as well as being an adaptive screenplay of a Lars von Trier series, I was considering just skipping this. I mean, that hardly counts as a limited series at that point, right? It's not even original. But then again, if I didn't include it, I wouldn't be following the rules I set. So here we are, and fuck it. Kingdom Hospital, the longest thing I had to watch for this marathon, which took me over a week to complete. Taking on an ensemble story, this follows a hospital called the Kingdom where the workers and patients begin to hear the voice of a little ghost girl named Mary, who wanders the halls with a large anteater named Antibus. A man named Peter Rickman gets hit by a car.
Ryan, look out!
Which, by the way, is the exact same way Stephen King was hit by a car, and he grows a bond with Mary and Antibus. With his help, a local psychic medium lady named Sally is able to contact her and find what she needs to help save the hospital and let her rest. I kind of thought I was going to hate this when I first started, mostly because there's way too many plots and characters that are pretty obnoxious, as well as having a pretty flimsy explanation as to why and how things are happening. And yeah, those are all still valid complaints, but I kept getting reeled back in just enough that I actually did want to see what happened next. A few of the characters and plotlines were really engaging, and I even grew to love Antibus so much that I would really like a marketable plushie of him, please. All that being said, is it a critically good series?
I don't know.
The series is paced really fucking weird. Several times we backtrack and get expanded scenes on things we've already watched. Now that sounds like a good thing as we get more information, but in reality, all it does is give me a cute deja vu and bloat the runtime. Anything that they add the second time is completely irrelevant and makes it seem like a few pages in their script got mixed up. And the meandering around with characters that are just so irrelevant to the story doing nothing didn't help this feel any less muddled. Like this subplot about a young doctor wanting to bang his much older coworker that we spend a total of around an hour cutting back to, all for it to amount to literally nothing. Cool. Apparently, most people watching this series when it premiered said it started strong and became worse and less interesting as it went on. I felt the opposite. And while this does follow the standard Stephen King trope of having a pretty anticlimactic and dumb ending, overall my interest in the series only increased as it went on. So if you're willing to take on the runtime and the convoluted plot, I'd say give it a spin, why not? This is one bizarre Children of the Corn prequel. Also, I will do everything in my power to not make a Johnny Depp trial joke. So this story follows a writer guy named Mort who's going through a divorce with his wife, and Jesus Christ, I didn't make it very far. And he gets a strange visitor one day. This guy named Mr. Shooter shows up and claimed that Mort stole one of his stories and published it word for word, except changing the ending. Mort says that he actually wrote his story a few years before Shooter's was published, but he has no tangible proof. Shooter gives Mort 3 days to provide proof, and he ends up killing his dog to let him know the threat is serious. I'm not gonna lie guys, this one hooked me really good. I was super invested in the story as Shooter kept getting more and more threatening. And coming from Stephen King, I wondered if there's some sort of deep, dark fear for him. As a writer myself, there's always that fear that what you're writing isn't your own, and you might be accused of plagiarism when in reality, it's just two people coming up with the same idea. It happens all the time. Mort isn't the most engaging protagonist. He spends much of the first half just non-stop sleeping and hitting the writer's block pose behind his computer. While I would say he did the best with the circumstances when it came to how he dealt with the threat, the ending would say otherwise. Look, there's no way I can can continue talking about this movie without discussing the ending. There's a big twist, and let me just tell you, whatever you're thinking of, you're probably right. But if you really want to go into this unspoiled, this is your chance to run away. Ready? Here we go. So, big shocker, Shooter isn't a real person. He's actually an extension of Mort's inner desires. So I'm guessing like a DID kind of thing? At the end when he chases down his wife, he wears this stupid fucking Children of the Corn hat and talks in a completely different accent, and refers to Mort like he's somebody else. Not only was this twist really dumb, but it was super fucking obvious. Shooter only showed up when no one else was around, and he always managed to kill using weapons that only Mort would have access to. On top of that, the story he's accused of stealing has to do with a character murdering his wife. Mort's ending involved the character not going through with it, while Shooter's ending had him actually kill her. Take a wild guess which one Mort ends up doing. So yeah, he buries her in his garden and uses her body to compost his corn. What, you thought my Children of the Corn reference was just a joke? No, that's actually what happens. A great concept ruined by a shitty third act twist. Not surprising. I hope you guys like unpopular opinions. Well, if you're here after this long into the video, I assume you're just kind of used to them. Once again, a writer named Ben returns to his hometown of Salem's Lot, Maine, or actually Jerusalem's Lot, Maine, to write a story about a local creepy house. People start going missing, and it's slowly revealed that there's vampires afoot. This has just about the same runtime as the original, yet somehow it moves so much quicker, which by the way is such a welcome change. It lets us skip all the pointless bumbling around and talking about nothing that the original gave, and instead bringing us what we're here to see, the fucking vampires. With the plot moving faster, this leaves room for more things. Characters that died in the original will get extra scenes later on down the story and new plot lines. There's different dynamics between people and more room for relationships to flourish. The last hour of this is especially different from the first, with a practically entirely different ending. And yeah, I like this ending better than the original, even if it does play a cheesy 2000s song which did not fit the tone at all. We have a really interesting cast this time. Ben is played by the guy with the fat ass from The Stand, and yeah, I loved seeing him here. He's got natural charisma that our original Ben didn't have. I actually wanted to see him talk to people this time. Donald Sutherland is also here, being scary as hell, and we also have—
That was his mistake!
—from Big Hero 6. With all this, you'd expect this would be absolutely fire, right? No, it's still not. It's just kind of alright. Despite the plot being faster and adding more substance, it still just feels too long. While the effects are pretty terrible, I'll give it that it's a low-budget, made-for-TV kind of thing. But I draw the line at the lame-ass attempts it has to scare you. While the original wasn't scary, it did feel eerie at times. The vampire designs were creepy, and the head vamp was actually pretty frightening. This lead vampire just looks like some fucking guy. They even literally call it in the story that it looks like somebody's dad. Really lazy cop-out. And the attempts they have at scaring you just lead to an awkward stumble. For example, there's a scene where Ben is locked in a jail cell next to another vampire, and he hears the vampire crawling through the vent to get to him. The vampire says that he broke his own hips and collarbone to make himself fit, which sounds kind of scary. But then we cut to this and it looks fucking stupid. This is the kind of fumbling that I mean. It's better than the original, but not fantastic. At least it's not boring. What a shock it was to find that most people didn't like this movie. I thought it was an underrated banger of a stoner movie. Following a mentally troubled young man named Alan in the 1960s, he gets a call that his mother is in the hospital after a stroke. Since he doesn't have a car, he decides to hitchhike his way to see her. And that's kind of the plot for the entire movie. You know that scene in Pee-wee's Big Adventure with Large Marge? Well, this is basically like an R-rated, feature-length version of that scene. Alan will get picked up by somebody, a weird thing happens, and repeat. There's a lot of dream sequences and hallucinations showing off Alan's fears, and when I say a lot, I mean a lot. If you removed all of the fictional scenarios from this film, you'd lose about 40 minutes of runtime, and apparently that's what made a lot of people not like it. While I do agree there's a few too many here, I for the most part really like these sequences. Our main character clearly has mental health problems, as the opening scene is actually that of a failed removing oneself from the census attempt. He gets little flashes of his or his loved one's deaths, and is constantly blaming himself. He has an inner voice that manifests as another version of him. He's always paranoid and constantly hoping things get better, but his anxiety kind of gets the best of him. This is gonna sound weird, but I really saw myself in this film. The constant imagining of different scenarios, both the hopeful and dreadful, and how it can in a sense consume your life. What should be a simple plot of getting from point A to point B becomes chaotic, as so many of these fake scenarios plague our main character. I for one personally struggle with maladaptive daydreaming, which is something you should really do some research on if it seems interesting. And seeing something akin to that being portrayed in a way that wasn't just played for laughs really hit me. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's a masterpiece or anything. I found it's quite different from the original source material, according to other reviewers, and because of that, the title especially feels very misplaced. I also think that the 60s aesthetic was really strong at the beginning, but tapered off towards the end to the point where I kind of even forgot it took place in the 60s. I like that Alan's mental health is treated with the respect it deserves. The people around him at the time of his attempt aren't exactly the best, and much of their words probably seem familiar to those who have struggled with this kind of thing before. But damn it, this stoner man is just so damn likable that I was hooked in every scene he was in. If you're okay with more what-if scenarios than a straightforward story, I think you'll like this. Pray to whatever god you believe in, because they aren't going to answer. You have been left alone with the embodiment of evil in the form of a shitty direct-to-DVD video, and must battle it yourself, alone. Your god has turned his back on you as you indulge this hunk of ass. Be very afraid. After me tearing up the first and second film, you'd think there'd be no way that this could be any worse the third time, right? Well, somehow, it is. It's much worse. If this were a tier list, the first would go in D, the second in F, and this one in fucking G tier, maybe even H. Yeah. That bad. This one at least tries to continue the story from the first and completely ignores the second. This random idiot named whatever buys the parts from the remains of the possessed laundry machine, building it back up and becoming possessed by whatever is in it to sacrifice more souls to it or something. This father and son robber duo break into the house and get trapped inside as the possessed balding man starts taking them out. Because movie. Where to start with this? What about the acting? This is without a doubt the worst acting in the marathon so far. Maybe even that I've ever seen.
I'm leaving. Can't do this anymore.
What are you talking about?
Everything will work out. Good things will come of this.
You have spent all of our savings on that thing upstairs.
He's trapped me in here!
Sorry, lady. I'm out of here. They catch me for breaking and entering. It's back to the can.
Dad, I think somebody's in the house.
I personally believe all these people should never be allowed in front of a camera again if this is the shit they think is acceptable. The backing score for much of the tension scenes was just buildups of sharp trills that made me wonder if my tinnitus was acting up. The story is basically non-existent, as it's just these idiots bumbling around this empty-ass house making the dumbest choices possible. Here's where I'll go on a little rant of something that greatly pisses me off in films. When characters are trapped in a room, many times they try slamming their bodies against the doors to try to get out, give it 1 or 2 goes, and then give up. I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but you're not supposed to break a door like that. You're supposed to kick it, not in the middle of the door either. One sharp kick right by the handle. This will either push the door open or yank the door off the frame. Either way, it's open. And it's not fucking hard, and I'm sick and tired of these morons in these movies not doing it correctly and just accepting their fate. And I know what you're saying. Oh, it's so easy. Have you ever done it? Yes. Yes, I have. I wasn't even wearing shoes. It's not hard.
Fuck you.
Oh, right, the Mangler Reborn. This thing made me want to drive to Nebraska and give my life to he who walks behind the rows. At least then, my suffering would be over. The first Creepshow is a classic in the horror anthology subgenre. It is also a masterclass in horror comedy, something that the second Creepshow couldn't exactly get the hang of. But with this one, nah, there's nothing here resembling the original. Hey, editing Snowy here again. I forgot to say in my original recording, and I don't feel like pulling up my VTuber again, that Stephen King had nothing to do with any of the stories written in Creepshow 3. He wrote several of the stories for Creepshow 1 and wrote one of the stories in Creepshow 2, but this one was made entirely without him, and that's why it's a derived work. So yeah. 5 stories, and I think the first one really sets the tone for this dog shit. We follow this loudmouth teenager named Alice, whose father gets a universal remote. He says that he found the button for color and hue, and suddenly Alice finds that her family is now African American. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Her body begins to mutate and she doesn't seem to really care all that much. Her weirdo neighbor comes out and says that this is her true form. And then she turns into a rabbit for some reason. Her family turns back to normal and forgets they even had a daughter. Okay? The second story is the longest and has the least going on. The security guard buys a radio from a homeless guy that suddenly starts talking to him and giving him advice. He manages to steal money and commit murders with its help, eventually being caught by a pimp he stole from, and him and his sex worker girlfriend get killed. Whoop-de-doo. The third has the most promise, but it's still shit. This is a serial killer masquerading as a sex worker. She gets a call from a young guy named Victor asking for her services, where she goes and plans to kill him. After a long and uncomfortable scene, she stabs him and walks away, only for Victor to be revealed as a vampire, who kills her and leaves her body behind. The fourth is about these 2 nerds going to visit their professor, the weird neighbor from the first story. He's getting married to this odd lady named Kathy, and they think that she has to be a robot because she acts weird and because the script says so, let's be honest. To test the theory, they brutally murder her and
and play with her carcass in a really insensitive scene. They're then shocked to find that she's human, as well as apparently being a mail-order bride. They hide her body parts quickly while zany cartoon music plays, trying to play the brutal murder of a sex trafficking victim for laughs. The final story deals with a racist pervert doctor. He buys a hot dog from a stand and drops it on the dirty-ass ground and gives it maliciously to a homeless man that bothered him, being one of the homeless guys that owned the selling booth from the first and second story. The homeless guy dies and the doctor is haunted by his spirit. He sells some drugs to Victor, who runs a vampire club because movie, and then he gets cornered by the ghost of the homeless man he killed. He dies of a heart attack, and the film ends with the weird neighbor buying a voodoo book from the homeless booth and uses it to reanimate his dead wife. Oh, and the hot dog vendor was the creep the whole time. Sure. The gore here is alright, but that's quite literally all this has going for it. Most of the time it's just insensitive, incompetent, unfunny, and not even slightly scary. Glad we're done with these. This is one of those movies where you read the premise and you think it's going to be a banger, and then you realize that they hit the ground running and then proceeded to fall flat on their ass. A young couple is driving through Nevada when they get pulled over by a police officer played by Ron Perlman after they gave him 400 pounds of coke to snort. No, but seriously, his performance is hilarious. He searches their car and finds some weed they swear isn't theirs, taking them to the town of Desperation as he arrests them. Upon arriving, dead bodies litter the streets, and the officer just shoots the dude dead and takes the wife to the cells. There, a small group of survivors are locked up, and they all must find a way to escape. Would you believe me if I told you that Ron Perlman is barely in this thing? Yeah, so from that description, it sounds interesting and intense, but they put a lot of the focus in the wrong areas. Half the movie feels like it's just preaching a religious sermon, and then the second half they shit on religion and then go back to preaching it. What? The wife character from the start isn't even close to being one of the main characters, and the film is paced so weird that it makes it very obvious that it was originally written to be a miniseries. So, more about the villain. The officer was actually possessed by a demon named Tak, who was dug out of a mine decades ago by some Chinese immigrants and was unleashed onto the world. He can only possess a body for a short amount of time before needing to jump ship and go to another, meaning Ron Perlman's corpse gets ditched pretty early and we have to deal with this lady as our villain instead. So riveting. The movie really feels like the second half of The Stand on a smaller scale, and I think that's what made me not like it all that much. Several Stephen King stories feel way too similar to each other at times, and that makes the lesser of the two always feel worse by comparison. For a few good things, I did find the opening goofy yet pretty intense. On top of that, the way they reveal the backstory of Tak is genuinely really cool. One of the characters finds an old film reel that shows the story of his discovery like it was a silent film. I will admit I got kind of nervous when one of the characters said the immigrants were always treated super well, and that the abuse they suffered was a myth, since it didn't take a genius to know that that's bullshit. But the short film that he watches shows the truth of the horrors they suffered, both at the hands of the demon and from their employers. I can't really recommend this one all that much, since The Stand is just so much better, but it's not crap either. It's just another vaguely okay movie to throw to the pile. Oh, anthologies, my beloved, I missed you so much, and thankfully, this was a good one. An 8-part limited series, with each episode being completely different aside from all being based on Stephen King stories. This is truly the best of every world. Some episodes are pure horror, others are pure action, a few are meta as hell, and some are just kooky B-movie styles, and I love them. The first 2 episodes got me a little worried as they weren't exactly the best, but every other episode is an actual banger. The first is pretty interesting premise-wise though. A hitman kills the owner of a toy shop, and the mother of the victim delivers him a package of toy soldiers, which come to life and try to kill him. This episode is entirely without dialogue, which makes things a little weird, but it was okay, just overly long. The second story is about a couple going to a meeting somewhere in the UK, ending up in a town that's a gateway between dimensions. It's alright, but the effects being so poor really made this one a flop in my opinion. The third is meta as hell, following a detective from the 1930s coming into contact with a man from the future, who's actually the author of the story the detective is in. The writer decides to switch lives with his creation, feeling unsatisfied in life. It's corny, but super trippy, and I love it. The fourth is about a man with a genius younger brother, who found a cure to humanity's violence. They spread the liquid cure around the world to create peace, only to find that the long-term side effect was Alzheimer's. This is just a prequel to Little Fish, man, I swear to God. The fifth is about a writer who buys a painting from a yard sale painted by a tortured soul who removed himself from the census. The writer finds that the painting of a creepy driver keeps changing, revealing the subject getting closer and closer to him, killing those he came into contact with. It was honestly pretty eerie and felt akin to classic creepypastas, which definitely was a vibe. The sixth is about a man released from jail who finds clues to a massive amount of money divided among previous cellmates. He tracks them all down and gathers the pieces, all while being followed by one of the most dangerous members of the plot. I'm not really the biggest fan of action, but this was written really well. The 7th is about a man who's paralyzed from a snake bite, but the doctors think he had a heart attack and think he's also dead and send him for an autopsy. This man is awake and can feel everything, and he has to find a way to alert the workers before they cut him open. Horrifying fear unlocked. Thanks for that. The 8th and final is about a husband and wife who get lost on their travels and find a little town called Rock and Roll Heaven. After recognizing some of the residents, they realize old rock legends are in charge here, and they won't let any new fans leave. This was kooky in the absolute best way, and honestly, this might be my favorite of them all, even if it's not the most well written. A really good collection. I was kind of sad when it was all over. I really can't recommend this one enough. It stands toe-to-toe with some of the best anthologies. I think Stephen King has a personal vendetta against hotels. 1408 is the story of this horror writer named Mike, who explores haunted locations to write stories about them. Despite this, he doesn't believe in the supernatural. He gets a tip to check out the haunted room 1408 at the Dolphin Hotel, and is met with quite a lot of resistance from the hotel owner, Samuel L. Jackson. He pushes through and sets up shop in the room, learning no one has even lasted a single hour inside. As the time ticks on, things start ramping up more and more, challenging his disbelief in the otherworldly. This was really fantastic. What I like so much about this one compared to something like Rose Red is how the supernatural elements are handled. The room is haunted, yes, but not in the way you'd expect it. It's less so ghosts jump scaring you all the time, and more so shifting the planes of reality. The room literally feels alive, as if it were feeding upon the main character's life. There's elements of time bending reality and breaking laws of physics with how things shift around, and that's so effective. Aside from the opening, our main character really only plays off of himself for the rest of the film, and they make it in a way where it doesn't just get annoying hearing him talk to himself for several hours. His belief in things outside of his realm of understanding feels authentic, and he isn't one of those protagonists who just sits there and lets shit happen to him while screaming every 5 minutes. Whatever you're thinking of to try to escape, he probably tried it in this movie. Aside from kicking the door correctly. Dude, it should be closer to the handle. Dude, Mike. I also like how this one plays into Mike's inner demons as well. He had lost a daughter due to an illness and proceeded to walk out on his wife, and both of these elements are used when the room tries to torment him. It's not just the standard of seeing visions. This room really lets him have it, forcing him to cradle his daughter's lifeless corpse and watch it turn to dust. This one's just really brutal with how much it wears him down, which makes Mike's anger and refusal to give up even more compelling. Not only that, but it's pretty damn scary. There's plenty of subtle horror elements that really got under my skin, as well as a scene in a claustrophobic vent when something rapidly chases him that got me shouting in fear. Super underrated movie in my opinion. Check it out if you want a new spin on the haunted locale subgenre. Bet you didn't expect a Bollywood flick to be on this list. This film comes to us from India and is mostly in Hindi, and let me tell you, I had to scour every corner of the internet to find myself a copy with English subtitles. I was seconds away from ordering a DVD on Amazon, which would have set me back $42. Anyways, we've seen this story adapted before, that being one of the shorts from Cat's Eye. Much like that one, we follow the story of a man addicted to smoking who signs up for a rehabilitation program that's very strict with their rules. Every time he smokes a cigarette, something drastic happens to him or a loved one, with our main character just not seeming able to knock the habit. I must admit that this is my first Bollywood film, so much of the editing and music choices were pretty jarring to me. Doing some research, this seems to be the standard for much of these, and I quickly grew to love the style. In particular, there's a full dance sequence to a song about cigarettes that was an absolute banger with some really fun choreography. I fucking love these. So yeah, side note, if you know of any fun Bollywood movies that you think I'd like, please leave them in the comments. I'd love to check them out. This one also takes on more of a supernatural spin on the story. While the short from Cat's Eye had the slight implication of something magical with how they managed to keep tabs on him while trying to hide his habit, this one is upfront with it. Our rehabilitation guy has magical powers, able to magically make people vanish, regrow missing appendages, and quite literally steal souls. That's the ultimate punishment here. If you go beyond 4 cigarettes, your soul is taken from you. That's kind of a fun idea, I won't lie. It wasn't all perfect, however. You quickly realize why this was based on a short story, as the plot gets stretched so thin to cover a nearly 2-hour runtime. The last 20 minutes, albeit really trippy and out there, were a little too convoluted to the point where I had to look up explanation to what the f happened. And there's also the really uncomfortable mention that the rehabilitation guy was friends with Adolf fucking Hitler, and they compare the smoke inhalation from cigarettes to that of the gas chambers in concentration camps, including scenes where people get put in those chambers. Yeah, and that's not even mentioning the haha comedy sketch with zany fun music where it's just blatant homophobia. It was definitely a bit of a culture shock, and its themes weren't always in the right place, but it has some interesting ideas and a dash of creativity with the source material.
Full disclosure here, this entry might be affected by my personal bias. This is one of my favorite horror films of all time. After an intense storm leaves a heavy fog over a small town, a group of survivors find themselves trapped inside of a grocery store while things go bump outside. People have different ideologies about what's truly going on, but one thing is clear, there's something in the mist. I make it no secret that horror is one of my favorite genres, but looking more into these subgenres, creature features are sure up there. I absolutely love the designs of every single monster in this film, and while sometimes the effects can look a little wonky, the actual way they're utilized in this movie makes it all okay. It's one of those movies where it has a little deeper levels to the themes it presents, but it knows it's ridiculous sometimes and embraces that. The monsters are just so damn fun. Every encounter with them feels like a fucking celebration of crazy creatures from other classic movies. You can tell the designers loved creating these and utilizing them in so many heart-pounding scenes. Embracing one of Stephen King's favorite trope of a religious crazy person, we have the most unlikable human in the history of anything ever as the primary antagonist inside the store. This woman named Mrs. Carmody. Yeah, she's a bit over the top, but is it bad that I know people this extreme? That in this kind of scenario, I wouldn't be surprised if they would go as batshit as Mrs. Carmody?
Kind of pride and defiance of the... Shut up, you miserable buzzard!
That's what makes me love her as an antagonist, and holy fuck, her acting's incredible. While some characters are pushed to the wayside when I wanted them to have a little more screen time, and our main characters are a little bland, I found the overall cast to have some real standouts. Ollie in particular was a character that's introduced so unassumingly, and he very quickly becomes almost everyone's favorite with his badassery. Love that guy. And then there's the ending, which is the most well-known thing from the movie. The book and film have very different endings, with the book being more open-ended, and the movie is the bleakest it could possibly be. And yeah, it gets just about everyone watching to drop their jaws to the floor. Stephen King himself actually praised the movie's ending like crazy, even admitting he liked it more than what he came up with. If that ain't the highest form of praise, I don't know what is. I won't spoil it if you haven't seen it, so get on that, damn it. The only thing I really like about action entries is that it's a lot easier to find fitting royalty-free music to back the segment. I've made my dislike of certain genres of films kind of clear, but one I don't talk about much are action films. Mostly because there's action films that I absolutely adore, but they're few and far between. If your movie is mostly adrenaline high fight scenes with fists or guns, long car chases, and a character who wears these fucking glasses all the time, odds are I'm not gonna like it. Give me a fantasy action, however, and now we're talking. So Dolan's Cadillac is like somebody fed the words action revenge movie to an algorithm and it spewed out this piece of complete mediocrity. It's literally just fucking fine. Nope, that's it. Segment done. Goodbye. Ugh, fine, I'll talk about the damn movie. This lady named Elizabeth ends up spotting a human trafficking deal gone wrong in the middle of the desert, reporting her findings to the police. They tell her the man they suspect, named Dolan, is known for killing those who try to testify against him, but she doesn't let that deter her. So yeah, she gets blown up. Her husband Robinson then makes it his mission to avenge his wife's death. Hear me out with this one. What if in order to try to keep Elizabeth in line, they threatened to kill her husband? And this makes her angry enough to try to get revenge on Dolan herself. Or maybe as a way to avenge those in the trafficking ring that he killed. Or what if Elizabeth and Robinson teamed up? Or just don't fucking kill Elizabeth here. Yeah, it gives Robinson incentive to take out Dolan, but to me it just makes it way too generic. Our main villain is literally the head of a human trafficking ring with illegal immigrants that the cops don't give a shit about due to the ethnicity of the victims. And when Elizabeth says she wants to testify because she knows it's the right thing to do, Robinson literally tries talking her out of it. He only starts to give a shit because Elizabeth dies, but there's never any concern from him about the other shit that Dolan's doing. I feel like having a female lead in the story would make it hit a lot fucking harder. And the title is kind of lame. Dolan's titular Cadillac is custom built and bulletproof, and he's almost always in the damn thing, so Robinson has to get creative with how he plans on killing the man. That's all. There's like 2 scenes I actually kind of liked in this. One being where Elizabeth finds a mutilated corpse of one of the trafficking victims in her bed as a way to keep her quiet. That actually made me jump, I won't lie. And the other is the actual way that Robinson gets revenge on Dolan, but mostly because the method was creative. Anyway, it's whatever. I'm going to immediately forget about this one. Next. We got a remake on our hands, folks, because somebody decided we don't have enough of these movies. The most interesting thing to me about this is how it came to be in the first place. See, when the original film was being developed, Stephen King actually wrote a screenplay that got rejected by the filmmakers. The producer of that film, Donald Borchers, I think, decided to remake this movie 25 years later using King's script, albeit updated to the modern era. He sent King a copy to ask for his blessing, to which King's lawyers said,
No.
But the guy did it anyway and sent King a DVD copy of the movie, to which King liked it and was happy with his writing credit. I may or may not have said all of that just so I didn't have to talk about this movie. Just like the original, this follows a town of religious crazy kids led by a kid named Isaac, who kills all the adults that they see. Two idiots find themselves lost in the town after some shenanigans, and they have to find a way to escape the cult's wrath. This is so fucking lame. The original is no masterpiece, but at the very least it was fun. Isaac is such a menace and he gives off that snooty rich kid vibe, which works so well. But here, this Isaac's only defining trait is that he looks like he's drowning under his giant ass hat. Listen to the line delivery of this kid compared to the OG, it just doesn't feel the same.
He said, Joseph has taken his things and fled this happy place, because the worship of me is no more upon him.
Joseph will take his things and flee this happy place, because the fear of me is no more upon him.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Not only that, but I hate the direction they took the main characters in this. Unlike the original film, Bert and Vicky are not just your average couple. Bert repeatedly hits Vicky to get her to shut up all the time, and Vicky's every line of dialogue is just a string of whining and screaming until she's blue in the face. There's also a lot of talk of the cult procreating, and I hate it every time they try to bring this plotline into any of the movies. I do not like thinking about a cult of children needing to make babies. And this film is 10 times more exploitative than the Isaac Returns movie. Here, there's literally a breeding ceremony where two of the cult members fuck in graphic detail in front of literally everyone. Obviously, these actors were played by adults and the kids weren't actually there for the scene, but that's still fucking gross. The ending is also different, as Isaac lives, but Bert and Vicky sure as hell don't. I don't really know what I'm supposed to get out of this movie, since our two main people just show up, be awful, and then die. Okay, this one isn't even funny bad, it's just a lame movie. Hashtag not my Isaac. No, there's no break. We're back to more Children of the Corn. Fuck you. Being the 9th film total and the 8th in the direct bullshit timeline, Children of the Corn Genesis is probably the most removed from what the franchise was ever about. In fact, it's even less cohesive than the 4th one. These two idiots have their car break down in the middle of bullshit Nebraska and wander into this old dude's property asking to use their phone. He just goes by Preacher, and he reluctantly lets them inside once he hears that the girl is pregnant. They meet the preacher's wife, who was a mail-order Ukrainian bride. Okay. And they find a young child locked in their shed. They try to flee, but something just won't let them leave. Aside from a brief scene in the opening and just some background extras in the ending, this child from the shed is literally the only kid in the movie. And they also don't even have a name, they're simply credited as the child. Preacher was originally from Gatlin and was part of the OG Corn Cult, and he serves He Who Walks Behind the Rose, who has taken up residence inside the child. He possessed the house and set his sights on the wife because baby. This is just a haunted house movie with a creepy old religious man and nothing else. Even on its own, it's just plain boring since they never bother to explain anything. The characters are smart at times, but their personalities are so flat and cookie cutter that I didn't give a shit if they lived or died. There's no fun horror sequences, and there's no ironic enjoyment. It's a little sad, to be honest, because this film's opening was actually pretty good and had me thinking this wouldn't be that bad. Taking place at the time of the original, a soldier returns home from war to see his family massacred, including great subtle horror elements such as the kids just out of sight and supernatural elements quietly taking place. And then when one of the kids finally hounds him, he gets flashbacks of the things he had to do in the war, eventually choosing to remove himself from the census from the guilt. See, that's interesting, and takes the original source material and expands upon it. That's what made me like the 3rd film so much compared to any of the others. It tried something new, and despite that opening, the rest of the movie is just bland and boring, and I don't even know how to continue the bit anymore. After Isaac got crucified, Micah got run over, Eli got vaporized, Josiah was melted, Ezekiel was burned alive, Gabriel was stabbed, and Abel got blown up, I cannot decide if our lead supernatural corn-loving maniac is the preacher or the child. Either way, the bit has died because neither of them do in this movie. We're on the home stretch here, just 2 more movies and then never again. Hold strong. I had a heart attack when I started this, seeing Pierce Brosnan and this motherfucker, who was the recast version of Job for the sequel. I did not want a Lawnmower Man reunion. This is a short 2.5-hour miniseries about a writer named Mike in where else? Maine. One day, his wife gets hit by a car.
Ryan, look out!
And upon her death, he learned she was pregnant, but he always thought he was infertile. To make matters worse, she'd been spending a lot of time at a lakeside cabin and was seen with a mysterious man. After getting advice from his brother, Mike goes to the cabin and feels a ghostly presence. He nearly runs over a random little girl with his car, meeting her mother and learning that there's a custody battle going on between the mom and her nasty father-in-law. And Mike feels his wife's spirit wants him to help the mother and daughter.
Did that feel like a bloated summary? Well, that's because it is. This miniseries is weird in a lot of ways, and the pacing is absolutely abysmal. We get front-loaded with buckets of information and plot points right out of the gate, and then almost nothing happens for the middle chunk, and then everything gets answered sloppily in the last 30 minutes. It feels like this wanted to be a mystery story, but was written without any reveal in mind, just deciding to make things up as it went along to explain the unexplainable. Here's what I mean. We're set up to believe that the dead wife's cheating storyline will come back into play, but that's entirely pushed to the wayside as the mystery of who this random 1930s singer is, and how that ties to random drownings of young girls in the area. Oh, did I not mention that in the summary? Maybe that's because the summary was too bloated to begin with, but it is a shame since that is apparently the central storyline of the film. What? Why? Oh, and in case you're curious, the wife wasn't actually cheating. The man she was seen with was just Mike's brother, the Job recast. He's gay. Okay, she was at the cabin doing research on the singer after finding out that she was pregnant, which I guess Mike wasn't infertile like he thought. Okay. And it turns out that this 1930s singer named Sarah cursed the bloodlines of a group of boys who assaulted and killed her and her daughter, dooming them to drown all their daughters. Mike is, of course, the descendant of one of these goons. Custody Girlie is the last living girl in the bloodline, and father-in-law dude wants to kill her to prevent the bloodline from continuing. All of this is revealed in like 10 minutes, by the way. To me, the most interesting thing about this series was that Sarah was played by Princess Tiana herself, Anika Noni Rose, and boy, can she sing. She's got a few singing sequences in this, and that was by far the best part. As is, this is just a jumbled mess of story beats that don't connect with very little flow. Do better. So remember when I briefly touched on the Dollar Baby program? Well, here we have our first example that wasn't just lost media. Be very afraid though, this one was made by students. Yep, we have a student film. Listen, I was in film school for a few years, and I just want to say that overall, if you've seen one, you've pretty much seen them all. There's a few glimmers in those piles, but for the most part, you'll just be digging through a pile of cliches. There was no Wikipedia page for this one, so I was left on my own to grasp the extremely difficult to discern plot. I hadn't read the original story either, so I was really struggling at some points. Mainly because the audio in this one is god-awful. They only seem to have one background track for music, and the microphone constantly peaks and sounds way too loud.
Look at Pammy, Helen. Oh, no.
However, for the titular character of Willa, all of her audio is so quiet that it's practically impossible to make out anything that she says.
What?
I used the Wikipedia summary of the original short story to make sense of something, so take this plot summary with a grain of salt. Basically, this dude David is wandering around a town meeting some oddball people, and he's looking for his missing fiancée, Willa. The whole thing is presented in a way that's hard to grasp and intentionally dreamlike, but it doesn't land. I promise that's important though. He finds Willa at this random-ass CGI bar, and she reveals to him that she's dead, and he is too. They're all dead. Hooray! Turns out that they died in some accident decades ago and are wandering souls. The place that they died is said to be demolished, so David and Willa have to talk to the other oddball residents, who are also spirits, since no one is quite sure what will happen to their souls once the place gets torn down. I think. I'm not really sure. This one was hard to follow. It's really difficult to compare this film to like a big budget Hollywood shitfest or even a direct-to-video sequel made only for money. And I think that even if the project itself isn't great, I have to offer the smallest amount of credit for genuine passion and a desire to make a movie for pure reasons. That gives it points over something that's just made to line the pockets of some Hollywood executive. But in reality, that's all I can offer this movie. It's bad. It's very, very bad. You can't make out any dialogue, the acting is abysmal, the story is incomprehensible, and the color grading makes it look like it was bathed in the blood of Smurfs. This is actual trash, but once again, I give it a little bit of leeway, but just a little. Don't expect this one to be very high at all. Thankfully, that's the last time you'll have to hear this theme, because the Carrie limited series by Mick Flanagan isn't out yet, so I don't have to watch it for this video. Go f*** yourself. Yet again, we have the story of teenager Carrie White, who's bullied by her classmates and overly religious mother. She has telekinesis powers and ends up using them when they tendies at prom because they pull a prank on her, yada yada yada. I don't know why I keep summarizing the movie because I feel it's pretty unnecessary at this point, and that's a good word to describe the entire movie. It's unnecessary. I once again have to say that I'm not a big fan of the original Carrie. For the most part, it feels like a story about female bullying written by a man. Oh wait. But for the original movie, despite the story not being my favorite, had style, substance. It stands out for its presentation. It tries to handle the subject matter with a tragic outlook. This movie, congratulations, you just made another horror movie. This is not the worst version of Carrie. I think the 2002 version is considerably more terrible. I actually thought this one was kind of fine, like perfectly serviceable, but that makes it really blend into the background, not just of Stephen King adaptations, but films in general. For a few changes, Carrie this time is played by Chloe Grace Moretz, who is the only actual teenager to ever play the character. Despite how much I love Chloe, I think she was miscast for this. Once again, missing the point of her being plus-sized, this Carrie is just too stereotypically pretty for the role. Literally no one would be bullying this girl to this extent, much less the entire school. Am I wrong to believe that, like, the story gets it wrong? No one's actually that awful. And this is coming from somebody who was relentlessly bullied for her interests and appearances in school. Other changes include Carrie having a better handle on her powers, and being more open to using them to fight back against her mother. They changed some things in the prom scene as well, having her save Miss Desjardins from the slaughter and even prolonging some character deaths to her pleasure. Also, they do 100% confirm that Tommy does die via bucket to the head. That's kind of funny. This movie treats the prom scene like a triumph from a fucking Marvel movie. To me, the original prom scene is justified in a sense, but you're not supposed to think Carrie is like the hero. She snapped at her lowest point and tapped out of reality in her actions. In this version, however, they're expecting you to start cheering. It's not terrible, it's just fine. And I really don't think it should have existed in the first place. Also, casting Ansel Elgort as Tommy Ross is just a poorly aged choice. Carrie girl, listen to your mom on this one, stay the fuck home. The biggest problem when doing massive movie binges such as this is that you're gonna get a lot of movies that are just fine, perfectly average, literally nothing special, and that means there's hardly anything to talk about it. Yet I have to fill up an entire page of a script and blab to you about these random ass films that no one even knows. Really gonna try to stretch out the word count for this one. Okay, so this husband and wife have been married for over 20 years. When the husband goes on a business trip, the wife finds a box in his garage containing evidence that her partner is actually the prolific serial killer called Beatty. He figures out that she knows and decides to come home early and let her know the whole truth. They come to a loose agreement to bury the evidence and never speak of it again, but the wife has secret plans to bring this evil man to justice. It sounds good, but in reality, it's just the absolute bare minimum. I think a big issue with this movie is that I just didn't believe the two actors. Not that they were terrible at acting, just that I didn't ever believe that these two were in love, despite the 5-minute long sex scene that tried to convince me otherwise. I also cannot buy this man as a serial killer even in his youth. I like listening to true crime podcasts as much as the next gal, but I know for sure they would be making shit up if this was the guy they kept pointing to. Whether he's pretending everything is normal or when his mask is completely off, I just couldn't imagine him actually being capable of these things. It just wasn't convincing. Those are my only real complaints, which wouldn't be the worst if there were a lot of good things to point out too, but there isn't. Aside from a cool premise, there's just nothing here of note. Maybe the ending, I guess? It's a Stephen King story, so a lot of people are expecting a certain kind of ending for a story like this, but it did surprise me with how it concluded. I guess. I'm not saying it's a great ending, it just simply wasn't what I expected, and that's that. This is a movie that exists. Next time, could you try and make it interesting or unique or interesting? It was kind of cool to see Kristen Connolly playing the couple's daughter in this, I suppose. It reminded me of a much better horror thriller of Cabin in the Woods. And thank God I maxed out the words on this segment. Yay! Next. Have you ever seen a horror movie before? Congrats! You've seen this movie. Mercy is essentially if you took the backstory from Encanto, the explanation from Eli, the reveal of when Marty was there, tossed in some half-assed Lovecraft demon possession, and then let Blumhouse try and make you scared from that. Yeah, it's a kind of a mess, and completely bare bones. This kid named Georgie had a very close bond with his grandmother named Mercy. However, after she suffers a stroke, she needs around-the-clock care. Georgie, his mom, and his autistic brother Buddy all travel to stay and watch over Mercy for the time being. By the way, the brother isn't explicitly autistic, it just seems very deliberate. He's got a special interest in cooking and has to have things done a very particular way, and it just whatever, no one cares. Anyways, after digging into Mercy's past, Georgie learns that she may have some demonic secrets hidden in their familial line. I haven't read the original story, but this film comes across as someone just reaching into a bowl of horror film cliches and using whatever they pulled out. Scenes fly by at lightning speed with very little development. Kid characters talk as if they were in their mid-30s. There's betrayal and plot twists that are never developed on. There's setups that are reincorporated last minute with very little satisfaction. It's honestly a whole mess. Thing is, there's a bit of potential to make a halfway decent horror movie in here, but I think they needed to pick one storyline and just stick with it. For example, early in the story we see this painting, and the artist said that they are called death wolves, creatures who chase lost souls and drop them into the pits of hell. Several times we see this painting and are told about these wolves. Well, when one inevitably shows up in the story, it's just a wolf's face superimposed on a shot, and it growls and does nothing. That's it, the end. The entire explanation as to what's going on is just plain confusing. Grandma Mercy made a deal with some supernatural entity decades ago to let her bear children, and now she's possessed by the thing, I think? And the entity wants to kill her and her bloodline now for some reason, and there's a magic book that if you cry on the pages, it makes all your wishes come true, and Georgie defeats the evil thing by crying on the page, and what? The creature from the movie is actually featured in an H.P. Lovecraft story, and I was really excited to see the film's look for it, only to find it to not only be a terrible effect, but a lazy design. This looks more like a Halloween decoration you'd see in the clearance aisle of a Party City. Pretty standard, nothing burger of a horror movie. Whatever. Sometimes you just know a story is being held back because of where it was released. Other times, it's maybe because the subject matter was put in the wrong hands. For this movie, it's both. Before I get too far, I want to say that I literally cannot talk about this film without first giving a trigger warning for SA. If that would be too triggering for you, you're welcome to skip the rest of this segment. 3, 2, 1... let's go. So this story follows a famous mystery writer, a woman this time, named Tess, as she talks to some of her fans in a book club. On her way home using a different route suggested to her by one of the ladies, her tires get caught in a trap. A man offers to help her out, but it turns out he was the one who set the trap. Tess is then violently sexually assaulted by this man and presumed dead. Unbeknownst to her attacker, she survived the assault, and now has it in her heart to bring him to justice herself. Listen, stories like this can work. Take the movie Revenge from 2017, for example. The thing is, Revenge is a story written and directed by a woman. This story is written by Stephen King, a man, and directed by, well, a man. The same man who made that weird-ass Blue Lagoon reboot that I've seen way too many times because my ex was obsessed with it, and the Salem's Lot remake from 2004, funnily enough. What is this man's filmography? Anyways, I know Stephen King has gotten himself into hot water for scenes that he writes sometimes. Take the dreaded chapter from It, or some plot beats from Carrie. I have not read the book the movie's based on, but I do feel an aura of ick knowing a man wrote the story. Can't help it, it's ingrained to me. The fact that this is a Lifetime movie also didn't help its case. I feel like it thankfully prevented the violence from getting too exploitative, but it did make it feel a little too light overall as a complete package for the heavy subject matter. With all that out of the way, as a movie on its own, it's actually pretty decent. I was surprised with just how invested I got, how much I really loved Tess as a character. She didn't feel like an over-the-top girl boss badass. Instead, she stayed very grounded and realistic. I think they handled her trauma really well, all things considered. I also like how she would often talk to a character from her books when she needed advice. And fucking hell, I would love to read the books that she wrote if they were real.
If I may weigh in, dear, waste the whiny bitch.
A little misguided and messy at its core, but it does a lot good with what little it has to work with. Then again, you should just watch Revenge instead. See, this proves a limited series can be good if you know how to properly pace shit out. Following the story of a teacher named Jake, he discovers a time portal in the back closet of a restaurant that his friend owns that takes him to the date of 1960. His friend tells him that he needs his help, since he's been trying to use the portal to go back and stop the JFK assassination. There's no way to change the date you get sent back to, and every time you go back in, everything resets. After his friend dies, Jake decides to carry the torch, heading into the past and planning to wait out the 3 years until the assassination date, and also to find if Lee Harvey Oswald had help. Genuinely, this hooked me so good. I will admit that my knowledge on the whole JFK assassination conspiracy is pretty limited, since public school isn't exactly jumping to give out that kind of information. But for the most part, that wasn't really necessary to understand the series. I'm not saying that there's no conspiracy to be had in this story, because that's not true. But the series makes it pretty accessible to those who know very little, and I appreciated that. I like seeing Jake get settled into this time frame, and how he learns to open up to some and hide from others. The sheer amount of close calls with Oswald, the FBI, CIA, and even just some random passerbys had me tense the entire time. time. Then there's the bonds that he makes in the 60s. I love the people who end up employing him as a teacher, such as the principal and a lovely secretary named Ms. Mimi, who both have plenty of tearjerker moments. And then there's the love interest of Sadie, who I thought was kind of blah at first, but really picks up in the later episodes. And lastly, there's Bill, a young man who Jake told the whole truth to and recruited him as a helper. Honestly, Bill is somehow my favorite and least favorite character in the series. He kind of feels like a stray cat that you just kind of let in and feed every once in a while, and they constantly fuck up your shit and make messes, but they're just so darn cute that you kind of just forgive it. I think that Bill could have easily been a very compelling character if the story gave him a little more spotlight. However, he feels pushed to the wayside really quickly and is treated more like a plot device than a character sometimes. And because of that, the ending of his story is kind of weak as a result. This series is great at setting up tension. With the dreaded date getting closer as the past desperately tries to stop Jake at every turn, you will find yourself spiraling as you try to piece together the mystery yourself. There's so many twists and turns with Oswald's story that you want to wait until the very last moment, just in case history books got it wrong. Fantastic series. I cannot recommend it enough. And unlike many King stories, this one sticks the goddamn landing. Hell yeah. So you know those movies where they're just about modern technology being bad, and you can tell the people behind it only think it's bad because they just don't understand? Obviously things like short form content and people always being on their phones is a bad thing, but if you don't know why it's bad and you just spout bullshit about it turning people into zombies or whatever for using it, everyone's just gonna think you're an idiot. So anyways, this movie is about a zombie virus that spreads when people use their cell phones. Yeah, this was definitely written by a 60-year-old man. We have our protagonist, who is not a writer. He writes graphic novels, that's completely different. Anyways, he's in an airport when the virus begins, emitted from people's phones. Anyone who's too close to the signal becomes violent. He travels underground and meets up with Samuel L. Jackson, and together with that girl from Orphan and Hunger Games, the group travel north to find if main character dude's family is still alive. There's a couple things that I actually like in this movie, so I'll get through those first. I do love zombie films where they act like a hive mind. Honestly, that's a really creepy idea, and the visuals for it are amazing. And when your zombies can run, scary as hell. I also do like the noises these things make. It's not your standard howls and shrieks, but they do emit a frequency in their calls that's truly chilling. Kinda sounds like radio static or something. I won't go into a ton of detail here because it requires a shit ton of explanation and backstory, but I do think that the ending of this one is very powerful and incredibly bleak. The final visual of this film did leave me satisfied. Everything else sucks so much ass. I didn't give a single shit about any of these characters. The apocalypse setting feels practically glossed over. The zombies are treated as oddly non-threatening. No one acts like a rational human being in this. For example, they head to a boys' academy and find the headmaster has discovered that zombies go dormant at night as long as they have an auditory signal from a device nearby. So they blare the "Trollolololo" song on their phones all around them. Yes, I'm serious. It goes on for so long and it's never scary. This was way after the meme, by the way. How did you guys not know? It feels like the damn thing is constantly on fast forward. We meet new people for about 3 seconds before they die in these big emotional scenes that I just didn't give a shit about. We don't get any further explanation as to why the outbreak is happening aside from just phone bad. It's kind of insulting, and these actors deserve a better Stephen King film to star in. Oh wait, just watch 1408 for real. Next. Yes, this fucking thing. I got a lot to say here, so buckle up. For a little bit of backstory, The Dark Tower is based on Stephen King's longest series, spanning decades. The books are massive in size and scale, detailing an epic journey of alternate dimensions and a single tower at the center of the universe, protecting all that reside within. While I haven't read the books, my dad has, and he tells me over and over about how amazing they are. When this film first came out in 2017, he dragged my 16-year-old self to the theater and told me to sit back, relax, and enjoy the story he's been raving about for years. Safe to say, we both left the theater very disappointed. Even if you have no idea this movie was based on a novel series, you for sure feel it. This plays like a best of reel of a massive story that ends up only showing the cliches at the story's center. A boy dreaming of another reality and an evil threat chasing a hero. His parents think he's crazy. He gets proven right and brought to the new dimension. He meets with a hero who takes him under his wing. The hero has a tragic backstory and the boy helps him find his spark again. The boy has a magical ability that the bad guy has been searching for, and the boy learns to hone that power to defeat the evil. Yeah, that's kind of just what this one is. It's also trying so hard to set up a sequel that has no point of existing. This feels like Tomorrowland or Jupiter Ascending, where the world they set up is impressive, but they do literally nothing original with it to the point that it's just the pool of sci-fi slop that other films pull out of. Stephen King himself has been asked how he felt about this movie, and he said that the failure was most surely attributed to trying to smash so much of the story into a 90-minute runtime, and toning down the violence for a PG-13 rating. Although he did say that the filmmakers did a good job for taking these central parts part of the book and making a halfway decent film, I guess you're the judge here, buddy. Thing is, there's a few things that I did actually like. I did absolutely love Idris Elba as the hero called the Gunslinger. I even heard diehard fans of the book adored his portrayal. I wish his character was a little more developed on, but I do think he's by far the best part.
Do they have guns in your world?
Yeah.
And bullets?
You're gonna like Earth.
I also did like the final action scene. Despite it being pretty crap story-wise, was super entertaining and well shot to keep the energy high. And a sci-fi story that expands on the power of the shine, yes, the same shine from The Shining, is super creative. I do own the first book now, and I'm gonna start the series soon. I think out of all the films on this list, this one's the biggest missed opportunity. I really do hope we get another go someday. Maybe a TV show? I hope that you've seen this movie already because it's currently the highest grossing horror film ever made, and if you haven't, then genuinely how? Okay, so this movie is about a group of kids in the 1980s who begin to piece together the strange supernatural elements that have been occurring in their town for centuries. Terrible things happen and kids go missing every 27 years, and it's made clear that there's a shape-shifting entity at the center of this conspiracy. The biggest difference between this and the 90s miniseries, as well as the book, is that there's no adult storyline yet. This film is a part 1, only focusing on the kids and not cutting to their adult lives. I actually prefer this structure. While yes, the original had the ability to build tension gradually over the course of both storylines, this one feels a little more cohesive and really lets us get into the headspace and lives of these kids without it feeling like a B-plot. The casting here is also phenomenal. Bill Skarsgård's version of Pennywise is truly terrifying. I completely understand the complaint of being over-reliant on jump scares and doing very little subtle horror, but I think here we get a better showing of just how much fun Pennywise was having with tormenting these kids. He really feels like he's performing for them in a fucked up kind of way.
Hey guys, are you ready to beat the shit out of me? I can't hear you!
And even without his great performance, we still have plenty of horror for these kids. Not only are the parents of these kids shown more to get a true scope of just how messed up they are, in different ways of course, but Henry Bowers and his bully buddies are 10 times scarier than the original. I think it would take less time to say what isn't wrong with Henry Bowers. This kid nails the psycho turn he takes with great effect, and I wish he was in the movie a little more. I have a soft spot for this movie, even if I know it's not perfect. The dialogue feels a little clunky sometimes, the CGI can look really janky and unpolished, and I really wish we had more subtle horror, but overall, it's a genuinely really great experience, feeling like it was made for the teens and young adults of the modern era, and I love that. Next time though, please don't remove the queer characters and then half-ass them in the sequel because you remember the gay stuff was plot important too late. Thanks. God, Mike Flanagan is a national treasure. Gerald's Game returns us to what makes so many Stephen King stories so special. A realistic setting and storyline that feels grounded. One that ties to a deep-rooted trauma that lets the main character overcome a personal challenge. This movie involves the couple of Gerald and Jesse as they head to a vacation spot to repair their marriage that's on the rocks. When trying out something new in the bedroom, Jesse is handcuffed to the bed by Gerald, who starts getting really fucking weird with his nasty-ass fantasy despite Jesse not being into it. When she demands that he gets off of her, Gerald suddenly clutches his chest, falling down and dying from a heart attack. This leaves Jessie handcuffed to the bed on her own, miles from help and with no way to escape. Such a damn simple premise, and that's what makes me really love this one. If you go into this expecting your standard horror fare, I'm sorry, but you're gonna be disappointed. This is much more of a psychological story. Different parts of Jessie's mind manifest in other versions of herself and of Gerald, who talk to her throughout the ordeal. She's constantly haunted by an event from her past that she never truly dealt with, one that's extremely dark and very uncomfortable to watch. But that's the intention. This scene also plays great homage to Dolores Claiborne, and much like that film, deals with a despicable father figure. As much as I shit-talk the fact that King wrote a story like Big Driver, and feeling like I preferred if a woman handled that story, I think the way that this is portrayed in the film is horrifyingly brilliant. This doesn't feel exploitative for shock's sake, and it shows us more of the mental effect it had on our main character as opposed to it routinely re-showing the inciting event over and over. Dolores Claiborne did this too, and I think that's what makes it okay. And then there's the Moonlight Man, which I admit wasn't my favorite. I will give that he was scary as hell. I nearly broke the sound barrier with my screams during one of his quick appearances, but the way that he plays into the story to me could have been a little better. It's not bad and it doesn't taint the film, but I think it's a slight weak point. And lastly, the gore. I can sit through a Saw film and not bat an eye, but this movie had me turning away and kicking my feet in anguish. Very few films can get me like that, so heads up. A fantastic movie with such a simple premise that still feels like classic King. Great job. Behold, the first movie on the list where it's set in a cornfield in Nebraska and is also not a Children of the Corn movie. This one for sure was hard to judge without bias, as it's the first film so far where I've read the book before seeing the film, but I won't talk about the book until after this normal segment, as to be expected. This story is the confession of one Wilfred James. He writes a letter in his final hours detailing how in 1922 he murdered his wife Arlette because she was planning to sell a large patch of land that she owned and move to the city. Wilfred was furious with this because he did not want to leave the farm life, and if she did go ahead with her plan, she'd take their 14-year-old son Henry with her. Wilfred convinced his son to assist with the murder, and his letter describes the plague of misfortunes that set upon them for the rest of the year. My personal favorite thing about this movie is just how it makes you so uncomfortable, and that's completely intentional. You always feel this aura of ick hanging over your head in every scene, partially due to the music, the shot composition, and the fantastic performances. You're never able to sit comfortably in your seat in this one, which is kind of surprising since it's not really all that scary or bloody. While Arlette's murder is quite gory, it does feel much more tame compared to the other entries on this list. Her decayed body as well doesn't scream gorefest. Instead, this one prides itself on quieter horror, letting the story build up slowly and giving you that feeling that you're always being watched and judged for your sins. I think the rats in this movie do a great job at assisting that ick feeling. While films like Graveyard Shift just kind of use them to represent dirty environments, this movie treats them like a literal plague. These things are not here to mess around. They do some real damage to Wilfred and his livestock as well, and also add an extra layer of disturbing with how they ravage the bodies of those who die. It's not a flawless film. I do think that the character of Henry wasn't used to the best here. He could have had a few more scenes to really develop the brooding persona he gets after the murder, as well as a few more scenes of his love interest before their story takes a different path. I also do wish the ending was a little more conclusive, but that's mostly just my book bias talking. A really unsettling and interesting film. I think I just might like movies with rats. So I managed to read 1922 before I got to this film on the list, and I did that on purpose. I really wanted to see one film where I had read the book first, and this film adaptation did a pretty good job at bringing these things to life. There was one big thing that I didn't exactly care for that much, and that was, surprisingly, it wasn't that gory, and I think it really should have been. The one thing that I really liked in the book, honestly, was just how over the top and gruesome Arlette's murder was, and especially what happened to her body after she was put in the well. There's several times that Wilfred goes back to the well and checks in to see how her body's doing, and it gets worse and worse. And while yeah, the film does show her rotting corpse and it is pretty freaky, it's not as freaky as the book. I think the one thing that was especially missing from it was the smile that she had. He essentially missed when he tried to cut her throat the first time and ended up giving her a giant smile instead. And then afterwards, when they use a cow to fall into the well to give an excuse to cover it up, the cow, when it's still alive, ends up kicking her jaw off. That's how the rats are able to get into her mouth. I honestly think that should have stayed. I mean, even just describing it to you, it's a pretty icky visual, and I really do wish that was kept in. But everything else was really good. This is kind of how I visualized a lot of the cast to look, even if I hadn't seen any photos from the film while I was reading the book. The ending was a little more ambiguous in the film as well, versus the book actually ends with Wilfred being discovered later having chewed his own body to death, while his writing said that he was being eaten by rats and there were no rats found in the hotel. I think I kind of prefer the book's ending a little bit, but I'm trying to judge these separately. The film is still really good, but I do prefer the book to the film adaptation. Well, here it is, the last sequel to this piece of shit franchise. Well, yes, there's another film we have to watch. That's a remake. And how did we end this rocky journey? Well, you're not gonna believe me if I told you. This is actually the best film in the franchise. It's still not great, but it's better than the rest. Even the original. What a time to be alive. Directly connecting this with the original story, this movie is the tale of a girl named Ruth who escaped the original Gatlin cult. She was pregnant at the time and gave birth to her baby, who she'd call Aaron. Over the last 13 years, she'd been caring for Aaron as best as she could, traveling constantly and living out of her car, always in constant fear that the cult would someday catch up to her, despite them all being dead. After arriving in a new town, thankfully not Nebraska, she decides to lay down roots and live a normal life. But something is brewing, and a young girl is seen around the town with a knack for violence in the name of he who walks behind the rose. Just some stuff out of the way first. There's actually hardly any corn in this movie. Aside from some of the corn effigies that Ruth finds, that's all we get. There's also a really shit subplot of a potential romance with Ruth's boss that's annoying as hell and took up too much time in the middle chunk. And lastly, the twist of the ending was a little disappointing, since it's a cliche that's done to death. Didn't make me hate the movie or anything, but it did make it not as satisfying as I would have hoped. Everything else was actually really good. This by far has the best cinematography of the franchise. Several shots are genuinely captivating and the color grading looks very nice, especially for the tiny budget. Our lead was also very compelling. Her actress sells the trauma and stress she faces insanely well. Her bond with her son is extremely engaging and I really wanted things to work out for them. And then we have our villain. After Isaac got crucified, Micah got run over, Eli got vaporized, Josiah was melted, Ezekiel was burned alive, Gabriel was stabbed, Abel got blown up, and the preacher and the child got off scot-free, our final supernatural corn-loving goblin is known only as the pretty girl. She for sure felt pretty ominous. Not quite what I would call scary, but she did serve her purpose and played perfectly into the overall narrative. I liked her more quiet approach to the lead evil role. Not a bad way to close the timeline. This isn't like the other films in the franchise for a lot of reasons, but the big one is that it isn't a cheesy slasher fest. This film takes itself seriously, and for the most part it works. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you that this is a masterpiece, because it is not. I'm just saying that compared to the rest of the franchise, this shit is like Citizen Kane level. As a film on its own, it's just kind of good, but I'll take what I can get. And next on the checklist for pointless remakes, I feel like saying that literally no one asked for this would be redundant, so I won't bother. I'll just jump to the actual story and start complaining, since I know that's what you're just here to see. Moving to a small town in Maine with his wife and 2 children, Lewis learns of a local pet cemetery on their land that's said to have interesting properties. When the family cat gets killed, his neighbor named Judd feels like their daughter isn't ready to say goodbye to her friend, so he takes Lewis beyond the cemetery's borders to bury the kitty there. Come the next day, the cat is returned, looking a little worse for wear and not quite acting the same as when he was alive. Now for the first half, this was pretty much just a verbatim scene for scene remake. They did tease the idea of some potentially interesting changes, like cult rituals occurring when burying a pet, and they just never bring it up again, which is kind of a shame because these kids marching with all these masks was everywhere in the promotional material. The only thing really investing me in the first part of this movie was the cat actors. The cat, named Church, was played by 4 kitty actors named Leo, Tonic, Jaeger, and JD. By far, they give the best performances in the movie. I mentioned that in the original the cat wasn't scary, but this one definitely is. And their facial expressions and body language gave off that uneasy feeling the first couldn't dream of. Give these cats Oscars, goddammit. Anyway, the part that gets weird is when the family's kid dies. In the original, baby Gage was killed and subsequently revived via the cemetery. However, here, it's the older daughter Ellie who's pancaked by the car.
Ryan, look out!
Leading to her being revived. And instead of having an eerie child acting more like a demon, this just feels like an edgy kid who got their hands on a knife. It doesn't land the same. Even if Gage wasn't scary in the slightest, the idea of a little toddler being the threat tackled the grief subject a little better. With this kid, I feel like she was just trying to be a beta version of Abigail or something, and she could never be Abigail. The ending was also way different and feels less like a somber and haunting tale and more like a standard bullshit horror movie. I didn't hate it, but the theme of needing to let go of the past just didn't fit here. It sort of pissed me off. And don't even get me started on adding a Wendigo to the story, making the Wendigo act completely different than the original Algonquin legend, and then never having it show up in the movie at all. Complete bullshit. This is just a whatever horror movie with great animal performances. Not terrible, but not good either. Again, if you haven't seen this movie, you've got to be living under a rock. The sequel to the highest grossing horror film of all time. Here we go. The second half of the It story. This one's about the adult losers 27 years after the first film. All of them have left the town of Derry except for Mike, who calls each one of them up to remind them of their promise to come back once It returns. Reluctantly, everyone meets up, well, except for Stan, but anyways, and they find their memories are extremely hazy. Mike has a plan for how to defeat the clown once and for all, involving each of them confronting their past and completing a ritual. Now, much of this film is about lonesome vignettes about each character on their own, except for Stan, but anyways. Oh, and also without Mike. He's not dead, he's just never shown. While overall I do like these side stories, it for sure doesn't feel as strong as the group together as a whole. That's what made me really like the first one. And breaking them up multiple times did make the film feel very episodic, which really it shouldn't have been. That being said, I do love the banter between them, especially between Richie and Eddie.
So wait, Eddie, you got married?
Yo, why is it so funny, wad?
What, to like a woman?
You, bro.
You!
No.
Oh, you know I got married?
No.
Yeah, no, me and your mom are very, very happy right now.
I'm cackling at most of their dialogue, and it really adds to their bond. And yes, thankfully, they do add the queer unrequited love story, which the first didn't set up. This one's biggest issue overall is how it feels pretty disconnected from the first. Things are brought up in this one that supposedly happened in the last, when it wasn't the case. Things like the clubhouse, Stan's obsession with shower caps, Mike being the historian of the group, and yes, Richie being gay. This does make it feel kind of messy overall, but there's still plenty good to balance it out. Not only are the Pennywise scares just as good in this, but the scale is for sure increased for how powerful he feels. Even the original miniseries couldn't get him to truly feel like an eater of worlds, but here, yeah, I can sure get that. The actual ritual, despite being a little clunky with how they resolve it, is very thematically appropriate, and that damn ending. Yeah, I can't get through this one without sobbing my eyes out. This really nails the closing of an epic story that takes place over decades. It doesn't matter that the actual end of Pennywise is pretty dumb. The story was always about the bonds between these friends. And this one was especially rough to watch with the heartbreaking news of the recent death of James Ransone. I was an emotional mess. This may not be as strong as the first, but it's a perfectly satisfying conclusion to this tale. Now, I read It when I was in high school, and I don't remember a lot about it other than the forbidden chapter, which I am not going to address. But I just wanted to say here that I did remember reading it, I did remember liking it, and I do remember getting kind of creeped out by it. I wasn't say I was scared. It definitely gave me some of those eerie feelings. It was the first ever horror book that I ever read, and back in 2018, I think, is when I actually read it. I was still pretty anti-horror. I was very jumpy, I was very scared. Very funny that it later became my favorite genre. I didn't remember a lot of the exact beats of the book. I just wanted to pop in here and, let you know that I did read it. But I do remember liking it. I remember it was pretty creepy. Gotta love a good mindfuck horror movie. In the Tall Grass is based on a novel written by King, yes, but was also written by his son, Joe Hill, who you might know as being the creator of The Black Phone, so yeah, expect that kind of energy here. Brother and sister duo Cal and Becky are on a trip to the city when they stop due to Becky's morning sickness from her pregnancy. While pulled over, they hear the voice of a young boy named Tobin calling for help in the nearby grass, and the two decide to head in. They get separated quickly, and it seems impossible to find each other again. They decide to jump up to see how far away they are, realizing they're quite close. However, when they jump again, it's as if they've been teleported farther away. New faces arrive in the grass, all with different intentions, and it's made clear there's some kind of time loop going on, all revolving around a mysterious rock at the center of the field. Listen, I do love a good time loop movie. However, that means they are inevitably confusing as all get out. Maybe I'm stupid, but I did need to look up an explanation as to what the hell happened in the third act, because I had no clue. If you like those kinds of films, though, this is gonna be for you. This also isn't a standard loop film. It seems to reset every single day, and people can take different paths than the first time. Some characters die and then are alive later on, or even witness their previous body. Other times, characters have completely different motivations than their previous counterparts. It can make things really intense and confusing to determine who we can trust. Then there's the rock.
It's not just a boulder, it's a rock. A rock.
It's made very clear that this thing controls the field and won't let anyone leave, and we have this fucking douche canoe named Ross who makes it his mission to get everyone in the field to touch the rock to be enlightened. He is truly an evil character in every version of the time loop, threatening to S.A. Becky and murdering members of the group multiple times. While there's plenty of good here, there's a little bad. Unfortunately, much of this movie is just people running through the grass calling each other's names. On top of that, there's a weird subplot where Cal meets up with Becky's baby daddy Travis. Travis accuses Cal of never liking him even before Becky's pregnancy, and saying that Cal might actually be in love with his sister. That's kind of disgusting. And it's not just an accusation. Cal's reaction to this all but confirms Trevor's suspicion. It's still a good story with a solid ending, even if you do have to run through a lot of messy grass to get to it. Not enough people know about this one's existence. Yeah, The Shining has a sequel. Not only that, but it is not a derived work. This is based on a story Stephen King wrote decades after the original. However, if you go in expecting this to be very closely related to its predecessor, you're gonna be a little let down. Aside from the climax, a few characters, and simply just having to do with the power of the shine, this has very little to do with the original. Our protagonist here is Danny from the first, now an adult. He's locked away the spirits of the Overlook in his mind, and uses his power of the shine to help patients in hospice move on, hence the name Dr. Sleep. Danny also manages to get a shine connection from a young girl named Abra that he speaks with and grows a friendship with over the years. However, there's a threat coming. A group of people sense Abra's strong shine, and have managed to stay immortal for hundreds of years by killing and consuming this power from others. Now it's up to Danny and Abra to stop them before it's too late. I know they aren't technically classed as this, but if they were, this would be King's best vampire work that I've seen. The immortal people, called the True Knot, are genuinely interesting and intimidating. They're easily the best part of this movie, and their leader, Rose the Hat, is one of my favorite King villains, bar none. The way this group operates under her rule is fascinating and, yes, terrifying. There's a scene in the film where the group kidnaps and brutally kills a young boy for his shine, and I won't lie when I say it's truly disturbing, even with very little gore. All that being said, this movie's far from perfect. Despite the wonderful direction from Mike Flanagan and some truly beautiful scenes, this one struggles a little in the story and character department. I feel like Abra isn't very well fleshed out, and Danny himself doesn't have much going on either outside of his bout with alcoholism in the beginning. On top of that, while the final act is cool for how closely it resembles The Shining, it can make the film slow down to just a series of references. Honestly, I wish this was even more removed from the first. It might have disappointed fans, sure, but you have a fantastic villain threat, and just simply expanding on the lore of this power would be more than enough. Not at all a bad film, it's actually pretty great, but sometimes I wish it could have done a little more on its own without using the first as a crutch. And also for Rose the Hat, hear me out, would. Thank you. Okay, get ready for some limited series coming up. Yeah, we got 4 series back to back, with 1 Children of the Corn movie thrown in. Would you believe I watched all 4 of these series, the shortest one being 8 hours, mind you, all in a week? My mental health is great, thanks for asking. The Outsider was the highest rated out of all these shows, and it's, well, pretty fucking boring. This is about a detective who learns of a young boy being found mutilated and dead. Forensic evidence proves that this man, played by Nick Wilde himself, is the killer. However, there's video evidence he was over 70 miles away at the time. 2 episodes tick by and the entire family of the victim end up dying from their grief, and the last member takes out Nick Wilde on his way to trial before dying himself. Case closed, right? Well, no. Our detective man hires Cynthia Erivo to come here and look at the case, and she finds more examples like this all across the country. Kid dead, forensic evidence leaves no room for doubt on the culprit, but there's concrete evidence of the perp being somewhere else. And to top it all off, the families of both the victim and the supposed killer all die not long after due to seemingly natural reasons. Now, what I just described to you takes about 5 hours to be discovered. This show is actually about a supernatural demon creature who creates a doppelganger of someone to commit the crime. Also, it can feed on the corresponding family's grief as they slowly die. That's an interesting idea, but the slow-ass way it's revealed makes it quite the slog to get through. Honestly, Nick Wilde and Cynthia Erivo were the only characters that I really cared about. Not enough to remember their names, but you know, that's fine. And one of those 2 characters also dies in episode 2, so hooray. The main character had practically no traits aside from the fact that he seemingly gained a lisp halfway through the show. We barely ever see the entity, which is really a shame. The few scenes it did have were really great and super interesting. So to make it clear, this was based on a book, yes, a book I haven't read, but from other people who have. The first 2 episodes of the show cover the entire first half of the book, while the remaining 8 cover the last half. Yeah, it's one of those. It's not terrible or anything, but it for sure was not for me. This really should have been a 2-hour movie yet again. There's very few limited series that truly justify the extra runtime, and this was not one of them. Maybe if Cynthia Erivo was the main character instead of Mr. Lisp Man, and we got more time with this pretty creative threat, maybe this could have been something decent. As it is, it's whatever. Well, folks, we're here. The very last film in this entire franchise. For now. Anyways, this is a remake in a sense. Basically, the filmmakers wanted to remove themselves from the original 1984 film and instead create their own spin on the original short story, entirely from scratch, and boy, does it show. This movie pretty much feels as if some Hollywood executives said, hey, let's make a horror movie called Children of the Corn, and that was all the information that they got. Because this doesn't take place in Gatlin, and there's no Isaac. Yeah, you heard me right. Taking place in a town in fucking goddamn Nebraska called whatever. The residents have been having some problems with their corn after using shitty GMOs in the crop. They come together and vote to have the state come in and destroy the field and instead subsidize the land. Hey, wake up. Wake up, we're getting to the point, okay? This girl named Bo decides to take her father to a mock trial since he made the decision rashly and without taking into account everyone else's opinions. However, a little girl named Eden rallied the rest of the children of the town to the trial, killing the adults and imprisoning any others she could find. She says it's the town's sins themselves that have caused the problems in the corn, and that the adults must pay. I feel like this should have just been a prequel, because if we're counting this as an interpretation of the story, it's dog shit. But as a prequel, this would show how little Isaac got to power in the first place. I'm not saying replace Eden with Isaac either. In the original short story, Isaac was the new face in power, as his predecessor died not long before the story since he reached 19 years of age. Or hell, if this wasn't going to be a prequel, make it a sequel about how he who walks behind the rose spread to other towns. As the other sequels make it clear, there's other possessed children around. And speaking of he who walks behind the rose, we get another reveal of this demon in the corn, and he looks like complete ass. I think I like this entity better when you never see him, or hell, if you're gonna show him, make a fun design like the third one. This version just looks awful. I liked Eden well enough. I can actually see how she'd come to power here, and she's a bit intimidating with how much she acts like a real child with a fucked up sense of justice. She's absolutely no Isaac, but I think she's good enough for what we have. Overall, it's still pretty shit. We have to sit through a lot of land ownership talk and terrible acting to boot, and the ending of this one is so laugh out loud bad that I literally don't want to spoil that awful reveal for you. It's sad that this movie is as bad as it is, and yet it's one of the better ones in this forgettable franchise. Good fucking riddance. Now, I decided to read Children of the Corn because I hate myself, and unfortunately, the 2009 film, one of my least favorites in the franchise, is pretty much just the book. Like, that is probably the most accurate adaptation of the book. Isaac is barely in it. I mean, to be fair, the story is only like 40 pages or so, but Isaac only shows up in the last like 3 pages. It's mostly just the couple heading into town, finding nobody's around, seeing the corn effigies getting cornered and then killed, and then Isaac gives a sermon, and that's the end of the story. I don't really like the short story all that much. It does go into a little bit more detail about the cult like procreating and all that, and I don't like that. I think it was kind of okay in the 1984 version because like they don't talk about that. You can in your brain come up with whatever kind of explanations, but they don't actually talk about it or show it, and I think that's how it should have been. And also something that's kind of interesting in the story is that Isaac was only recently in power. As I mentioned for the 2020 remake, his predecessor had just died recently, so Isaac is the new face in power. I just think that's kind of interesting. But even if the 2009 version is the most accurate version, it's still not good. None of them are really great, to be honest, but whatever. Oh boy. Buckle the fuck up, folks. I'm about to tell you how much this fucking embarrassment of cinema screwed up the story of the original version. I am legit so mad about this, and I might rant a little here, but you need to understand that this pissed me off so bad that I genuinely went to work the next day with a scowl on my face. And I'm going beyond my normal word limit for these, so yeah, we're gonna go there. Sit down, shut up, and get ready to see me get pissed off. Okay, much like the original, it's about a terrible plague that wipes out nearly everybody on Earth in like a week. Half the survivors dream of a kind old woman named Mother Abigail and go to see her, while the other half dream of a magical crazy man and set up shop in Las Vegas. So how on earth do they pick this up? Well, the biggest one is that for some fucking reason, they tell it completely out of order. The show starts after everyone is already with Mother Abigail. Then it cuts to the very beginning of the outbreak to follow knockoff Lieutenant Dan, who starts in captivity, by the way. Then it just cuts midway through the outbreak, then back to the end, then back to the beginning, and then the end, and then the beginning, then the end, wrap episode 1. Next episode has the exact same structure with another one of the main characters. Rinse and repeat until we get all 4. This show somehow adds 3 fucking hours of extra runtime compared to the original, and these characters feel even less fleshed out than before. Maybe because their arcs are all chopped into non-chronological pieces, and they focus on the wrong fucking characters. Knockoff Lieutenant Dan here is arguably the main character, and he has less screen time than the incel character Harold, who, by the way, is given a death where I think they're trying to make you feel bad for him despite him literally being a domestic terrorist. But yes, let's give him a dignified death and butcher the heroic and sacrificial death of Nick, aka Deaf Boy with the fat ass. No ass in this version, no anything really, because he's a blank fucking slate who gets practically no introduction in perhaps 20 minutes of overall screen time. He was my favorite character in the original, and instead of charging headfirst into a bomb in a last-ditch effort to defuse it, he instead just wanders into it and doesn't even evacuate the building because no one thought to tell the deaf guy who can't hear the screams that there's a bomb in the building. I don't give a shit about any character here because none of them are set up right. Telling the story in a fucked up order for no reason makes me confused as shit as to who the hell these people are. If I had never seen the original, I'd be completely lost, but since I have seen the original, I'm just pissed off. Hello, also, it's edited editing Snowy here. I just wanted to say that if I had to offer like any kind of positive, I don't really know if it's a positive or not. I'm just talking on my ass. The actual play called Captain Trips, I think is what it's called, makes you like have your neck swell up and makes you snot. It makes you snot all over the place. And can I just say that I myself am so viscerally disgusted by snot. I can deal with puke, I can deal with shit, I can deal with piss. I can't deal with snot. And there's like this one scene in the show where the guy like picks up someone's boogers and like flings it at a head. I'm not fucking with but yeah, I legit was so disgusted by the way the disease looks at me. I guess that's good. It's supposed to look disgusting, but I can't like sit there and feel like emotional connections to these family members dying because every time I look I'm sorry. Anyway. Flag is just kind of fucking fine. He wasn't an amazing character in the original, but here he's just some bland, cookie-cutter, boring bloke villain. His queen of Nadine is played by Amber Heard. Oh god. And the trash man is played by Ezra Miller. Oh my god, why? You know what? Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, and fuck you. And by the way, when I say fuck you, I'm not meaning the actual actors. It's not their fault. The script is bullshit. Except for Ezra Miller, that's still a personal fuck you. The series catches up where the original ends by episode 8, and we have an epilogue of sorts now where, guess what? Bad guy isn't dead. He tries to kill Girly Pop for no reason and then gets saved by the spirit of a young Mother Abigail for no fucking reason, and then Flag goes to an uncontacted tribe who never got sick from the virus and convinces them that he's a god because why not? Who thought this extra ending was a good idea? Who was the bastard that tacked us? Oh. Well, fuck you! Clearly you liked the original because you were fucking in it! If you really want a good example of how much this one butchers the original, look no further than the use of Don't Fear the Reaper. The scene in the original was honestly my favorite part. Showing the first signs of the outbreak with the slow pans of dead workers with that tune in the back was true cinema. It hooks you right into the show and gives a twisted look as to what you're in for. Here, however, after Abigail goes off into the woods for her 40 days and 40 nights halfway through the show, they play that song over the closing credits as a needle drop. How could you miss the purpose of the song that badly? That's pure poetry right there, and they fucked it up! I seriously knocked off half a star for that alone. What do you mean Mother Abigail goes off in the woods is like, more cowbell? But is it the worst thing ever? No, it's not. It's at the very least, the acting is fine. There's some nice looking shots. I wasn't really ever bored, just pissed off. And in this ranking, literally anything like that can keep it away from the bottom spot. But if we're going for how much I personally hate it, this might take the cake. And the ice cream. And the brownies. All in one mouthful. And it didn't even use a spoon. Eat shit and die, the stand from 2020. Christ. Next, please, before I pop a fucking blood vessel. I'm getting limited series fatigue. This one clocks in at around 8 hours and is really hard to summarize in this small little blip. I do really want to tell you all this has to offer because it's one of the better ones in the grand scheme of these series. This show is about a widow named Lacey who recently lost her husband, the famous author named Scott. Apparently, he left behind her some clues for a little scavenger hunt to find a hidden story that he wrote for her. Also, her older sister Amanda falls into a catatonic state after trying to remove herself from the census. Also, there's a crazed man who's stalking Lacey, demanding that she release the unpublished works of her husband and threatening to kill her if she doesn't comply. Also, Lacey's husband used to have visions and could travel to this other dimension and access a pool that could heal any wounds. And now Amanda is stuck there and Lacey has to go there herself and save her while also avoiding this giant creature called the Long Boy. And yeah, this one's a little complicated. Even with all these ideas, the series still feels way overly long. Unlike some of the others, I don't believe this should have been a movie instead, but keeping it a series and just condensing it down to like a max of 5 episodes would have worked. Because the thing is, I did really enjoy this one. I found myself loving the banter between Lacey and her sisters. They really came together strong at the end to fight off the crazed fan. And the fan, while being no Annie Wilkes, was pretty intimidating and gave off a super eerie vibe. Although he did kind of talk like Robert Pattinson in Twilight a lot of the time, so that's a thing. The other world was so beautiful to look at. I love the color palette chosen for it. And don't get me started on the design of Long Boy. This might easily be one of my favorite creature designs literally of all time. It's a giant kaiju made up of writhing and screaming human bodies. That's genuinely so creative and horrifying to look at, and we get to see him plenty of times too. This is my personal favorite interpretation of He Who Walks Behind the Rose. I also do really appreciate that while Lisi's husband was the one with these powers, the story rightfully doesn't focus on him too much. This is Lisi's story after all, and the central theme in the scavenger hunt he leaves her enforces that idea. This is her path, her journey, and she's a strong person even without her husband. I honestly really respect the direction that the series went with that. It's still way too goddamn long, that makes me really not want to watch it again, but it's still good even if I only watch it once. Alrighty, the last limited series of the entire list. This feels great. Chapelwaite is also based on a story that I've read prior to this video, and I do want to mention that here, since the story is actually a prequel to Salem's Lot. And despite this series having a runtime of 10 hours, the story it's based on is only around 53 pages. Do with that what you will. Academy Award-winning actor Adrian Brody plays Charles Boone, a whaler who inherits a house called Chapelwaite from his recently deceased cousin. He travels there to stay with his 3 kids, but the entire town has a bias against him because of his family name. Oh, that and because his children are mixed race. This is the 1800s after all. Well, after people start mysteriously getting sick or going missing, the town blames Charles, but he begins to piece together the parts of his own family history and discovers an evil, vampiric plot. Now listen, I love me a good period piece story. Something about these old-timey settings really do it for me in films, so I was hooked in pretty well from that alone. I also really like the kids in this one. While Charles himself was kind of just your standard good guy kind of character, his kids were real standouts. I love their dynamic and attitudes, and the middle child, named Loa, has a really interesting character turn partway through that had me fully engaged. So there's vampires here, as to be expected. And well, they're a hell of a lot cooler than the ones in Salem's Lot, that's for sure. Not only do we get to see more of them, we get a better feel for how the curse operates and how it affects the still living members of the town. And once all is revealed, the entities feel so much more threatening than you'd expect. Also, the paranoia of the newcomer being the one behind these attacks is so much better handled in this compared to Salem's Lot. I was also surprised with how well this was paced. The story builds slowly, yes, but also very naturally. I got super attached to his family and their kids, and I wanted to see them make it out okay. A few downsides did exist though. The actual plot of the vampires is to get this book or something about worms and erase an ancient god, but we never really understand what this could mean other than causing eternal darkness. The threat of the worm god felt unnecessary, as the vampires ruling the earth was scary enough. Overall, it's still really good. Didn't expect this one to hook me as much as it did. Miles better than any version of Salem's Lot. Sue me, I will die on this hill. Now, Chapelwaite is based on a story called Jerusalem's Lot. It's a short 50-page story that's a prequel to Salem's Lot, as you know. I read it, and it's literally nothing like Chapelwaite series. It's completely different. Essentially, the entire story is told through a series of letters that one character writes to one of his friends. It essentially involves him inheriting a house in this town, hearing that the house is bad and his family did some bad stuff, and he takes his servant with him to visit the nearby town of Jerusalem's Lot, finds an abandoned church with some weird Bibles and upside-down crosses. They accidentally summon a demon, our main character runs away, his servant gets killed, and he decides that he's never going to talk about the city again. That's pretty much the whole story. There's no explicit mentions of vampires here, but there is the worm god that they do use in the miniseries. It's just called the Worm. We don't really get any more details about it. We actually don't even get to see it. So yeah, it's a pretty simple story with not a lot going on, but it did really pique my interest, and honestly though, I'm kind of okay with the Chapelwaite series. I ended up really liking that. Welcome back, Charlie McGee, for the last time. Dear God. While this does share plenty of similarities with the original, as to be expected, there's a bunch different too, to the point that aside from character names, powers, and where they physically go in the story, they're pretty much completely different movies. So this couple, Andy and Vicky, got injected with some gabagoo when they were younger as part of a drug trial, and they got powers from it. Vicky able to move things with her mind, and Andy able to manipulate people to do things that he wants. Both come with the side effect of having terrible headaches and eye bleeds, so they tend not to do it much. Years later, they have a child together named Charlie, who has the power to set fires with her mind. They try to cover up her power for her safety, but after an incident at school, the company that administered the drug discovers her. They kill Vicky and are set to capture Charlie at all costs. Now, while the original spends the first half with Charlie and her dad on the run, and the second half with them kidnapped at the lab, this does neither of those things. Not only do we barely get any backstory for where their powers actually come from, the summary I gave was just pulled from the first, but the actual lab part is so messed up that it's kind of baffling. The first half of the story is before Vicky's death, with Charlie just trying to hide her power. Then the mom dies, and her father and her go on the run for like 20 minutes, and then the last 30 minutes of the story is just Andy being kidnapped and Charlie breaking into the facility to get him out. The shitty structure sister makes the character development all kinds of fucked up, since the bond between her and her father doesn't fucking exist in the slightest. And without that, the heart of the film is completely lost. They bastardize Rainbird too. While I'm happy he's not whitewashed again in this version, his motivations are practically non-existent. He doesn't try to double-cross Charlie by befriending her. Instead, he's just the guy who's hired to kidnap her. And for some godforsaken reason, Charlie spares his life at the end of this one, even escaping the facility with him, despite the fact that he's literally the reason that both of her parents are dead. Charlie is also given more powers this time. While yes, she can start fires, she learns both of her parents' abilities throughout this one, for literally no reason. Kind of feels like they just pulled this shit out of their ass. Even without the original, this one just reads as bland, boring, and painfully generic. There's no character development, no explanation, and no point. Fuck off. So I liked the Firestarter 1984 film so much that I decided to read the Firestarter novel. It is better than the film. A couple big differences, as I mentioned before, Rainbird is meant to be half Native American, and I don't really know why they try to whitewash him all the time, but he's not really a great character in the book. I'm not saying like he's poorly written, it's just that he's basically evil incarnate. His entire goal is he wants to kill Charlie just because he wants to look into her eyes when she dies. He's afraid of death himself, and he just wants to kind of understand what it's like, and he feels like the only way he can do that is by watching somebody as they die. And he selected Charlie, but he kind of gets himself like really too invested. He is kind of in a way attracted to her in the book, which is disgusting. The other thing that I didn't really care for in the book was that Andy constantly talks about how much he loved to bang his wife like all of the time, and the fact that his wife was very afraid of anything intimate before they got together due to a previous relationship. And it's like, why do we keep bringing this up? I feel like there's other things to talk about. One thing I really do like in the book is that Charlie fights with herself for if she should use her powers, because she actually likes it. She actually likes causing destruction. She actually likes hurting people, and it's causing like this inner turmoil in her head. And I think that's a really compelling storyline to do, especially with a child character. I really did enjoy that. They kind of meander around a little bit longer in this one, and there's a bit more character focused on the random Goonies that are hunting them down. And there was one that was really interesting. So this story takes place in the 80s in New York, and the book, the childhood versions take place in the 50s. In Firestarter, one of the doctors that takes care of Charlie and Andy is named Dr. Hochstetter, and his first name is later discovered to be Patrick Hochstetter from It. I literally cannot remember if he survives in the book or not. I imagine he does in order for this to make any sense, but I know in the 2017 version he does die. I don't even think he's in the 1990 version, but that was just like a really cool connection. I kind of liked seeing that, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, the story was really good, and it definitely was a lot more open-ended for a potential sequel. I wish they kind of did that for the sequel, but no, I guess we can't have nice things. Remember what I said earlier about a lot of Stephen King stories feeling way too similar to each other? Yeah, this is like if you took pieces of Hearts in Atlantis, a little of Cell, and make it a ghost story, all while forgetting to add the actual plot. Craig is a young boy who gets hired by a billionaire named Mr. Harrigan to read to him 3 times a week. Throughout these sessions over the years, the two form a strong bond. Craig eventually wins $3,000 from a scratch-off ticket and buys Mr. Harrigan a cell phone. He teaches him to use it, and the two get closer than ever. However, Mr. Harrigan passes away from heart failure not long after, and Craig places his phone inside the casket. Despite this, Craig gets some texts and calls from Mr. Harrigan's number, seeming to still be protecting him from beyond the grave. Again, a cool idea, but would you believe me if I told you that Mr. Harrigan doesn't die until about halfway through the film, and the actual ghost stuff doesn't even happen until the last 30 minutes. I have no idea why this is classed as a horror film. There's quite literally no scares in this whatsoever, not even an attempt at one. It's more of a slice of life coming of age story. And while I do appreciate the tight bond between our main characters, I feel like some of that could have been sacrificed so we could have gotten to the meat of the story a little quicker. See, Craig gets bullied by this twat waffle at school a few times, and he calls Mr. Harrigan's phone to vent to the void. The bully ends up dead the next day, and yes, Craig does use this supposed power again, but that's it for the story. It just kind of abruptly ends after he uses it a second time. What? I do think that the performances in this one carry well. Donald Sutherland as Mr. Harrigan. Feels very weird seeing him clean shaven, I must say. And we have Jaden Martell as Craig. Yes, young Bill from the It remake. They both are truly fantastic. I feel like we as a society don't appreciate this kid's acting enough. His only weak points were more problems with this script than anything else. Sort of like when he wins the pot of cash from the lottery, he's oddly calm about it. I feel like a kid would be jumping for joy or something. This also unfortunately carries over with the Cell lesson of phone bad. Mr. Harrigan goes on a rant about how technology will plague us in the coming years, and it's so not subtle. While it's amusing to see the difference in how phones are used in the distant past of 2008, it still just feels way too on the nose. Alright premise, but plays more as a highlight reel of a kid's life when it should have just had a more straightforward structure. Just watch Hearts in Atlantis or something. You know a film is going to be great when the YouTube upload has less than 200 views. This is yet another entry in the Dollar Baby Program library, based on a short story by King. It follows a plus-size man named Richard who is told his weight is going to become a major problem. His doctor akins his body to a bunch of road workers being forced to work overtime, so Richard buys a stationary bike to help shed some pounds. He imagines himself riding through beautiful countrysides, seeing the workers he envisioned in his body. However, as he starts to lose weight, the workers become more agitated that they no longer have something to do, and they start to attack him on his daily rides. Now, I have no idea what the purpose of the story is to begin with. I guess it's about not wanting to overwork yourself, but him losing weight was good for his health. I don't know why the story feels the need to have his body workers start attacking him for trying to better himself, but yeah, they're out of work, but that's a good thing. The whole third act was kind of a jumbled mess. Not really sure what the fuck was going on for most of that, but despite that and the obvious limitations with the small budget, this was actually halfway decent. One thing that really impressed me here was the editing. While it's no Edgar Wright film, the editing in this is very engaging and compelling. There's plenty of shots that were amplified by the editing style, and as someone who's seen a lot of low-budget movies, I appreciate how this one took the time for the slow moments to let those emotions build. Honestly, the acting in this was pretty decent too. No one here is getting nominated for any awards anytime soon, but it's miles better than some of the stuff that's currently being released in theaters. We also had some compelling story beats, with our main character plagued by the death of his wife and best friend. All of these were shown to us in subtle ways. Things like him sleeping only on the couch after we see a memory of his wife dying on their bed. One of the workers he envisions has similar wounds to how his friend died, removing himself from the census. Sometimes a little goes a long way. I'm not going to give it a giant plus in the ratings though. Despite being less than an hour, it's still really meandering in the middle and has a clunky as hell ending. Pivotal scenes are hard to understand since the microphone all sounds muffled. The fat suit looks distractingly shit at times, and yeah, the ending makes no fucking sense. Still better than a ton of the actual big budget films. Do with that what you will. God damn it, I'm getting flashback to that Lights Out movie, in the way that this was kind of scary as fuck to my Afraid of the Dark ass, and has a super cool monster, but that's kind of all. After the death of her mother, Sadie has become a bit of a recluse. Her father's a therapist, and he gets a client one day who claims that an entity came and killed his family. After the man supposedly removes himself from the census not long after, Sadie finds that her little sister begins talking about the same creature following them. Now it's up to her to stop this thing before it takes her family too. Yeah, for the most part, this is just your standard horror movie, and honestly, I typically enjoy those well enough, as long as they at least have one good thing to make it stand out. And for me, the number one thing that can make me enjoy a standard horror movie is a great creature. And Jesus, this one is great. The way it operates isn't anything unique, not even in King's own library. It simply attaches itself to a grieving family and feeds off their misery. Cough cough, the outsider. But good lord, does this have an imaginative design. Not my favorite monster design by a long shot. I mean, The Ritual and even Lisi's story are right there. But I love how unique this is compared to a lot of other looks for this monster. I did some research on the mythical boogeyman from Legends, and there isn't one standard design for how it's supposed to look. In the Americas, it's typically described as a masculine and shadowy thing with claws, and I wouldn't say this one fits that description, but I'm not exactly mad. While this creature is genuinely so impressively designed, and the ending wraps everything up in a nice little bow, that's really all it has. Everything else is just so painfully generic. There's too many long buildups of jump scares, the characters are blander than off-brand Cheerios, and it's way too fucking dark all of the time, which is a real shame because you never can get a good look at this monster. So here, have a Brighton photo. Yeah, that's nice. I may give this a pass because of the monster. That and, yeah, the ending does take things in a nice direction, directly tackling the grief topic. But that can only carry it so far in the ranking against all these other movies. One of the most unnecessary films in the history of ever has the unfortunate distinction of being the 100th film on this list. Yippee-ki-yay, or whatever. This is a prequel to Pet Sematary, but specifically the 2019 remake. Yeah, all 4 fans of that movie are sure to be lining up the block to see this one. Taking place in 1969, nice, this one follows Old Man River from the first, back when he was younger. A friend of his recently came back from Vietnam and is acting pretty odd from his usual behavior. Turns out he died overseas, and his father resurrected him via the cemetery. The new reanimated guy cannibalizes people and, well, any animal he can, and takes the dead people he kills and also revives them from the the cemetery. Would you believe it? Hijinks ensue. I kind of just lost the strength in my soul now. These basic as shit horror movies with nothing original and nothing terrible either have made me lose the plot. There's only so much cookie cutter bland bullshit that a person can take. The acting is fine, the gore is fine, the storyline is bare bones, but ultimately fine. It's shit as a prequel, since it makes the cemetery way more complicated than any other version before. I thought that this story was about confronting grief or something, and while I suppose the father deals with that, he's not even close to being a main character. They go a little more into the Native American legends here now. No mention of a Wendigo, thankfully, but the revived entities from the cemetery clearly draw parallels with this legend due to the insatiable hunger for flesh. I can't comment on how accurate a lot of the depictions were, but they seem to me to fall more into those cliches from decades past of evil magic shit. There's so little to talk about with this movie. It's a dog shit prequel, a whatever horror movie, and a bland overall experience. There's one dog in the movie that almost dies immediately. I thought this was called Pet Cemetery. By the way, the reanimated version dies. We never actually see the dog before. So, yeah. They pretty much never refer to this as a place to bury pets. It's just an intelligent zombie movie. If you want anything good from this, then the dog actor was named Jellybean. That made me happy to learn that. Jesus Christ, I didn't expect to start crying today, yet here we are. The life of Chuck is hard to discuss here due to its bizarre structure and metaphorical meanings. It's told in 3 acts, starting with the third and ending with the first. Each one is vastly different from each other, and I really don't want to go into too much detail for those because I really want you to see it for yourself. The first segment, aka Act 3, shows the world right before it's about to end. Phone signals down, California is literally falling into the ocean, and sinkholes open constantly around the world. The people have very different feelings as to what it means, and much of their views on things are extremely moving and quite touching. This was for sure an emotional scene to watch in today's climate. Oh, and there's also signs everywhere during this apocalypse thanking someone named Chuck for 39 years, but no one really knows what this means. The second act is about Chuck. The narrator says it's 9 months before he's going to die. The world isn't ending this time though. Chuck sees a busker outside one day and he decides to dance. That's kind of the entirety of this segment, but it is not boring in the slightest though. I seriously was wiping away my tears from the previous segment and replacing them with a giant grin on my face. This act touched me in such an amazing way. Honestly, even if it wasn't my favorite of the 3 acts, this one felt the most subtle and allowed the audience to feel the intended emotions on their own. The final act, aka Act 1, is about Chuck's childhood life. His parents died in an accident and he was raised by his grandparents. His grandmother encouraged him to be a dancer, and Chuck impressed his fellow students with his skill. There's obviously a lot more to it, but this segment wraps things up in a way that doesn't seem clear until you finish it. It's very disconnected from the rest of the story, and it took me a little while to fully understand everything it had to offer. The only downside I can think of is that the entire movie is narrated by Nick Offerman. Much of these narrations contain truly poignant things that make me emotional, but sometimes they felt a little too on the nose. Some things I think were told well with the visuals and didn't need the narration, but I don't care. This hit me hard in ways I didn't even know was possible. It came at the perfect time in my life. With the way our world is, and with the way my outlook has been struggling, fuck man. You ever see a movie that just speaks to you like no other? Yeah, that's this one for me. Live your damn life. Thanks, Chuck. Oh god, this is gonna get me killed. So the final remake of Salem's Lot. No more prequels or sequels or anything else, just this final film. Ever as before, a writer named Ben travels to the small town of Salem's Lot, Maine to write a story about a creepy house. As people start going missing or dying mysteriously, it's revealed that there's vampires afoot. Now, make sure you're sitting down for this. Are you sitting? Okay. I think that this is better than the original. Yeah, I know. Kill me, whatever. Do I think it's a fantastic movie? No, it's just kind of fine. A lot of people hated this when it came out, and I can't really figure out why. I mean, for the negatives, there's a few big ones. Well, of course, I like that it moves faster than the first. It moves too fast. I think the 2004 version gave it a perfect speed, whereas this one sacrifices every character moment for just more vampires. And yes, I do love the vampires, but we still need, like, a little character here. Ben has absolutely no traits. They pretty much just make him a side character in this thing. Mark Petrie is given a few more scenes and more personality, which I did appreciate, but he really shouldn't have been the main character. I also think that they blow their load way too early with the head vampire. In the original, as well as the 2004 version, we see the lesser vamps throughout, but only at the end do we see the design of the main one. In this movie, we see the lead vampire first, and then the others are kept hidden for a while before they're revealed. And the lead vampire looks a bit too goofy here, honestly. It's still a better design than the 2004 version, but not near as eerie as the original. Those are all very big complaints that hinder the story, but everything else was pretty decent. My favorite thing about this movie was the color. This is a very appealing film to look at. So many movies nowadays look so washed out due to the bland lighting, but this one happily uses plenty of color in different shades to give it a unique look. And the climax for this film is so unique compared to the rest. This takes place at a drive-in, with the vampires sleeping in the trunks of cars until nightfall. Ben and Mark have to race to beat the setting sun as it falls behind the screen, and it's truly a heart-pumping and engaging scene. Goes on a little too long, but it's still a fun climax. Hate me if you want, I don't care. Boring movies are the worst kind, and the original was boring and this was not. Fight me. I've already made a longer video on this movie for my Scare-a-thon last year, so if you want a full breakdown of the plot and more of my feelings, you're welcome to look there, but this was great for a rewatch. I genuinely love this movie. Twin brothers Bill and Hal are going through their absent father's belongings and come across a mysterious monkey toy. After some unfortunate trial and error, they learn that when you wind up the toy, a random person dies in an over-the-top way, but never the one who winds it. They decide to throw the toy down a well to prevent further death. 25 years later, Hal gets a call from his estranged brother, learning that the monkey toy is back in his possession, and Bill is dead set on killing Hal, no matter how many turns it takes. Now, this sounds like just your standard whatever horror movie, and it normally would be, if it wasn't for the fact that this is one of the goriest, over-the-top, and most hilarious films I have ever seen. This one prides itself on its horrifically dark sense of humor. Character deaths are so twisted and sick that you can't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. What I also like here are the actual topics it chooses to tackle. The biggest one is probably about how grief is handled. Both brothers take the deaths from the monkey, mostly their mother, in completely different ways. One pushes away everyone close to him for fear of losing them, and the other becomes tied up in revenge and refuses to ever move on, even going as far as to wear his childhood funeral outfit. That's fucking hilarious, I'm sorry. I also like how the nature of death here is shown. The film obviously deals with a lot of death, hell, even death himself shows up at the end, but there's more to it than that. Death is such a strange and foreign concept, especially to a child, and the way that the boy's mother tells them how chaotic it can be. It perfectly encapsulates how many kids struggle with the idea of it all. But fuck that, how about how funny this movie is?
We should try it on purpose to see if anyone else we know dies.
No, we shouldn't. I mean, what if he gets one of us?
I'm gonna try it. Don't, Bill.
The snappy dialogue, ludicrous kills, and moments where the characters just go ham makes me laugh like a maniac.
Let's go. Hurry up. I'm going to bed.
We're gonna mate like eggs and scramble!
I know this film isn't perfect, especially when it comes down to the pretty bland son character and the whole father dynamic, but I don't really care. This is one of my favorite horror movies. It's just plain fun. I love this damn monkey. Well, here it is, the movie that inspired me to do this whole marathon. Yeah, it's my favorite of the lot, even if I know it's not the very, very best. Even with that, it's pretty high up there. Ray Garrett has been selected from the lottery to participate in the Long Walk, a yearly competition with 49 other young men. You are to keep a pace of no less than 3 miles per hour, and you must always keep walking. The only objective is to be the last one standing, as there's no finish line. I feel like even as a concept like that, you can tell the story is gonna be good. A lot of people compare this to Hunger Games, despite the fact that the story was written decades before it, but it does have a lot of the same ideas. Should you try to make allies? After all, there's only one winner. What are you truly fighting for? At what point do you just decide that you've had enough? While Ray is our main character and his acting is amazing, it's his co-lead Pete McFreeze that really steals the show. The bond these two make is truly touching. Honestly, it might be one of my favorite pairings of all time. And while it's not confirmed with open words, it's subtly hinted at that there's a bit of romantic tension there. I absolutely ship those two with all of my heart, and I hope you do as well. It's not just them either. The entire cast here is brilliant, no matter how small their role. You got the more prominent cast like Hank and Art, who act as another important friendly duo with differing outlooks. Then there's the antagonist Barkovich, one of my personal favorites, I will admit, and the hopeful yet misguided writer Harkness, my actual favorite, and the more quiet roles of Collie and Stebbins, both with their own goals but not one much to talk to the others. And while wait, hey!
This is Nat again. I'm going to tell you about why Billy Stebbins from The Long Walk is the best character. If we're talking about who actually carried the movie, it's Stebbins, hands down.
Okay, thank you.
While everyone else is out here trying to be besties and trauma bonding and all of that stuff, Stebbins is the only one who actually understands the assignment. He knows it isn't some high school track meet. It's a movie where everyone is complaining about the reality check the audience. He's just not walking. Every time they tell like, oh wow, he's just setting dream behind him. He's only and it's not like Shayla's got it's just a punch.
Okay, thank you. That's enough. Get out. And take that photo with you. I don't like looking at it. Anyways, then there's the rest of the walkers. Even those who've got very few lines or no lines at all make such an impression with their background roles. And the story, my goodness. Well, yes, the whole film is just them walking. With only a single flashback scene away from the road, the film nonetheless is fascinating. All the dialogue feels so natural. Every relationship feels earned. And the way these familiar faces dwindle down as the numbers thin out, you can feel the dread and tragedy of the story right in your bones. But as Pete will tell you, you have to find the light in all this darkness. Fantastic. One of my favorite films of all time. I'll never get tired of it. Now, The Long Walk is so incredibly different from the film adaptation. None of the characters really feel the same at all, and it's one of the only times where I'm 100% okay with that. I did end up liking the Long Walk book, but the movie is so much more superior. There's so many little things that are different that it's kind of ridiculous. In fact, let me do a quick speed round. All the walkers in the book are under the age of 18, and there's 100 boys instead of 50. You have to go 4 miles per hour instead of 3 miles per hour. Ray actually has a girlfriend and is still with her, and that's his main motivation throughout the entire story. There's nothing to do with the major and his father. Ray is constantly horny in the entire book. Like literally almost every single page is his internal monologue thinking about something sexual related. Pete is not gay in the book. He could be bi, but he did have a girlfriend, and his scar comes from when he tried to force himself on her. So I'm okay with the change in the movie. Ray is actually canonically bi in the book, or at least bi-curious, because he did have some thoughts about a neighbor that he grew up with. Pretty much all the main cast are white in the book, including Pete, Kali, Hank, Art. All these characters are white. In fact, Art is actually an ex-Klan member in the book, which is insane. A lot of the characters' deaths are completely different as well. There's a lot of extra characters that didn't make it into the film, or if they did, they were only background characters. For instance, Pearson is actually a much larger role in the book, and there's other characters such as Scram and Abraham that didn't show up in the movie at all. A character literally dies of blue balls. That's a thing that's happening. Ray just really hates Stebbins for like no reason. Almost every single minute he's talking about, I want to beat Stebbins up. He sucks. What is he doing? And Stebbins is just kind of minding his own business. Hank does not have a wife in this version. It's actually a different character that had that backstory. Barkovich is just completely racist in the book. He actually drops the N-word several times. A lot of the deaths are actually a lot more graphic in the book, including Barkovich's, who instead of just stabbing himself with a spoon like he does in the movie, he actually tears his own throat out with his hands. And the ending is actually completely different. And spoilers for the film, 3, 2, 1. Pete actually stops walking and ends up dying, and it's only Ray and Stebbins left. Stebbins ends up cracking and Ray ends up winning, but he for some reason thinks the walk is still going because his mental fog is just so bad that he just keeps going forward and ignores everybody congratulating him. So yeah, there's a lot of big differences in there, but it's still a good book, but the film is just so much better. You can tell this was definitely written by a younger writer, even though it was published several years later. This is one of Stephen King's earliest stories that he actually wrote down. I still love it, but it's not near as good as the film. And it's our last movie. I'm riding on a high right now, so please don't make me crash. God damn it. This is a remake, sort of, I guess, but You'll understand. In the far-off future, Ben Richards is blacklisted from every company due to insubordination and can't find work. His daughter is sick and needs medicine, so against his wife's wishes, he auditions for game shows to try to make more money, which is the only real way to get anywhere in life in this world. He gets offered the chance to be on The Running Man, which has a grand prize of $1 billion. He will be declared an enemy of the state, and must survive 30 days while masked hunters attempt to kill him at every turn. And if a civilian spots him, they can report his location and earn cash too. Every hour he survives is more money sent to his family, so reluctantly, Ben agrees. This is quite different from the plot of the 1987 film, and while there's a few references to the movie here, it's largely its own thing, which is intentional. I haven't read the original book, but according to Wikipedia, this film follows the book's plot very closely. Yeah, the 1987 film is vastly different than the book, changing Ben's backstory and the gameplay of the show. But all that aside, how's the film? It's actually pretty fun. While I think Ben as a character tries way too hard to be cool all of the time, the structure of the story makes up for his whatever personality. The action is actually pretty exhilarating, and has plenty of memorable set pieces. There's also a lot more commentary in this one compared to the 87 film as well. While it's not very subtle, I don't really care, honestly. This one just kind of seems to deliver the message and let you do what you want with it. It's more about giving you a good time while not forgetting how truly terrifying the situation is for Richards. I really like the side characters he runs into. The brothers in the slums who help remind him of his own family and keeps him going. The man who encourages him to rebel was not only a fun Michael Cera moment, but also was an inspiring moment. And Ben's friend who helps him get a fake ID genuinely moved me with how much empathy he had, despite the opportunity he could get for turning his friend in. I think the ending was a little too perfect though. While of course I wanted him to survive this fight and reunite with his family, things got a little overlooked to make the story resolve in a positive way. But overall, I still had a lot of fun with this one. It's an Edgar Wright film, one of my favorite directors, and yeah, it doesn't have much of his flair in this. It's still an entertaining movie, and that's what really matters anyways. Okay, well that took a long time, so now we are actually going to jump into the ranking segments, and before each movie I will provide a little text that I put in my Discord server that I call my live tweeting, for example, a real-time reaction to the movie as I was watching it, so see if you can use that to try to guess what the movie is before it shows up, okay? So now cut to live action Snowy as we do the ranking.
Well, if this ain't about one of the dumbest things I've ever done, we're gonna be actually ranking all these entries now, and I'm not gonna go too in depth to each one because I kind of already did that, but yeah, so here we go. I think this is mostly just because of how objectively poor it is. There were films I definitely hated a lot more, but this one just had horrible acting, horrible story, nothing going on whatsoever. It's kind of just an embarrassment overall. Once again, similar problems. It also has nothing to do with the original story. It's practically completely removed, so like, what's the point? What are we doing here? Golden Years is mostly just because of how fucking boring it was. This was one of the most boring, unappealing, boring experiences ever. I hated it. I'm sorry, King, but that sucked balls. Lawnmower Man 2 Beyond Cyberspace, impossible to pay attention to, completely ludicrous, removed entirely from the story. What are we doing here? Who asked for this? Was there like a big market for this? Because it's got a lot of money behind it. It's clearly got a big budget. So it's like, who are you trying to appease? Children of the Corn 4, The Gathering, being the worst Children of the Corn films because it has almost nothing to do with any of the others before it. The main characters are so bland and so forgettable. The main evil child is also bland and forgettable. Nothing really happens in this whatsoever. They all just kind of get COVID and then that's about it. That's the whole movie. Maybe next time he shouldn't return. He's really trying, but it's not going anywhere. I think that this was a dumb idea to begin with, and it's just so creepy with the whole children having children thing. It's just, let's not talk about that anymore. Children of the Corn Revelation, aka number 7. I think the setting kind of made up for some of the weaker aspects, but it's still really dog shit. The kids' plans makes no sense. I don't really get what we're doing here and I don't really get what's going on, so let's just move on. The Stand from 2020, I will hold off on my extremely long rant that I normally would do because I've already kind of done that. Horrible way to tell the story. Completely butchers the original version and adds on an epilogue that's complete garbage. And the fact that this was filmed before COVID and then aired after COVID is like the only funny thing about it. So I hate this. This is my least favorite entry on the list, personally. Children of the Corn Genesis, I think its only saving grace is that the main characters are actually kind of nice. I did like the characters in this, but everything else was so bad. It does not feel like Children of the Corn. There's only one kid. I hate this franchise. I don't know if you're aware. A lot of people were saying I was a bit too harsh on this one, but I think I wasn't harsh enough. This is a really bad movie, even if you completely forget the fact that it butchers the original story, apparently. Like, it's just bad. The effects are bad. I suppose they're imaginative in a way, but it's like, so... Willa, I feel really bad about having this so far down as a film student myself, and I'm sure that the footage that I'm currently using right now of myself is probably just as good quality as the Willa film, but I'm not charging you to watch this movie. This is a weird one. You had some potential there, but you kind of need to make it so I could hear the dialogue and also make it less blue. Creepshow 3 is just kind of an embarrassment. It's just like not funny. It feels like Family Guy cutaways, but like the worst kind. I don't know. I feel like this would probably air at like some stoner party and nobody would be paying attention to the TV and everyone would be like, yeah, that was great. That's the best I could give it. Firestarter from 2022 is just really dumb. I don't know why they changed the story. I can't really think of any reason why they would need to, other than the fact that they just wanted to surprise the audience or whatever, but I don't know, man. Maybe next time don't do that. Let's just not make the movie in general. Despite being the closest to the original story, it's just not good. I don't like how creepy it feels. I don't like how unlikable the characters are. And you could definitely tell this is based on a short story, not just because it bloats the runtime, because it does do that, but also the fact that just the way it ends so abruptly, it's like, okay, I kind of feel like I need to wash my hands after watching it. The Tommyknockers is the only film on this entire list that I actually did not sit down and finish all of. I technically did watch it, but I was watching something else on my phone at the same time. Even though there were films that were more boring, I think that's just a testament as to how dog shit this was at keeping the audience engaged, so I don't know, man. It's not good. I couldn't actually sit down and let it finish. That's how bad it was. Trucks is such a weird film to want to make because Maximum Overdrive was not good, but Stephen King himself made that, so what are we doing? It's so bland, it has nothing even like ironically funny like Maximum Overdrive. Honestly, a film that's boring is the worst kind because if it's ironically funny, then there's something to talk about. I hate the Mangler franchise, I don't know if you can tell. And while this first one is not near as bad as the other two, it's still pretty bad. I think it's just because the subject matter is so stupid. I don't think taking it seriously or as a satire would really work because it's just dumb. It's a possessed laundry machine. This is... In retrospect, it's actually a lot better compared to the rest of the franchise, but as a film on its own, it's still bad. Like, I think the biggest problem weighing it down is the main characters. They're so forgettable. They're so whatever. And while yeah, Micah isn't like awful, he's not great either. It's one of the better films in the franchise, but it's still pretty crap. Firestarter Rekindled was the only film that I actually had to buy a DVD of, and it was so not worth it. I don't really understand why they took Charlie in this direction. It felt very icky, gross. The whole storyline feels butchered, especially when the original Firestarter has a way for you to make a sequel. Why did you just not take it? Pet Sematary Bloodlines is a forgettable film. It's got a gore scene that a lot of people were very shocked by, and that's all it has. So if one singular scene of cannibalism doesn't do it for you, then this movie is kind of nothing. I don't know why this is hated so much, because it's like not the worst thing. It's not good, but it's actually all right. But then the last half comes in and it's like, oh God, what are we doing? I honestly was gonna give this one just a pass, but that third act twist is so stupid. It ruined the entire experience, I should say. Just watch The Thing. Mercy is just what everyone thinks a Blumhouse film is going to be. Cliche, boring, little substance whatsoever, crappy effects. It's a mess, and it's not good, and I mean, maybe it could have been something all right, but I don't think so. Carrie from 2002 is so unnecessary, and the reason why it's so low is because of how ugly it is to look at. Like, say whatever you want about the other remake, like at least that one had some color in there. This one is just ugly, and I don't like the way that they left it kind of open-ended. I feel like they should have just stopped. The Corn 5 is probably one of my favorites of the franchise just because of how much it emulates that classic 80s kind of horror feel. Like, the characters are nothing but cliches, but I don't know, I just kind of want to see them die. That's kind of how a lot of those 80s slashers were. Like, you don't really care about the characters, you care about the killers. And while Ezekiel's kind of bland, I don't know, I was kind of rooting for him to kill them all. Just realized the camera was a bit too far down. But I'm not re-recording all that because I'm lazy. Cell is just phone bad, the movie, and I mean, I like zombie movies in a sense because they creep me out. You gotta have a little more substance than phone bad. The Rage Carrie 2 probably holds the title as the most unnecessary film of all time. And I mean, I did like some of the dynamics that were going on between the characters. Like, I actually did think the boys' competition is something that you could explore in a film because I feel like stuff like that does happen a lot. Why Carrie? Like, it doesn't make any sense with the other films, so just make an original film, it's okay. Salem's Lot, the original. I'm so sorry, guys, this is so boring. I cannot understand why this is praised as one of the best vampire movies. Just because it's a classic? There are many classic films that aren't good. It's boring. Nothing happens. The characters are so bland and cookie cutter. I'm sorry if this offends you. I don't like this movie, like at all. It's boring. I pretty much have the exact same opinion of Return to Salem's Lot as I do of the original. The only reason it's above is because it's shorter. I'd rather deal with a 90-minute snooze fest than a 3-hour snooze fest, so take that as you will. Dolan's Cadillac is action movie incarnate, and I don't like action movies. I don't know, if you like action, you probably would have this higher. It's just so standard to me, and I'm kind of tired of these kind of boring movies. Maximum Overdrive is really, really bad, especially that second half. It's really boring and bland and empty, but that first half has that so bad it's good movie charm that, like, I'm gonna give it a pass. Have fun. I am okay with watching the first half of this movie, but as soon as the second half comes in, I'm tapping out. Children of the Corn 2020 is really dog shit as a remake, but I don't know, I thought Eden was kind of fun. I think it's the most realistic as any of these films possibly could be, minus the kaiju and the corn, but you know, that's beside the point. I don't know, with all these movies being so bad in this franchise, I'll take even a tiny bit of okay. Sleepwalkers is one of my favorites, so bad they're good movies, but the mom and son thing make it kind of low. I can't even give it like a pass because that's so disgusting. Unfortunately, it just barely misses the mark of being like a perfect film to get drunk with your friends. Dreamcatcher probably is one of those films to get drunk to with your friends. I did put it lower because that third act is kind of not fun. I don't really know why they tried to make this emotional and everything, but also like there's some good elements in here that I think would actually be good in a good movie. Shooting out aliens isn't really scary. The Dark Tower has missed potential written all over it, and I feel bad because there is really good stuff in there and I would really like to read it. I've got the book down here somewhere. When I do eventually read the series, I think it's gonna piss me off even more. I don't know, taking like 7 books and squeezing it into 90 minutes probably wasn't a good idea. Who would have thunk? The Night Flier makes me sad. A vampire who flies a plane sounds like it would be really, really funny, but it's taken way too seriously and it makes it not fun anymore. This wind is testing me right now. So, I don't know, if you're gonna make a vampire movie, you gotta have it be terrifying or fun. You can't just have it be Mr. Serious all the time. I don't know. A Good Marriage is the most forgettable film on this entire list. In fact, I've pretty much forgotten everything about it aside from the, like, premise. Yeah, moving on. Bag of Bones is also very forgettable, and it's way too complicated when I feel like you should have just picked one storyline and stuck with it. And I don't really understand, like, what the main character was trying to do through most of it. I don't know, man. We're in the films where they're just kind of forgettable slop. Pet Sematary 2019 is weird. I don't know why you'd change the kid who was killed. I don't really know why you wanted to remake this. There's not really much potential to be had with this, honestly, because I think it was all capped up nicely in the first and second film. But money is a thing, and the cats were cool, so... Oh god, bug just flew my eye. These glasses don't have any lens in it, so I've got no protection. Quicksilver Highway probably would have gone up a little bit if I could see what's going on, but because I can't, here we are. The short stories were kind of fine. Like, it's just the bare minimum. I don't know. I prefer my horror anthologies to be a little more fun. Desperation is just the Stan's reheated nachos, and that kind of makes me sad. I think it had a lot of potential in the first act, but then it just kind of tried to be the Stand, and it's like, you're not gonna do that. So, more Ron Perlman was necessary. Mr. Harrigan's Phone is phone bad, but to a lesser extent, and I'm not really sure what kind of film it is. It's advertised as a horror. The poster kind of looks like a horror, but I wouldn't even call it a thriller. Like, it's a slice of life, but the atmosphere doesn't feel like a slice of life. It's so weird. It's not terrible, so whatever.
Controversial opinion, but Carrie 2013 is actually not that bad. I think its biggest problem is that it doesn't have the same sort of substance as the original, and also because I think Carrie was horrifically miscast. It's not bad, and I do want to watch that clip of Ansel Elgort dying several times over. Thank you. I can't figure out why it was rated so high. It's just way too long. This should have just been a movie. I know I complain a lot about things, oh, they're way too long. No, it's really just because, like, this is 10 hours. I think the length is what really just hinders this one, in my opinion. Thinner is one of those classic goofy-ass Stephen King stories, but the second half, what are they doing? Why are you trying to make this like a mafia mob shootout kind of movie? I don't really think that's necessary, so kind of a good concept, just not really done well. Secret Window, much like many of the others I've talked about, has a great premise, but drops it all in the last act. That was a dumb twist. I literally guessed the twist within the first 10 minutes of the movie, and it's like, even if a twist is guessable, it doesn't mean it's bad, but here it's bad because that's a dumb twist. I don't like the dissociative identity disorder twists in films because I feel like it can be pretty offensive. I do know somebody with dissociative identity disorder, and there's gotta be better ways to represent it, right? Stationary Bike is probably the best of the Dollar Baby program films. I've only seen 2 of them, but I do give it quite a bit of leeway, but I mean, it's not as good as all these other films, let's get real. It is fun, I can tell the heart and passion that was in it, and it's actually not that bad, but it does feel too long even though it's only an hour, and the effects are really bad. Children of the Corn 3 Urban Harvest is probably what I would call my personal favorite of all the Children of the Corn films. I think it's because the gore is really good and just the concept is actually pretty unique and interesting. I wish literally any of the sequels even tried to make it this fun, but it's still not good. The main characters are okay, but it's still not good. Isaac is the Lord and Savior, and we should all sell our souls to the mighty Isaac. Isaac is literally the only reason why this is so high. I really do think the third film is a better movie overall, but it does not have Isaac. 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 This is now my 3rd time trying to move the camera, and it keeps moving without me being there. This is the problem when you're filming by yourself, when you have no friends. Hopefully the camera's right now. Sorry if my head keeps getting cut off. The 1990s Shining is a tragedy because there is a lot of good in there, but it's so boring. It's really boring. It had no reason to be 4 hours long, but the actual character of Jack Torrance is done much better than in the Kubrick version, so that's actually pretty high praise. The Langoliers is one of my personal favorites because I love backrooms, I love kind of like that Lovecraftian sort of vibe, but it's not done very well in a miniseries. I think it was better as a book, and I think it should have stayed as a book as much as Stephen King loves making movies. Creepshow 2 is like perfectly serviceable. Like I can't really say that anything was bad, it's just not as good. I've seen this done better and that's why it's here. The Boogeyman is only saved because of how unique the creature is and how much the creature design really stands out. Everything else about it is so generic, but I stand firm that a good monster design can save a bad movie, so that's where we are. The 2024 version of Salem's Lot is mostly saved by its great color, and I guess, you know, being fast, but it's way too fast. It doesn't let you actually connect any characters, so unfortunately, it can't make it any higher. Children of the Corn Runaway, aka the final sequel to Children of the Corn, is the best film in the franchise because it actually tries to have an emotional hook, and I think it really does talk more about the trauma the kids went through better than any of the other films. It's still not great, but it's the best one, and I still wouldn't really recommend it. No Smoking was a lot of fun, but it's way too long. Why are you taking a short story and making it this long? The ending is also really confusing, but I don't know. I might just really like Bollywood films. Like, this was really fun. I like those dance sequences. I honestly have listened to that No Smoking song like several times. The Running Man from 1987, now that I've seen the remake and as well as read what the original story was about, this kind of feels weird knowing how different it was, but I don't know, Arnold Schwarzenegger is just not really my kind of actor. I mean, he's not bad, it's just that I don't really like those big testosterone action films. That's never really my thing, and that's kind of what this movie is, so unfortunately, womp womp. Sometimes They Come Back Again is goofy, fun, and I'm okay with that. It's not a great film, but I think this is a story that you can't take seriously. I did like the grief in the original, but then it got goofy and it's like, what are we doing? You gotta pick a lane. I think goofy works a little bit better in this franchise, so yeah. This wind hates me. Why must you wind right now, wind? Big Driver is really uncomfortable to talk about, much like another film later on this list. It's still really good. I actually did like Tess as a character, but a man wrote and directed this, you know what I mean? So, unfortunately, I can't, like, give it a real big pass. That's just how I feel. Suck it up. Kingdom Hospital was overly long and cut back way too many times to things we didn't need to see again, but it was actually pretty good. I was surprised at how much I really wanted to see these characters succeed and how much I got invested in the story of the little ghost girl. I mean, if you really do want like something to binge in a weekend, like give it a go, why not? What do you got to lose? The 2004 Salem's Lot is personally what I think is the best of the Salem's Lot series. It's still not great, it's still too long, the effects are bad, the head vampire design is bad, but it's got the guy with the fat ass. I really do like the characters in this one, even if I probably wouldn't watch it again. It's the best version of Salem's Lot. What do you want? Deal with it. Rose Red is kind of the missed potential of the Stephen King miniseries, but it's still really good. I think the mansion vibe is really one that is not touched up well enough in films. There's plenty of haunted locations, but I feel like this one definitely makes you feel like it's a real place that you can go to. That might have to do with the hour-long presentation they give about the house's history, but I don't know, I'd go to Rose Red. Sign me up. Sometimes They Come Back is only really here because of how well the grief topic was handled. I don't really know what the police plan was, but it wraps everything up all nice in a little bow, so I'm gonna give it a pass. The original Pet Sematary, a lot of people probably grew up with this film or know about it. It's not fantastic, but it's actually pretty good, all things considered. I think it should have used a little bit more of the evil child in there, but now that I've seen all the sequels, maybe not. Kind of only above Rose Red because of the characters. The characters in this were really, really identifiable and likable. And yeah, we do have like one standout of a guy we hate. I liked the main characters better in this than Rose Red. Deal with it. Graveyard Shift is my personal favorite so bad it's good movie literally ever. Honestly, this would probably be in my top 20 favorite Stephen King adaptations. Quality-wise, it's bad, so this is literally the absolute highest I could put it up on the list. It's so funny, it's so stupid. I love this movie. Christine is the classic, what the hell movie is this? What did you put on right now? It's an evil car that kills people for no reason. Why are we not making a million sequels to this? Wait, don't actually do that. Apt Pupil is really uncomfortable, but that's kind of the point. The way I feel about Apt Pupil, it's like, the same as if you try to make me rank the film Lolita. Like, I don't really know where to put that kind of thing, so hello. Do with that what you will. There's a lot of butterflies out here. There's like a million behind the camera. Needful Things is one that my mom showed me when I was younger, and it's good, honestly. I do think that we didn't need to see the dog die, and I'm not really sure the kind of tone the film was trying to set up, but it's still really good and kind of fun with how much of a Chad the shopkeeper is. The It 1990 series kind of holds a special place in my heart, and I'm sure it does in a lot of other people. It's kind of like one of their first introductions to horror, but it's not fantastic. I do really like the characters, I do really like the bonds that they have, and I do like Tim Curry's Pennywise, but it's just, this is now done better. Let's get real. Hold your nostalgia. The modern version's better. Cujo, Evil Dog, what more do I need to say? I think Cujo is a really good film. I'm very proud of the doggy actors. I hope they got all the treats, and it really is scary, and it's grounded in reality, so that makes it even scarier. Hearts in Atlantis is really good, despite the fact that I didn't really connect with it all that much. The bonds between these characters really hits you hard, and I think that's the most important part. So if you like this film, I'm happy for you. I personally didn't, but I can acknowledge it's a good story. In the Tall Grass, I don't know why a lot of people didn't like this one. I thought it was really fun. I like the Lovecraftian elements, as I've said before. I don't know, time loop stuff is fun. Time loop is a fun concept, even if I'm really confused. Controversial opinion, but Pet Sematary 2 is better than the original. I think it handles the grief topic better. I think it goes more into how the cemetery can be really scary, and I think it wraps things up all in a good spot that really shows the effect that trauma can have on a young child. I think it's really good. I think it's really slept on. Speaking of sleeping, Dr. Sleep is also really good. I think what carries this film is purely just Rose the Hat and the True Knot. The rest of the movie is just kind of okay, but god damn are those villains really, really cool. I absolutely love Rose the Hat. I may have a little bit of a crush on Rose the Hat. It's a good movie. Screw you. Lisey's story, I did not expect this to get this high, but here we are. I think it's just because of how respectful the story is to, well, Lisey's story, and letting her take charge and find her own way in life. And despite there being a lot of plots coming together, it actually is really good and it ties things up really nice. I know I've said that a lot today, but it's also just kind of heartwarming in a way. So I like Lisey's story. The original Carrie, fight me if you want, I think it's really overrated, but it's still good. I don't just like watching a kid get tortured for several hours. Says the person who likes the long walk. But I don't know, I feel like there could have been a little more you could have explored. It's still good. I like the color, I like the style. That's the best thing about it, is the style. It's definitely got style. You won't find another film like Carrie.
Tales from the Darkside, the movie, is quintessential fun. It is not the most fun anthology film because that's coming up soon. I really do like this film. I think it's really goofy, it's got a great sense of humor, and it goes balls to the walls, and you love those kinds of things. The Dead Zone is just a good story. It's a great idea, great concept. It's a little slow in the middle. It reels you back in right at that end. That's one of my favorite climaxes in a Stephen King movie, and I mean that. Riding the Bullet is one of my personal favorites. I'd probably put it honestly in my top 10 favorites. And just because I see myself so much in the story, it's such a simple idea, but the whole imagining different scenarios constantly all the time, that's my life. That's literally how I live. And it sucks. It really makes you struggle a lot of the times to get stuff done. But this film made me feel seen, and I really love that. It Chapter 2 is not as good as the first, but it's still really, really good. The problem with it is that it's just meandering a lot and feels very episodic when I don't think it should have. But that ending hits me so hard, and I'm crying my eyes out every time I watch it, so hell yeah. The Stand from 1994 is actually a really, really great series. Except for those last 2 episodes, those last 2 were kind of rough, but I do really like The Stand, and I'm happy that I've been able to see The Stand, so thank you so much everyone for encouraging me to see The Stand, and by everyone I mean everyone who's behind the camera, and by that I mean literally nobody. I'm here by myself. Silver Bullet is once again a fun film. I like werewolf movies. There's not a lot of werewolf movies that I could point to and be like, that's a great one, but this is actually pretty good. I do still think that the main character maybe should have been the werewolf. I think that would have been a lot of fun, but you know what? I'll take it. I really do like this character. I think he's one of my favorite Stephen King protagonists, so hell yeah. The Dark Half is, once again, just a good story that was executed very, very well. Even if the twist is just malignant, it's still very effective, and you do like these characters. You want to see them succeed, and I love Amy Madigan, Oscar-winning actress now. It's just good. I'm running out of things to say. Firestarter is, again, a good story, and I think it really, really holds true with just the bond between all these characters. I believe the father, I believe Charlie, I believe Rainbird, I believe all these people that they really feel these connections to each other. And even if it's not like as good as the book, in my opinion, it's still really strong, and Drew Barrymore acted her damn ass off in this, hell yeah. The remake of The Running Man is pure octane, high-powered fight stuff, escaping, and I don't really like that kind of thing, but it's a good movie. I really do like this film, and even if Edgar Wright's personal, little touch of editing style isn't in it, it's still good. I still really do appreciate this one. "1922 is so eerie and so uncomfortable, and that is entirely the point. You want to feel all of that unease. You kind of feel like you're always looking over your shoulder just in case. Not a lot of films can get that atmosphere done right, and this one definitely does, and that's its best attribute. Chapelwaite is Stephen King's best vampire attempt, and even if it's hardly anything like the original short story, I like it. I really like these characters, I really like the kids, I really do like Loa, the middle child, as I said. And honestly, I'm kind of bummed that it was originally going to have a season 2 and then it got canceled, because even if it wouldn't have counted for this list, I would have wanted to see a season 2. I want to know where it's going. It 2017 is one of my personal favorite Stephen King films, and even if it's got a lot of problems, even if it's not perfect, I'm sorry, this is a good movie. This is fun. I love the kids, I love the clown, even if it's jump scare oriented, they're good jump scares. Fight me, I will defend this movie till my last breath. Cat's Eye is another fun horror anthology piece, and again, it's not as fun as another entry later on this list. It's still really great. I love the last segment especially, that's my personal favorite, and the little kitty's so cute. We need more episodes of this. I will fight for more episodes of this. This was fun, this was great, and I love how different all these segments feel. Not just like, you know, they're all slightly different genres, but they're all different flavors. They're all different characters and storylines and attitudes and all this stuff. It's great. More of this. The Monkey is one of my favorite horror films of all time. I love The Monkey, and I love how gory and over the top it was. I love how goofy, I love how silly. Obviously, I've said all these things many times before. Great film, check it out if you want some laughs. My foot is like completely asleep. I need to prop up this foot now, but that's gonna ruin the joke. Gerald's Game is like the complete opposite of The Monkey, where instead of being over the top and crazy and hilarious, this is quiet and somber and terrifying. And I think it tackles a very sensitive topic in a really good way that makes it not exploitative, over the top. And it definitely hit me. It made me feel a lot of different emotions that I hadn't felt in a long, long time. So it's a great film and very, very creepy. It is still gory though. That, whew. Creepshow, to me, is the best horror anthology film in the Stephen King era. It's so colorful, it's got so much style, so much vibrance, and so much personality to it. I feel like not enough people talk about Creepshow. And the fact that Stephen King is an actor in this and he goes ham is great. More of this. "1408" is extremely creepy, extremely unsettling, and I love that. Honestly, I wish it could have been a little longer. There's not many films that I'd say I want it to be longer, but this one is. It's horrifying and scary, and I've stayed in a haunted hotel before, and I totally wasn't thinking about a movie like this. The Mist, again, one of my favorite horror films of all time, just barely missing out of the top 10. A lot of other people probably wouldn't put it this high, but again, I love creature features featuring the creature. Things like this are so great, and that ending hits me every time. I get so emotional, and it's great to show to your friends because they're gonna get completely blown away. Now we're to the top 10. We have the best limited series on this list. That is 11/22/63. Fantastic. Fantastic. Honestly, it probably would have even made it in top 5 if they handled Bill a little bit better, but because that character was so lazily like thrown to the wayside, that kind of hindered it a lot. But literally everything else about it is fantastic. These bonds, these character arcs, these story beats, it's incredible, and it grabs your attention so fast and you never stop thinking about it. Grab your tissues. I feel like everybody knows The Green Mile for the third act, and like, yeah, I'm afraid of the dark. God damn it. I don't know what you can say about the depictions of John Coffey because I've heard good and bad things, so I can't really comment on that, obviously, but it's just something to think about. The Shining from 1980, I do not believe is Stephen King's best work, obviously. He also hates it. The atmosphere is the best thing about this. This hotel literally feels alive, and very few films can ever make a location feel alive. Not just like fleshed out, I mean like literally alive. I think 1408 does this as well, but with The Shining, it's the entire hotel, which is great. Acting's great. Everything's great, except for Jack Torrance could have done a little bit better like the miniseries. Dolores Claiborne is another tearjerker film. I love Kathy Bates, you beautiful woman. Please let me give you a hug. I think it touches on a lot of sensitive topics, but in a good way, in a way that doesn't feel exploitative, doesn't feel over the top, and you really get into that same headspace as Dolores. You want to fight to the very end. Storm of the Century, I cannot believe this is this high, but I loved it that much. This is one of my favorite Stephen King films of all time. Right up there with The Long Walk. I think it's just because it had me so hooked and the villain is so scary and intimidating. And honestly, I would probably watch this like in the wintertime every single year. I could see this becoming a yearly occurrence. Hello, Butterfly. Misery, I don't even think I really need to go into that much detail about Misery. You know Misery. Kathy Bates, once again, you beautiful woman. Now I don't want to give you a hug, now I'm afraid of you. I think as a writer myself, this definitely hit me in a lot of different ways. This is one of the best a character as a writer tropes in the Stephen King library. Sometimes I feel like that's used just because, but here it's central to the story. I really like this. You should too. The Life of Chuck moves me so much. This came at such a great time. I mean, with this world, how it is, with myself as I am, it's an important film. Live your life to the fullest. 39 great years, thanks, Chuck. The Long Walk. As you can tell, this is one of my favorites. I love The Long Walk. I love the bonds between these boys. Films with such simple concepts are usually the best ones because you can do so much with them to make it your own personal flair. There's plenty of death game movies, but there's only one Long Walk, and I think that means something. All of these boys were snubbed for acting awards, by the way. Like, all of these people should have gotten awards. This should have been Best Casting. I'm sorry. This should have won Best Casting. Again, another one about bonds between people, and slice of life movies usually are really, really good just because it gives you that little glimpse into someone else's world for a bit. It kind of reminds me like of The Goonies in a way, but less like goofy and fun because this is more grounded and serious. This feels really, really real, especially when you're at that age where you kind of look back on your life and it's like, damn, I really had it good when I was a kid, didn't I? I miss being a kid. This is just nostalgia in a film. It's great. Of course, number one, Shawshank Redemption. Do I really even need to? Come on, it's Shawshank Redemption. Incredibly moving, incredibly touching. That victory moment in the rain. I feel enlightened just by even having seen that film. It feels you all kinds of emotions. Scared, angry, hopeful. This is such a good film. And the fact that it didn't win an Academy Award baffles me. I challenge you to find somebody who doesn't like Shawshank Redemption. Like, that's impressive. So yeah, I've been talking for like 2 hours. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. This was about 5 months of my life, by the way. For 5 whole months, I just came home from work, watched a movie, edited, watched a movie, edited, watched a movie, edited. It was nonstop. It was chaos. I will literally never do a binge this long again, or if I do, it will not be for YouTube. If you've made it this far, please consider leaving a subscribe, a like, a comment. I don't actually get paid from YouTube to do this, so I could really use the support. Big shout out to my friend Nat for providing their voice. I did have a Discord server that I use as kind of like a hub for this whole project, and I had a lot of my friends in there who hopped in and watched stuff with me. For instance, Nat, Garrett, Bug, Jay, Camilla, Adam, Moshi, Izzy, Camelia, and Soupy. Thank you guys so much for helping with this, even if you weren't there that much. If you've made it this far in the video, please comment below. Lord and Savior Isaac, I will heart your comment. The first person to say that, I will actually pin your comment. And with all that said and done, thank you guys so much for watching. Make sure to like, subscribe, and leave a fun comment. I try to respond to as many as I can. And I will see you in the next one. And remember, keep walking.